County is under a local emergency declaration because of all of the snow that they got. The declaration is letting them free up additional resources to help deal with the storm's aftermath. That area has seen a few feet of snow. The county says the sheriff's office has been using snowcats to reach stranded drivers, but they haven't said how many rescues they've done. The disaster declaration allows the county to activate certain response plans and makes them eligible for money and resources from the state. Gilpin County also declared a local emergency. Not even solar panels were safe from the storm, and right now in Greenwood Village, there's one that's ended up snapping under the weight of the snow. This is near the building off Crescent Parkway, and you can see that the panel broke at its base.
And right now, thousands of Xcel customers are still without power this morning, and that's thanks in part to the damage that the storm caused all around the state. The map shows more than 500 separate outages right now, impacting about 14,000 customers. Crews have been out working all night to try and fix those outages. Xcel Energy says snow and broken branches have been snapping some lines. Some of those outages are only impacting about a home or two, so it's tedious to fix all those.
Well, woke up this morning, went to flip on the bathroom light and no lights, so right away I knew there's no power, so got up and got the flashlight out. And I checked it about 4 times this morning and there was nothing each time, so I just think we're kind of at the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak. It's going to be a while.
That's never a fun way to start the morning. Xcel Energy says there's a cluster in Boulder without any power right now. Xcel's teams have been working all night long, and they'll continue to work all day long. If you lose power, they want to make sure that you report it to Xcel. Well, school districts all around the state decided, hey, we're not going to take the chance with this storm. So some districts decided to close for a second day today. Can you say snow day? Yes, we can. Right now, more than 170 schools and school districts are closed today, including Denver Public Schools. We've got a list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We've also got a full list on our website at 9news.com/closings.
Well, right now, 2 extra severe weather shelters are open in Denver. They're at the McNichols Civic Center building off West Colfax Avenue and the Stone Creek shelter at the former Best Western Hotel on Quebec at I-70. Both shelters will be staying open through 9 a.m. tomorrow. People can walk up to the locations directly, and pets are welcome at the Stone Creek shelter. The city also opened up rec centers as daytime warming centers during regular business hours. Those are going to be open today as well. Each center will have a designated warming area with access to drinking water, restrooms, and a place to sit. So we have expanded coverage of the storm today on 9 News. Our live team coverage will last until 10 a.m. today. And a quick programming note to pass along. Because of that extended coverage, the Today Show will be moving to KTVD starting at 7 a.m. this morning.
We're continuing to track road conditions all across Colorado this morning. Brianna Fernandez will be back in just a couple of minutes with your morning commute when we return.
40s for the high country, maybe a 50-degree reading over in Grand Junction today. Lows tonight, mostly in the 20s and 30s east. Single digits, teens, 20s for the high country, mostly 30s out to the west. So your forecast, cloudy, cold today. Snow will be ending, though. 30 degrees, could see a peek at the sunshine later on today. Then clearing skies tonight with a low of 24. Tomorrow we will see the sunshine, but only a high of 45, which is about 10 below normal for this time of year. 46 on Sunday, maybe a rain or snow shower. 55 on Monday, and then 59 on Tuesday. Spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening, so the first day of spring, pretty nice. 62 degrees and sunny skies. Maybe a few showers, though, to end the week.
And thank you so much. Right now, we're taking a live look from our CDOT cameras. You can see slushy and slick road conditions this morning. Yesterday, we saw numerous of crashes and stalled vehicles, and you could see that snow is coming down. This is I-25 and Lincoln Avenue, so all the way down south. Just a quick heads up if you're heading out the door this morning. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and kind of just show you those speed times if you're heading out the door. Again, yesterday we had a colorful map, and that's because of all the snow plows that were out on the road. I-25 at 144th Avenue, that is going to be an 11-minute drive. Not seeing any problems there. Again, take it easy. Commerce City is going to be a 12-minute drive. Those speed times coming in at 60 miles per hour. And then I-225, we're seeing a bit of a slowdown as soon as you approach I-25, but no crashes to report there. And then Denver to Boulder is going to be a nice 20-minute drive, but we are seeing a bit of a slowdown as soon as you approach Broomfield. And that's actually where we find Keeley right now. Keeley, I know we saw messy road conditions yesterday up in Boulder. What can we expect today, especially for drivers who are planning to head out?
Yeah, good morning. I tell you that the highways are looking fantastic. We had just got onto Highway 36 heading eastbound. I'll give you a look at the roadway, and right now it is just wet, a little slushy in between lanes, but that's about it. So certainly a different scene than this time yesterday morning. This time yesterday morning it was snowpacked, covered, choppy, kind of looked like a mountain road as opposed to the normal Highway 36 we usually see. But yeah, this is how it looks right now. We're talking about just wet conditions. I'll give you a shot of some of the side areas where you can see snow a bit piled up, but everything looking pretty good on the highway. Certainly crews have been out plowing and obviously treating with some de-icer. I do want to talk about the neighborhoods, though. We just drove out of South Boulder, the Table Mesa neighborhood, onto Highway 36. And while the main roads like Broadway, Table Mesa, they certainly were passable, had been plowed, those neighborhood streets are treacherous right now. I actually had to go walk out of my neighborhood to a main street to meet Manny in the live truck because there was about 7 inches of snow I measured on the roadways on some of those residential streets. A plow did go through, I saw last night, yesterday evening, in front of my street. But that was about it. So again, the main roads looking quite drivable. Actually, at this point, it's just those side streets, man. If you have to go pick up somebody, you're trying to go home. I've seen cars stuck in the middle of streets because so much snow on some of those residential streets. That's just the problem. Lots of snow in those residential areas. But again, the main roads, if you have to get around, looking pretty good. We'll be out and about throughout the morning, and we'll keep you posted on what we see. For now, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Keely. Definitely a breath of relief, Keely, though. Oh, she's not with us anymore, but we were both out and about yesterday, and to actually see pavement versus, like she said, a mountain road, you can kind of breathe a little bit easier if you can get to that main road safely.
Exactly, like Keely's saying, about 7-8 inches of snow just in those residential streets. Until those small baby plows, as we call them, get to those residential streets, not the best drive in there.
Take it easy.
And I'm meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen live in the Foothills where we got 2 to 4 feet of snow from this big storm. I'll have a live report coming up in just a minute.
All right, so we all saw snow yesterday, but we know that the Foothills got the bulk of it, with some getting more than a feet, several feet, I should say, not just 1 foot. We got a foot here in Denver, and then the Foothills got like 3-4 feet of snow. That's a lot.
It's wild, and right in the middle of all of it is always where we find her, Corey Reppenhagen. Corey, you were in Aspen Park this morning. How much more snow has the area gotten since we last saw you?
Yeah, you know, just a few inches overnight, still snowing lightly, maybe just enough at times to keep adding to those accumulation totals, but they're going to be pretty big. It's been 36 hours, so it kind of started snowing steady at about 5 o'clock on Wednesday night, and here we are almost 36 hours into this storm, and it's still lightly snowing in the Foothills, still enough to add to those accumulation totals. So 36 hours, and there are a lot of 36-inch reports, so that's an inch for every hour of this storm, and some places with the bigger bands have gotten even bigger. Right here where we're at, let me take a little measurement for you, see where we are. Look at this yardstick just get buried in this snowpack. We are just at about 28 inches. Depending on where you measure, I've measured a little bit more in some spots out here. So we got hit pretty hard out here, right in our little part of Aspen Park. Some spots on the other side of the hill, closer to I-70, is where you're going to see the 48-inch totals coming up here later on today. And that's interesting. Look at this little area that we've kind of been operating in here. You can see the pack of this snow, and there's kind of layering in here. There's about 4 inches of really wet, slushy snow at the bottom, and then all of this was yesterday, and then you have about 3 inches of fluff here on top. And that is your entire 36-hour March snowstorm right there in one little pile.
Wow, Corey, that is an incredible snapshot of what happened in just 36 hours. I am curious, Corey, are people able to get around? Are people able to drive? What's the conditions on that?
Yeah, we're standing right outside, not too far from Highway 285 out here. It was closed periodically and briefly during the day yesterday, but I'm seeing traffic move by here. For the most part, so we're used to getting 1 to 2 foot storms here in the Foothills. People are getting around just fine. You would think adding another foot to that total would change things, but it really didn't change much because of the length of time that it fell. So I'm seeing people really get around already this morning pretty well.
Corey Reppenhagen in waist-deep snow, right in your element. We appreciate it. Thank you, Corey. We'll be right back.
So deep in some areas that first responders were having a hard time getting through to respond to emergencies.
Yeah, exactly. Like Highlands Ranch area where they saw more than a foot of snow. When South Metro Fire responds to a call, they've been bringing snow plows along with them to dig through neighborhoods that are still buried in all that snow. They say it's a good reminder that shoveling isn't just a courtesy. It could be the difference between getting to your house in an emergency.
every second counts in this situation. And if we get to a certain situation, we will have some of the crew help digging while the others are taking care of the situation. But we want to keep the crews responding to the emergencies that there are needed for.
Crews also had some extra help from Arapahoe Rescue Patrol. That's a fully trained search and rescue team that is staffed by teenagers throughout the metro area. Pretty cool stuff there. They help dig out sidewalks and streets when needed and help get those ambulances and fire trucks to where they needed to go.
Well, right now we have some new videos to show you. This is Downing near Wash Park in Denver. You can see the tree limbs that came down under the weight of the snow. We've been talking about this, right? This is the wet, heavy stuff that came down over the last day or so. That snow and the downed trees and limbs have also led to power outages, which XL is working to clear up this morning. Cleanup is underway all across the state after a very snowy 24 hours. Ed Green has a look at your forecast when 9 News Mornings returns.
And happy Friday. We are taking a live look outside this morning over downtown Denver, waking up to all of that snow. The high country still dealing with road closures, and we're following all of those this morning.
Colorado State Patrol is ordering semi-trucks to stay off I-70 in the mountains until noon today. This drone video is giving us a look at the semis that were stranded there. CDOT just telling us that they were having to dig trucks out to get them off the road. Here's a closer look at some of those road closures right now. CDOT says there are closures on parts of US 40, Colorado 119, along with Loveland Pass, Hoosier Pass, and Monarch Pass as well. We have team coverage tracking snow totals all across Colorado this morning, from the mountains to the foothills to the metro area. But first, we want to start with our man in the mountains, Matt Renew. And Matt, I-70 still dealing with issues for a second morning in a row now.
Sorry, I set my microphone down. It's early in the morning. I know it's the cold early morning. Set the microphone down. Want to show you guys what we're dealing with here. Step out of the shot. Look at this. So we got a commercial ban on trucks going up I-70. And some are still making their way up. But what they're finding when they get to the tunnel is that they have so much snow right up there on the top of those roofs from coming up from the Front Range. They got to brush all that snow or shovel it off the top of those semi-trucks because they're setting off the height sensors right before the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels. And so they're not supposed to be coming up or out of the mountains. I-70 is open to, I guess, normal vehicles, but not to big commercial vehicles. And then they get up here, they just have too much snow up there on the top of the roof, and then they have to pull over, climb up there, and then shovel everything off. And so that we've seen now several semi trucks just in the past 30 minutes that have had to be cleared, that have made it up to the tunnel, and then they've got to be cleared of all that snow. And so that's something new that's happening here in the mountains. And the snow's not such a big problem because that's really letting up. You can see just light snow falling up here at the tunnel, but around 27 inches has come down, and that's a lot of snow. And so the roads are still icy, they're still snow packed. CDOT plow trucks have been out constantly, but this has been a big storm. You get to the other side of the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, the west side, the roads are dry as a bone on that side of the Continental Divide, but on this side, still the middle of winter. Add 27 inches in this area. A lot of the ski areas that had closed yesterday are going to open probably today. I imagine it's going to be a pretty good day if people can get up.
Back to the point, if they can get up there, they're going to have a great ski day. And thank you, Matt. As far as the weather goes, you can see we do have some light snow continuing in Denver right now, 30 degrees at this hour, 92% humidity. And what we're looking at is that little light snow. You can see it is kind of dying down, but it is still pushing into the area. So we will see a little light snow early. Then we'll go to mostly cloudy skies. And by tomorrow, we will see sunshine and 45 degrees. Now, that's still 10 degrees below the normal high for this time of year, better than we have been. And it is going to get better. Here it is in the extended forecast, 46 on Sunday, maybe a rain or snow shower, but that's gone on Monday. 55 degrees with sunny skies, normal for this time of year. 59 on Tuesday with sunny skies, and the first day of spring. 62 degrees, lots of sunshine.
Ed, thank you so much. Right now, we're taking a live look all the way down south, I-25 and Happy Canyon Road. If you're heading out the door, of course, lots of snow, slick conditions out there. So take it easy if you're heading out the door right now, or maybe later on this morning if you're heading to work. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and show you those speed times all the way down south for those in Castle Rock, 22 minutes. Speed times are coming in at 52 miles per hour. I am seeing a lot of brake lights out there, especially up and down I-25. Overall, no delays, no crashes, and of course, no stalled vehicles. So that is good news. Hopefully we can keep it that way all throughout the morning. I-225 right now, it's going to be an 11-minute drive. We are seeing a bit of a slowdown as soon as you approach I-25. And then, of course, Denver to Boulder, 18-minute drive. We're seeing a bit of a slowdown, but it looks like most of those roads are pretty clear. Right now, we are going to send things over to Keeley, where we know a lot of snow came down yesterday. Keeley, snowplows have gone through that area. What is it looking like now?
Yeah, good morning. We are actually live in to the Table Mesa neighborhood of South Boulder, and while the main roads are looking pretty good, it's the side roads that are just really almost impassable. I'm going to go ahead and give you a look here. This is one of the side roads in the Martin Acres neighborhood, and man, it is down to one lane. A plow went through, but one time, I believe last night, the plows went through, made one lane, and the cars that are parked along the side of the roads are basically just stuck in deep snow. I actually live somewhat near here, and watched as cars got stuck in the intersections last night of the snow. I measured actually the snow outside of my house, both in my yard and on the roadway in front of my house, which actually had been plowed last night. There was about 7 inches of snow on the road, and this is after it was plowed once last night. And in my yard, there was about 19 inches of snow. So while the crews have done a fantastic job at getting the main thoroughfares clear, I just don't think there's the manpower to go through all the neighborhoods and get all these side streets. It's these side streets that are problematic. The cars you can see along the sides of the roads here, just first of all covered in snow, buried in snow, and then certainly going to have a difficult time trying to get out. You know, here's we're on one of the, I think this is Moorhead. Again, you can see this, you know, some of the more traveled streets are looking pretty good. As we take a turn, you can see they've been plowed, they've been treated. So if you make it out to here, you're in good shape, some of the bigger roads. But I mean, just getting out of the neighborhoods, I was talking to Manny, and I thought, you know, if you know, one of the options is just parking your car at one of the plowed streets and then walking into your neighborhood to get home. But there's just not enough places to park. You can see as the plows go through, they just make a kind of mounds of snow on either side of the roadways. So certainly, again, kudos to the crews for getting the main roads clear. It's just those side roads. Be careful if you're heading into the neighborhood. You might want to stick to the main roads, or just park your car and take a little bit of a walk in the deep snow. Again, we'll be out here throughout the morning checking out the neighborhoods and the situation snow-wise here in Boulder. I know Corey Reppenhagen is a little bit higher in elevation from us here in Boulder. Corey, what's happening up where you are?
Hey, Keely. Yeah, good morning. I'm in Aspen Park here, just along 285 corridor towards the Conifer area. And it's still lightly snowing up here as well. That elevation made a big difference, as well as the slope of the foothills, where we got about 2 to 4 feet of snow, and it was just an awesome experience to be here in the Front Range foothills for what turns out to be a pretty historic storm. Now take a look at the area around us here. This is a pile of about 29 inches of snow, which is basically what how much snow fell in our area. We stayed in a bed and breakfast out here in the Conifer area that we've pretty much been our home since Wednesday evening. So it's been an awesome experience. And when I say this storm is going to fit into the historic context, when we look back in the March storm history, the 03 blizzard comes to mind top. And then we had the 2019 bomb cyclone in March. We had the 2021 blizzard, which we called Pi Day because it happened on Pi Day, March 14th. So this storm is going to fit into that context because we'll end up with some 48 to 50 inch totals, and so that fits the bomb cyclone, that fits in with the Pi Day Part 1. So I'm going to call this Pi 2.0 or a Pi sequel because these storms really need a name, because when you go through history you're thinking where was I when on Pi 2.0, guys, and the bottom line, Anusha, this is going to fit into the context, but the 03 blizzard is still going to have way more snow because we got 50 inches at the bottom threshold during that storm.
We're just taking a second slice of pie.
There you go.
That's what we're calling this.
I was waiting for a name. Now we got it, okay?
A second slice of pie. Corey, you and I were handing out in Evergreen on Wednesday, right when the first flakes were starting to fall, and you were saying there are going to be some places here that get those 40, 50 inches of snow, and that has panned out. Like, it happened.
Yeah, and it's satisfying to actually see that forecast go through the process, and then you end up with this snow. And the 48 to 50 inch totals will be in Gilpin County in the central, basically the central city Blackhawk area.
Interesting.
Wow. All right. Well, thanks so much. We always appreciate it, Corey. In Clear Creek and Gilpin County, like you were just hearing, they got so much snow that leaders had to declare a local emergency to free up more resources. That area has seen a few feet of snow. And in Clear Creek County, the sheriff's office has been using snowcats to reach stranded drivers. They haven't said how many rescues they've had to do. The disaster declaration is allowing the county to activate certain response plans and then make them eligible for money and resources from the state.
This is your reminder this morning that if you are out on the roads and see a snowplow, Colorado State Patrol says you should take caution, give them their room. Bow to the plows, as they say. CSP says drivers should especially be on the lookout for this information. If you see 2 or more plows driving in a formation, kind of like you see on your screen there on I-70, don't pass them. It's the law. Governor Polis passed that law in 2019. It increases the penalties for passing plows when they're driving in those certain formations. That includes any plows with lights on and in formation, regardless of which agency is actually running those plows. Passing brings fines and potential points added to your license. CDOT says it's best to just stay 3 or 4 car lengths back. Let them do their work.
Speaking of clearing the snow, do not forget to shovel your sidewalks. The rules say you've got 24 hours after the snow stops to get the sidewalks around your home cleared. If not, again, you could face fines. It's also just a nice thing to do. And don't forget about your neighbors who might need some help moving all of that snow, especially with how wet and heavy it is. Most other cities and counties outside of Denver also have a similar policy. If you're curious about your own neck of the woods, we've got the rules around the metro area, as well as some resources for those who might need a little help on our website, 9 9news.com.
And we want to remind you that we have expanded coverage this morning of the storm here on 9 News. Our live team coverage will continue until 10 a.m. this morning. And a programming note to pass along, because of our extended coverage, the Today Show will move to KTVD Channel 20 starting at 7 a.m. this morning.
Also today, we are learning more about a shooting in Commerce City where police shot a man they say had a knife as he told them he was going to kill his family. Police say this happened just after 8 o'clock last night in a neighborhood off Highway 2 that's north of 72nd Avenue. Police say the man ignored orders to drop the knife before he was shot. The 22-year-old was then taken to the hospital. At this point, we don't know how he's doing. The officers involved will be placed on administrative leave, but that is standard department policy.
Time is 4:42 a.m. as we continue to track all the snow across the state and the cleanup efforts. Ed is back on the other side of this break with what we can expect today.
Yeah. This storm was definitely rolled in Colorado fashion.
Yes, it did.
West and south side of the metro area totally snowed in. Northeast side, they were like, we're going to get a dusting. That's about it.
Some people are digging out. Others are like, man, what's snow?
What happened?
Meteorologist Chris Bianchi explains how snow totals are added up in certain parts of the state and why this storm won't really ever come close to the record books.
So some of you might have noticed that there was a big gap in snowfall totals between what we saw at the airport in the northeast side of the metro area, where places like Brighton, Fort Lupton, on down to the airport saw only about 1 to 3 inches worth of snowfall. But downtown, 6 to 12 inches of snow, most of us closer to 12 inches. And then the west and south sides of the metro area completely socked with over a foot worth of snowfall in most locations. And in fact, kind of narrow it down a bit more for you. I'll step out of the way. At DIA, we picked up about 2.3 inches worth of snowfall. Downtown, about 10 inches worth of snowfall here at the 9 News backyard. So very, very drastic difference in those snowfall totals, and that meant that at the airport they were able to get a lot of their operations in, specifically this morning. So what led to such a little amount of snow for the northeast side of the metro area? Well, it's something called a barrier jet, and don't worry if you haven't heard of one before, that's what I'm here for. So barrier jet, let's give you kind of the broad perspective. What's leading to all the snow? It's something you've probably heard of before. It's called upslope flow. You get a moist northeast wind that goes against the mountains, right? We got the Rocky Mountains right in here. And when that wind moves against the mountains, some of it rises, but not all of it. Some of that wind moves from north to south, parallel to the mountains. So kind of think of a little almost chute-like effect with this. And where that sets up can lead to really heavy snowfall totals right underneath it. But if you're just to the east of that, you sometimes get shut out from some of the heaviest precipitation. And that is exactly what happened for places just to the east of the airport. So fun fact, if you were at the start of Pena Boulevard, at Pena and I-70, you noticed about 3-4 inches worth of snowfall this morning, but at the airport itself, a big old goose egg, and it's all thanks to this barrier jet.
You heard Chris talking there about why DIA didn't see a whole lot of snow. And yesterday, actually, flights were getting out. Even with all those cancellations, there were still flights getting out. Today, not looking too bad either if you're catching a flight. At last check, FlightAware is reporting 38 delays, 20 cancellations this morning. not bad, all things considered.
As for your wait times, Bridge Security is at 15 minutes for standard. South Security is at 18 minutes for standard, 4 minutes for pre-check, and West Security is at 5 to 9 minutes for standard and 2 to 4 minutes for pre-check.
And we just want to update the totals out at the airport. That's since Chris did that report. They've had officially 5.7 inches of snow from the storm system, still one of the lesser amounts that we have seen. Now, we still have some light snow going on at this hour, 30 degrees out at the airport. We do have these showers and thunderstorms. They had tornadoes yesterday. Probably won't see those today, but heavy rains from those. And of course, we're in this cold system. It is still cranking around the area, but it is pulled to the south, and that's going to keep the snows kind of letting up and just diminishing. You can see that today on the Futurecast. It continues with lots of rain and snow showers to the south, and then it will kind of slowly move over. And on Sunday, it's going to push a little bit of moisture very close to Denver. Might see a rain or snow shower, and that's going to be about it. We do have the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning, all expected to end at 6 a.m. for today. So that's why the snow is kind of winding down. They won't be in effect anymore. But the avalanche warning goes until 5 p.m. because of the heavy and unstable snow that they have had. Here are some of those amounts: 13.8 in Aurora, 14 in Lakewood, Highlands Ranch, which I will correct the spelling on that, 19.5, 21 in Castle Rock, 25 in Evergreen, Estes Park at 28, 35.2 in Genesee, 35.5 at Netherland, Conifer at 36, 45 in Aspen Springs, and once again, DIA officially 5.7 inches of snow. Temperatures today mostly in the 30s, 40s, a few 50s over the eastern plains, 30s, 40s higher up. We'll see a 50-degree reading out west, and lows tonight, 20s and 30s east and west with single digits, teens, 20s for the high country. So your Denver forecast: cloudy, cold, snow ending, 40 degrees today. Then for tonight, we'll see clearing skies and a low of 24. Tomorrow, sunshine, 45 degrees, 46 on Sunday with that chance of a rain or snow shower as this system moves out. 45 on Monday, the sunshine returns. 55 on Monday with seasonal weather. Then we'll see 59 degrees for your Tuesday. Spring arrives at 9:06, so the first day of spring. 62 and sunny, 63 with chance for showers on Thursday and again on Friday.
Thank you so much. 4:49 is your time for this Friday morning. Taking a live look right now for those in Golden. Slick, slippery conditions, I-70 and State Highway 93 if you're heading out the door. Not a lot of cars out this morning, and the good news, no crashes to report in this area. But I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and kind of talk about some road closures right now. For those Loveland Pass, I-70 and Montezuma Road, that is closed right now. Then we also have I-70 until noon today. No commercial vehicles can pass through that area. There is restrictions this morning. And then Route 6 in Golden, both directions right now are shut down. So keep that in mind if you're heading out the door this morning. Overall, not seeing any crashes, no delays this morning. So if you're heading out the door downtown to DTC, that is going to be a 17-minute drive. And you can see those speed times coming in at 56 miles per hour. Take it easy if you're heading out the door. We'll be right back with more snow coverage right after the break.
Brianna, thank you. In the metro area, at least 9 inches fell over the last 24 hours in most places, leaving the roads snowy and slushy and messy, as we just heard there.
Yeah, before we get to the break, we want to check in with 9 News reporter Lauren Scafidi, who's checking out the roads right now. Lauren, how are they looking?
Hey, Anusha Mar, good morning to you. We are driving around Wash Park right now, and honestly, the roads are looking really good this morning. It's a much different story than yesterday. The roads are definitely wet, so obviously still take it easy, but there really is nothing lingering on the snow anymore, which is good. I'll give you a look outside right now. We're sitting at a red light. About to turn, maybe not. Either way, it's really just not that bad. You can see just a little bit on the road here, but we are on our way to go see some limbs down, some tree limbs down on around Wash Park, and that's just because it's that really wet, heavy snow. It's not the drier, fluffier stuff that we see at other points of the season. This is that really wet, heavy snow, so really weighing down those tree limbs. So we're gonna go take a look. We'll give you a live look at that in just a couple of minutes, but otherwise, yeah, not looking too bad if you're heading out today. Honestly, still probably a good idea to stay inside, stay on the couch, watch movies if you can. But I will bring it back to the camera here as I say goodbye. But we are on our way. We'll bring you a live look at some of those trees that are down on the ground. You know, not a bad idea if you can get out there. Maybe just take a broom or a hockey stick or just any sort of pole that you might have and just kind of knock some of the snow off of those limbs so it doesn't create any issues for you. But for now, live in Denver, Lauren Scafidi, 9 News.
All right, that is very sound advice, especially since we still have some power outages. We're going to be checking back in with Lauren in just a bit. We'll be right back. Some of the video that we've been getting in, this is from Noah Plotkin in Inglewood. What a fantastic day for the dogs. I know mine was just having the time of her life in the backyard.
The doggos were loving it if they didn't get buried in all that snow. Oh, look at that.
So
they
happy.
were built for this in Colorado. Well, check out how much snow they got in Netherlands. Tavis Johnson sent us these videos. Yeah, you're not going outside. I don't think the dogs are running through that. Well, there we go.
They're trying.
They're trying to build their own little course. You can see just how covered their porch is. Oh, look at that. We were going to say you can't even walk through there, but yeah, you can.
Yeah,
you just got to be a little creative.
You just got to have the will to make it do it, okay? And these ponies seem to have very much enjoyed their snow day. Rose DeLisa sent us these pictures from Conifer, which we know also got so much snow yesterday. But you know what? People were making the most of it. They were having a good time when they could.
Look at those little ponies. They're loving it as well.
I love it. The massive snowstorm, as you can tell, did not stop everyone's plans, even in some of the areas accumulating the most snow.
It is moving out. Let's take a look at what we've got going on right now. We have mostly cloudy skies, but light snow, 30 degrees right now, 96% humidity. And you can see that system cranking down to the south over Arizona, still pushing some snow pretty much from south to north over our area, just not getting all the way up to Denver. So that's why it's lighter snow. Farther south, you and I-25, you see a little bit more snow. So today, snow early, then we'll see cloudy skies and 40 degrees. For tomorrow, lots of sunshine and 45 degrees. But then Sunday, as that system moves out, we might see a little rain or snow shower activity and 46. Back to sunshine on Monday and seasonal temperatures. We warm it up to 59 on your Tuesday, and the first day of spring, 62 degrees.
Well, as you can imagine, most human activities were called off yesterday because of the snow. We all got a snow day. Wildlife, they're loving it outside. At least these bison in Genesee found some food. This was taken along westbound I-70, you know where all the buffalo hang out. Right on the Genesee exit there, you can see they were given some grass to graze on despite all that snow piling up. I imagine that they're happy. I mean, we couldn't talk to them and say, hey, how are you enjoying the weather? But I can imagine that an animal like that does pretty well in the snow.
Body language tells you everything. They seem chill. They seem happy.
They're posing for the cameras there. Sometimes you drive by and they're like, where are the buffalo?
They're like, it's cozy in here. We're good.
Yeah, we'll post for the cameras today. It's a beautiful shot. Well, we are continuing our live team coverage all throughout the morning as we are tracking snow impacts all across Colorado. We'll have the latest when 9 News Mornings returns in just 60 seconds.
Today, we are digging out after that massive snowstorm is moving out of our area. More than 170 schools and school districts are closed, including Denver Public Schools as well. We do have a list scrolling on the bottom of your screen. We also have a list on our website. That's what you see at 9news.com/closings.
We so appreciate you waking up with us this morning. We have team coverage all throughout the state with crews in Denver, Boulder, in the high country, everywhere. First, though, we want to start with Ed Green in the 9 News backyard. Good morning, Ed.
And good morning. I don't know if you can see it. It's still snowing very lightly, maybe even down to flurries right now. I've got the umbrella out here because I have the new toupee on and I don't think the glue is quite dry yet. So let's take a look at what we have going on right now. You can see that snow just kind of diminishing as it moves up the front range. This system still over Arizona, cranking the moisture up from south to north. And you see the farther south you go, the more snow you will see, especially over the southwestern mountain locations. But we will see the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning be allowed to expire at 6 a.m. this morning. With the temperatures that we've got right now, mostly 30s over the eastern plains, teens 20s for the high country, 30s to around 40 degrees. You see that 40 reading in Grand Junction this morning. 40 in Denver with the cloudy skies today, snow ends. Then for tomorrow, we'll see mostly sunny skies and 45 degrees. Then as the system lifts out, could kick in a rain or snow shower over Denver. Not a big deal, 46 the high. Then we warm it up to 55, which is about normal on Monday with sunny skies. Sunshine continues on Tuesday near 60 and then 62. And Wednesday, by the way, the first day of spring.
Ed, thank you so much. 5:01 is your time. Happy Friday, everyone. Right now, we are taking a live look from several of our CDOT cameras, especially after some folks yesterday were staying indoors, avoiding the roads. Of course, today we're seeing a very different story. All we're seeing is wet, slick road conditions this morning. So I-25 and Market Street, we did see snowplows come up and down the south and northbound lanes, and you have I-270 and Quebec Street. Traffic there flowing nicely. We're starting to see traffic volume slowly pick up as soon as we approach the 6 o'clock hour. Now, I-70 and Kipling Street also were in the clear, and then I-225 and Parker Road. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and just give you those drive times before you head out the door. We are seeing that for Collins Drive. We were seeing slowdowns near the Meade area, the south and northbound lanes. Now, all the way down south, I-25 at 144th Avenue. That is going to be a 9-minute drive. The good news, no crashes to report, just snowplows out and about right now, and then just minor delays. Commerce City, 11-minute drive for those taking westbound 76 this morning.
Well, things are looking a lot better this morning than yesterday, but there's still high country road closures dotting the map all throughout the state. CDOT says there are closures on parts of US 40, Colorado 119, along Loveland Pass, Hoosier Pass, and Monarch Pass as well. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is near the Eisenhower Johnson's tunnels. And Matt, this morning, looking a lot better than yesterday, at least not as much snow falling down.
You're right about that, Mark, and that is something great to see, especially when you're talking about I-70, because when that interstate closes, as we all know, it is a big headache in this state. A lot of people yesterday caught in that closure were sleeping throughout the night in their cars. That is not the case now. I-70 reopened about 11, 12 hours ago. Traffic started moving again, and it is moving very nicely this morning. Now, that opening was really just for normal cars, regular cars, not for the big semis, the commercial vehicles. Having said that, there are some big rigs that have tried to make it up or out of the mountains. They won't be able to legally do that until noon today because there is a semi closure, but some have tried, and some of those trucks that did try to make it up made it to the tunnel and then had so much snow on the trailers that they have to shovel them off, because if your trailer's too big, there goes a semi right there. If your trailer's too tall, it sets off the sensors before you get in the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, and then you got to pull over and they got to measure. But in this case, they got to brush off the snow because they had so much snow on the top of those semis. These two guys have been trying to brush off the snow of those two semis for well over 30 minutes now. That is a job ahead of them, and clearly because we've seen so much snow in this area. 27 inches roughly have fallen in this area in the past 24 hours. The snow has let up quite nicely. Loveland closed yesterday because I-70 was closed and people just couldn't get to the ski area. It will likely reopen today. Watch it reopen today, and that's going to be an incredible powder day at Loveland because no one's been there. And then they had extra snow all through the day. So Loveland should be a really nice powder day. If you're heading in or out of the mountains, it's still going to be slow going. morning because the roads are snow-packed and slick. You'll want to take your time, but if you can get to the Loveland skier, it ought to be real nice. Mark, as far as these guys go, I should have brought my shovel. I could have charged $20 to clear the top of that, had it done. Boom. 5 minutes, a little side hustle, make some extra scratch.
Seriously, those guys are giving me a heart attack. They're on top of a semi. Some of us are waking up and shoveling our driveways. Others are waking up and shoveling the top of a semi truck.
It's got to be a little slick up there. I don't think, having said I would have done a little side hustle, don't have the coordination to be up there. It would not be.
Yeah.
And one guy's been jumping back and forth. So, be safe.
Tell them to be careful. Tell them to be careful, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Clear Creek County says they're going to need some more help because of all of the snow they got. They declared a local emergency to free up additional resources. That area has seen a few feet of snow. The county says the sheriff's office has been using snowcats to reach stranded drivers. We don't know how many rescues they've had to do. The disaster declaration allows the county to activate certain response plans and then make them eligible for money and resources from the state. Gilpin County also declared a local emergency.
This morning, thousands of Xcel customers are still without power as they wake up. The map shows more than 400 separate outages right now all across the state, affecting nearly 8,000 Xcel customers. Now, crews have been working throughout the night to try and restore power. Xcel Energy says snow and broken branches, of course, have been snapping lines, making it difficult for crews to keep up.
Well, this morning we also have a crew in Boulder keeping tabs on the roads over in that area. That's where 9 News meteorologist Keely Chalmers is joining us. Keely, you were saying the main roads are better, the side streets in the neighborhoods, it's kind of more like choose your own adventure at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I tell you what, the crews have done a great job at treating and plowing the main roads. We're actually live on University on the Hill right now. We'll give you a live shot here of the roadways, and you can clearly see cars going by just fine on University here. Again, the main roads looking pretty good. It's the side roads and some of the smaller roads, like the residential roads, that are having problems. The other issue we want to talk about is what's beside us. You can see when the plows go through, they kind of make a mound of snow, and a lot of the cars that are parked over here are just now buried in snow. There's a car up here, this white car obviously wasn't even able to make it into the parking spot, got stuck, so the plow's now just going around these cars. Also, as you can see here, the trees just weighted down with snow and covering and laying on top of some of these parked cars as well. Probably every block here in Boulder, you'll see either a tree limb hanging down over a car or just a tree limb downed altogether with the weight of the snow. There you can see another one right here on top of a car. So again, the snow just so thick and so heavy, it's weighting down those branches. The good news is no power outage that I know of. I live up here in Boulder, and we had power throughout the night. We actually had a power outage yesterday morning, but everything is so far so good when it comes to power here in Boulder. And again, the main roads are looking good. Those residential streets, though, really still snow covered. And I'll tell you what, the word of the day is going to be shoveling. There is going to be a lot of shoveling going on today. We will be cruising the roads up here in Boulder County throughout the morning. We'll keep you posted on the situation. For now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Good luck to those cars getting over that huge pile of snow. Thanks so much, Keely. We really appreciate it.
The word of the day is shoveling. Yes, it is. Well said, Keely. Well, yesterday we were anticipating a whole lot of trouble at DIA. Airlines preemptively canceled something like 800 flights that were going out of DIA yesterday, but some planes were still able to make it in and out of the airport. It wasn't as bad as perhaps some had predicted. Right now, though, things not looking bad either this morning. 45 delays at the airport, 20 cancellations. If you're traveling this morning, you got some luck.
You know what's been amazing, though, is watching people's attitude about this storm. And then from the folks we've talked to, they've been so good about it. And we also know that the dogs absolutely loved it. Like this dog soaking in the view in Parker,
Aww.
a pup walled in by snow near Boulder, and this dog belly deep in snow in Arvada. I hope we can get to some of those other photos. Please keep those pictures coming. We love to see them.
They just create their own little adventure there. They create their path, even though they can't make it through. I love it.
Got a little vest on. It's so cute.
I love it. And all that snow Well, why don't let's just build like the biggest snowman ever.
That's
Look at that thing. That's like taller than a one-story house.
Whoa.
Family in Westminster built this huge one, 10 feet tall. We're told that the buttons there, usually you make them out like out of carrots or something like that.
Carrots are for the nose.
So little rocks or stones or something?
Yeah.
They used hockey pucks.
Wow. I wonder how long it's going to take for that to melt. We'll have to see.
Let's take bets.
Let's take bets. I love it. Well, Evergreen got nearly 40 inches of snow yesterday. Their fire department in that area posted photos thanking the kids who helped clear the snow out from the fire hydrants, digging it out, and definitely lending a helping hand to our first responders. We have expanded coverage of the storm today on 9 News. Our live team coverage will last until 10 a.m. And a programming note to pass along because of our extended coverage. The Today Show will be moving to KTVD starting at 7 a.m. this morning. And as always, you can stay up to date on the latest weather and traffic alerts on our 9 News app, or you can also stream us on 9 News Plus.
And one thing you want to know about the weather today is normal high is 55 degrees. Only going to see 30s and low 40s over the Front Range today with a little light snow early. Then we'll go to mostly cloudy skies. But tomorrow more in the way of sunshine and a minor warm up. How about 40s with a few low 50s?
And just into our newsroom, we do have a traffic alert for you. Come take a look at your screen right now. We're taking a live look from southbound I-25, a rollover crash. You can see crews just arrived on scene. This is right near Erie Parkway. The right shoulder is blocked, and you can see there's wet and slick conditions out there along up and down I-25, so take it easy if that's part of your morning drive.
Coming up after the break, CDOT crews have been working overtime to ensure that those roads stay clear. We're on the phone with CDOT to get the latest on their efforts.
It is 5:14 on your Friday morning, taking a live look out over downtown Denver with that post-snow glow this morning. Want to head right over to Ed because Ed, right as you were saying that the storm is moving out of the area and we're waking up to like our actual snow totals now.
Yeah, it really is. We have seen just a few flurries around town here. Some areas are seeing a little light snow. Farther south you go, the more snow you see because the storm is still cranking around over Arizona, but far enough south that we're not seeing too much in Denver. And that's what we've got right now. We don't have any winds here. You see the flags are holding still, and we just have a little light snow around here. But the roads, and Bree will tell you about those, they are kind of wet, but they're also a little slushy. 13.8 inches what Aurora came in with, 14 at Lakewood, Highlands Ranch 19.5, 21 in Castle Rock, Evergreen 25, 28 in Estes Park, 35.2 in Genesee, Nederland 35.5 inches, 36 in Conifer, and look at Aspen Springs, 45 inches of snow from this storm system. But officially out at the airport, 5.7 inches of snow will go in the record books because that's where the records are kept from the National Weather Service, DIA. This shower and thunderstorm line, you can see still brutal thunderstorms going on. They had some tornadoes here yesterday, real problems with that. We, of course, are in a cold system, so we have snow instead of rain or showers or thunderstorms. Although right near Pueblo, you do see we had a little rain where you had a little warmer air. Now that has changed over to snow, and that will continue today. We will see less in the way of snow, maybe in a little sunshine over parts of the state. And then as this system cranks up, you can see it pushing some snow over the southwest. And maybe Sunday we see a little snow coming up in the metro area. Might see a rain or snow shower. I got one in about 20% chance. That's really going to be about it. The winter weather advisory and the winter storm warnings will be allowed to expire at 6 a.m. as the snow wraps up, starts to move out of the area. But we do have an avalanche warning because of all that snow until 5 p.m. today for the shaded areas that you see for the mountains. As we're taking a look at the temperatures today, 30s, 40s, 50s over the eastern plains. We're looking at 20s, 30s, 40s for the higher elevations, 40s and low 50s out to the west. Here's your Denver forecast. Cloudy, cold, snow ending, 40 degrees today. And for tonight, clearing skies with a low of 24. Tomorrow we'll see mostly sunny skies, but only 45, which is about 10 below normal for this time of year. There's that chance for a rain or snow shower on Sunday and a high of 46. We're seasonal on Monday with sunny skies, 59 on Tuesday. Spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening, so the first day of spring, 62 and sunny. That'll be pretty nice. 63 with maybe some rain showers on Thursday and again on Friday.
All right, very much looking forward to the first day of
Some
spring.
spring-like temperatures.
Cannot wait for that. Well, even with the storm moving out, some of our roads there are still very much slick and slippery today. Also still seeing issues along I-72.
Yeah, so joining us this morning, Tamara Rollison with CDOT. Tamara, good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Thanks for waking up early and chatting with us. Want to get to the question that everybody's talking about, especially if they're heading up to the high country to do some skiing today. How is I-70 looking, especially with all those troubles that we saw yesterday?
Well, I want to say our crews have done a fantastic job in clearing the roads, and they will still be out there through today. The road conditions, as Matt alluded to earlier in your broadcast, we do have slick conditions on the I-70 mountain corridor, and there's some real slushy areas as well, too. We expect that to continue, especially through the morning, and even though surfaces may look wet, they are going to be slick, and there's still some really thick, crusty slush along the corridor as well. So folks are headed up to take advantage of the powder. They need to take it easy. They need to take it slow. They need to take their time. Be patient. The snow is going to be there. It's not going to go anywhere anytime soon, but just take it super, super easy on the I-70 mountain corridor today.
Yeah, definitely people seeing some of those snow totals going, I got to get up there as soon as I can. Hey, I wanted to just touch base. I know that there were some concerns about, the I-25 corridor, especially south into Castle Rock, into the Monument area, but it seems like that corridor ended up doing okay, as best as it could, during the storm. Are there any other concerns for those areas today?
Yeah, we're still concerned about that, and just looking at the cameras, there's still some conditions out on I-25, especially between Castle Rock and Monument, going into northern Colorado Springs. So if folks are commuting between those areas, between Denver and Colorado Springs, they need to really be super careful. They may want to delay their commute, or this may be another good work from home situation if they can do that. I think what has helped with that area of I-25 is we did some major construction along that stretch of I-25 and adding an express lane, widening the shoulders. It's such a much better road than it was a number of years ago. So that has helped greatly. But also people did stay off the road yesterday. We had very limited travel. That was good. We were expecting that we might have had to have a safety closure for it, but we were able to keep the road open. So we really do appreciate people heeding our warning and avoiding some of these roadways during the worst of the storm.
It's always with storms like these where I just am in amazement of all of the snowplow drivers and all of the road workers with CDOT that are keeping those roads clear, letting everybody get around. Tamara, we thank you for waking up early, and we thank all of your crews for all the work that they've been doing throughout these snowstorms. We'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Thank you. Let's take a check of the traffic as well.
Yeah, so right now we are tracking a rollover crash. You can see right now from our I-25 CDOT camera. This is right near Erie Parkway, and it looks like one vehicle is involved in this rollover crash, and we do have crews on scene. So what you can see from those headlights, people coming down southbound I-25, we are experiencing slick and slippery conditions up and down I-25, and of course I-70, I-225 are major interstates this morning. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics, kind of show you where this crash is happening and what we can expect this morning. Now we're seeing southbound and northbound delays. So those northbound delays are onlooker delays. The right shoulder is blocked off. Again, crews are on scene. Once this crash clears up, I'll definitely keep you updated throughout the morning. Now a little bit down south at 144th Avenue. It's going to be a 10-minute drive. Those speed times are coming in right around 60 miles per hour. But you can see that is the only crash that I am tracking. We're seeing a lot of delays this morning as soon as we approach the 6 o'clock hour, as more people start to head out the door. That's when we're going to start to see bumper to bumper traffic along I-70, I-25, I-225. So let's talk about some road closures. I-70, the commercial vehicles, they are restricted from going up and down I-70. That's until noon today. And then if we zoom in just a tad bit, Route 6 from Golden, both directions right now, it is shut down. So keep that in mind if that's part of your morning drive. Downtown to DTC, both directions, it's an 18-minute drive for that Friday morning drive.
Thank you so much. And our reporters are out live tracking road conditions and storm damage all throughout the state. 9 News reporter Lauren Stafidi joining us live from the Denver area. Lauren, what is it like where you are?
Hey there, good morning. Our first stop today was Wash Park, and it didn't take us very long to find this. This limb is down. I mean, this thing is huge. We can't even get the whole thing in frame, but just to give you a better idea, this thing is probably about 40 feet long, and I want to take you a little bit closer and show you where it broke off. Here's where it broke off, and this is really, really wide. If I wanted to wrap my arms around this tree limb that fell, I mean, I don't even think that I could wrap my arms around it. So this thing is huge. Now, if this thing fell down on the ground, I mean, imagine what, a smaller limb could do. Imagine what could fall down if this huge 40-foot long, super wide limb fell down on the ground. If you take a look behind the limb, you can even see the plow trucks are out here in Wash Park taking care of business nice and early this morning. Got some advice here as we're looking at this huge limb that's down on the ground in Wash Park. You're gonna want to get outside and just take a shovel, take something to knock some of the snow off of the limbs that are in the tree. Now, it's not too late. You can still do this. I know what you're thinking. Lauren, I'm cozy inside. I've got my hot chocolate. I don't want to go outside and knock the snow off the limb. That's annoying. Well, it's going to be more annoying when one of those limbs falls down on a power line, falls down on your car. That's going to be more annoying, right? So take care of this stuff now while you can. It's not too late. Mark, Anusha, while they're out there, maybe they should take a car scraper to the car. It took me a couple extra minutes to take care of that this morning. Usually it's like a 2, 3, 4 minute thing, right? This morning it took me about 10, 15 minutes to get all of that snow off of there. Mark, Anusha, I'm not sure if that's because I was using the same scraper that I've been using since 2010. Maybe it's time for a new scraper, or it's because it's that wet, heavy snow.
Lauren, but seriously though, when we're talking about safety and all these things, as everybody gets outside today with the snow stop and everybody has cabin fever and says, I just want to take my dog for a walk, make sure you look up. There's a lot of snow with some branches like that could fall. Be safe out there.
Exactly, and I'll tell you, I have seen people at 5 o'clock in the morning around Wash Park. These Wash Parkers are intense. I've seen 2 dogs with their owner walking around, and I saw somebody running as well. Not running on the street, running through the snow. I'm not sure if that was for extra cardio or what, but I was shocked. Wash Park is crazy.
I know you wake up early all the time, so I bet if you weren't working, you'd be out there with them. Lauren, thank you.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Thank you, Lauren.
That's impressive. Well, we know that the high country saw a lot of snow. We're checking in with our crews live in the Foothills as well in Aspen Park that are waking up to an impressive amount of snow that is coming up after the break. folks will be digging out of the snow today. We are talking several feet in some areas of the foothills.
That's a lot of snow. 9 News' Corey Reppenhagen joining us live from Aspen Park. Corey, good morning. You and that mustache of yours were built for this type of thing.
Man, I feel like me and the stash have been out in the snow for a long time, and it is true. Been standing out here for about 36 hours. Well, not standing, but covering this snowstorm. Started about 5 o'clock in the evening on Wednesday, all the way till now. It's still snowing lightly here. Every once in a while it'll be snowing enough to add to the accumulation, but 36 hours this storm has gone on, and in a lot of areas there's been an inch for every hour because there's so many places up and down the front range foothills that actually got 36 inches of snow. Here where I'm at in Aspen Park, which is basically the conifer area, I'm measuring, watch this yardstick just get buried in this snow that we've been digging out here in our trench. About 28 inches, a little bit more than 28 inches right out here. So it's really impressive to see how widespread these big totals are, from the Larimer County foothills all the way down to the El Paso County foothills. Very few places getting less than 2 feet of snow. Now, another interesting thing is out here, this little trench area that we've been operating in really shows the layering of the storm, and we talk about that 36 hours. It's represented in this snowpack right here, and it's interesting. You can make out about 4 inches of slushy wet snow, which was Wednesday, and then all day yesterday, and then a little bit of a topper last night, some fluffy snow up on top. That's 36 hours of big snowstorm.
Yeah, whenever we're looking for Corey, we always go, where is the most snow? And that's where we find you. And you've been in this for several days now.
Yeah, you know, I really wanted to be in the Front Range foothills. You never know which area is going to get the bullseye, but even though Gilpin County got about 48 inches, almost the entire Front Range foothills got more than 2 feet, so big winner.
Wow. All right. Well, we really appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. We're going to head over to Ed. And Ed, it's kind of fascinating to look at the range of how much snow some areas got. And then you look out at the airport and it was like, what, 5.7 inches?
5.7 inches officially is what the storm will go in the record books. As much snow as we have seen, but that's the way they take the records out there. Let's look at what we've got going on right now. Just a little light snow at this hour. 30 degrees at the airport, 96% humidity. 40 degrees will be our high today. Snow will end. We'll see mostly cloudy skies. Then for tomorrow, we'll see only 40s, but the sunshine returns. And now we start a bit of a warm up. 46 on Sunday with rain or snow shower. 55 on Monday. 59 on Tuesday. And guess what Wednesday is? First day of spring with a high of 62.
Well, the snow will be clearing today, and a reminder, you could face some fines if you don't clear your sidewalks in time. We're talking about that next. Good Friday morning to you. Thank you for joining us this morning on 9 News Mornings. Taking a live look over Ball Arena in downtown Denver this morning. There are 2 extra severe weather shelters that are open in the city. They're at the McNichols Civic Center building off West Colfax Avenue and the Stone Creek shelter at the former Best Western Hotel. That's on Quebec near I-70. Both shelters will stay open through 9 a.m. tomorrow for anybody who needs to go there. People needing to get off the streets can walk up to those locations directly, and pets are also welcome at the Stone Creek shelter. Now, the city is also planning to open up rec centers as daytime warming centers during regular business hours today. Each rec center will have a designated warming area with access to things like drinking water, restrooms, and a place to sit.
Want to give you a live look around the state from Denver to Greeley to Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel. Good morning. We are waking up to our snow totals as that massive snowstorm is moving out of our area. Some of those numbers are really just impressive.
Seriously. Mark Salinger along with Anusha Roy this morning. We've got a list of school closures as well scrolling at the bottom of your screen. It will be in just a second. We've also got a full list on our website, 9news.com/closings. A lot of snow days for the kiddos.
Lots and lots of snow days, especially after all the snowstorms were rolling through on a Saturday.
Just go sled.
They finally got it.
It's
Thursday, Friday. All right, we want to head out to Keely Chalmers, who's been keeping an eye on the roads in Boulder. And Keely, your advice, I think, is one that people really need to pay attention to. It's not so much about the main roads right now. It's simply about getting out of your driveway and out of your neighborhood.
Oh, that's the truth. And here's why. I'll show you a shot. This is Broadway, and you can see it looks great, right? It's just a little wet, maybe a little slushy, a lot of snow along the side. But the main road's just wet, really easy to get by, no problem. But you take a right or a left onto one of the residential roads that hasn't been plowed, or at least hasn't been plowed nearly as much as the main roads. And man, you can quickly get stuck. I live in Boulder. I was up here. I was at home last night, saw several cars getting stuck out in front of my house on the road. I actually measured the snow amount in front of my house earlier this morning, and it was 19 inches in my yard. In the road, in the street in front of my house, which actually had been plowed yesterday, there was about 6 to 7 inches of snow that cars have to make their way through. So again, it's the residential roads, also the trees. Certainly this is a heavy snow. Those trees weighed down. No power outages as of yet, so that's good news. And again, you know, the big story of the day today will be just digging out from all this heavy snow and the melt. It's already starting to melt and the snow is not falling anymore. It has stopped. So now we're shoveling and melting. That's the theme for the day. We'll keep cruising the streets and the roads and the highways of Boulder County. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, you can see very light snow continuing up and down the Front Range. The further south you go, the little heavier the snow is, and that's because that's where the storm sits. It is now sinking down over southern Arizona, but its counterclockwise flow still pushing moisture right up and down the state. Some see a little light snow, some flurries, some seeing some heavier snows as you get down further south. We will see the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning expire at 6 a.m., so the storm is really leaving the state, but it's going to hang around, and I'll show you why, maybe until Sunday. So temperatures today, mostly in the 20s and 30s over the eastern plains. Teens 20s for the high country, 20s, 30s west with 40 degrees over in Grand Junction. Cloudy and cold with 40 degrees today. Then for tomorrow, sunshine and 45, which is about 10 degrees below normal for this time of year. Now Sunday, we could see a rain or snow shower. That's as the storm system lifts out. It could kick a rain or snow shower up into the Denver area. Not a big deal if we even see one, but it could happen. 46 degrees, 55 on your Monday with sunny skies. Tuesday, almost 60 with sunny skies. And here comes Wednesday. It's the first day of spring, 62 degrees.
Thank you so much. Right now, 5:36 is your time for this Friday morning, showing you several cameras from our CDOT cameras, I-25, and then we have I-25 and Erie Parkway where you're seeing those flashing lights. That's because of a rollover crash that I've been talking about all morning. It looks like one vehicle is involved. It hasn't cleared up yet, but the right shoulder is blocked off. Now, we also have I-70 and C-470 traffic there moving nicely, but of course, there's slick and slippery conditions, so take it easy this morning. And snowplows are also out, so give them extra room if you're heading out the door. I do want to switch things over to our main graphics, show you where that crash is happening, that rollover crash southbound I-25 at Erie Parkway. Again, the right shoulder is blocked off. That is the only crash that I am tracking, but we do have a new closure this morning, so I do want to zoom in west of C-470 right now. So US 285 is closed because of a stalled vehicle. So keep that in mind if you're heading out that way this morning. Now, we're also going to send it over to 9 News reporter Lauren Scafidi. She was at Wash Park this morning. Lauren, what are you seeing? Where are you at now? And what could drivers expect this morning?
We can see that Lauren's moving there. We just can't hear her, so we'll check back in with Lauren in just a couple of minutes.
Lots of little buttons.
But you can
okay?
see that
I was doing that yesterday.
Yeah,
If you forget to hit a button,
it's a tough job.
Yeah,
And
you'll
it's
forget to
early
turn
in
your
the
mic
morning.
on. Yeah.
Well, the storm may be slowing down here, but there are still a lot of restrictions that are going up in the high country, especially on I-70. A lot of the the truck drivers aren't allowed up there right now because of the giant mess that was caused yesterday.
Yeah, definitely not in the clear yet. We've got Corporal Josh Lewis with us from Colorado State Patrol. Good morning. Thanks so much for waking up early with us. We appreciate it.
Good morning. All part of the gig.
That is very true. Hey, I just wanted to just start off. Can you walk us through the restrictions, who it's impacting, and what you really need people to be paying attention to today?
Yeah, it's not anything that we haven't really dealt with before or really a whole lot of updates from yesterday, but we're still seeing those different type of chain and traction laws. So we encourage people, if you have to go out, and we're still saying stay home if you can, but if you have to go out, check resources like cotrip.org. They will let you know exactly what vehicle you may be driving and what the restrictions are, if it's a chain or traction law, what road closures are still in place, and travel times. And realistically, because we're all still digging out, as you mentioned, it's going to take a little bit of time to clear everything out, get everybody moving. So just make sure to have that patience. And again, as mentioned, kind of bow to the plow. Make sure that they have sufficient room to clear the roadway for all of us and make everything safer as quickly as possible.
And it's not just the semi-trucks that need to have the right tires and the right chains. It's passenger vehicles as well, right?
Correct. So again, going to those different resources, depending on different locations, and understanding it can be anywhere in the state at any given time, but certainly in the high country, we're going to be looking at those passenger vehicle traction laws, making sure you have that sufficient tire and tread depth. At times there will be chains or auto socks, other type of traction control devices required for passenger vehicles. Again, it's just going to differ from location to location. So depending on where you're going or planning on going, check ahead of time and give yourself plenty of patience to make sure that you can actually get to your location safely.
Before we let you go, you were talking about bow to the plow. It's not only the nice thing to do, but there's actually laws around it, right?
Absolutely. There is a law, especially when you see two or more plows in a formation. It's usually that Escalon situation, but when they are in that active plowing situation, give them space, and they're clearing the road for you. Don't try and pass it. It does not matter what vehicle you have, if you're a native or not, how much experience you have. You need to give plows that sufficient amount of room. Yes, they're going a little bit slower, but they're clearing the road. They're going to make it safer for you. Give them that space to be able to do their job so that everyone can be as safe as possible.
Corporal Josh Lewis with Colorado State Patrol. We appreciate you waking up early with us and appreciate all of your troopers that are out on the road keeping everybody safe.
Well, like you just heard them mentioning, I-70 is not in the clear yet. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is joining us live near the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel. After people were stranded there for hours through the storm, how are things looking now, though?
Anusha, much better than they were yesterday. You know, it was just a parking lot throughout Summit County because of the closure yesterday, but then I-70 opened about 12 hours ago, at least to regular cars, not to commercial vehicles like semis yet. Those are still restricted, but to regular cars, we're able to start moving along I-70. So they are moving along really nicely this morning. Not a lot of traffic because not a lot of people are out, and that's good. And it really makes a difference the side of the Continental Divide you're on. On the east side side of the Continental Divide, where we're at, it's still pretty snowy, slushy, icy. On the west side, the roads are relatively clear for the most part on that west side, completely different. And you can see that in a lot of the snow totals. Places like Loveland, that over the past 2 days got 22 inches of snow. Copper Mountain and Vale on the other side of the Continental Divide, about 7-8 inches of snow over the past 2 days. So it really made a difference what side of the divide you were on, and it's still pretty snowy on this east side. We mentioned that, you know, those commercial vehicles still restricted along I-70 in and out of the mountains. Some have tried still to get into the mountains. These 3 trucks, and we've been watching these 2 guys for the past hour, what happens is they get up here and they got so much snow on the top of their trailer that they got to shovel or use their hands to clear all of the snow off the top of their trucks. And that's what these guys have been doing for an hour now, and then they're just now starting to get pretty close to clearing it, and then another one showed up. So Anusha, if I was charging $20 a trailer right now to clear those, I'd be up to about $80 right now. So I don't know, maybe I could just ditch these live shots and start getting to work.
Yeah, if you don't show up for your next hit, we're going to know what you're doing, and we'll just have a camera up and watch you jumping truck to truck trying to clear it off. Gotta get that money, Matt. All right. Thanks so much. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes.
Well, don't forget to shovel those sidewalks, assuming that you're not a semi-truck driver, and then you also have to shovel the top of your semi-truck. But here in Denver, many places in the metro area have rules that they say that after 24 hours after the snow stops actually falling, you have to shovel your sidewalks. Have to make sure that they're cleared around your home. If not, you could face some fines. It's also, of course, just the courteous thing to do. And don't forget about your neighbors as well. They might need help shoveling also. Most other cities and communities around the Denver metro area have those same policies. If you're curious about what the rules are in your neck of the woods, we have rules around the metro area posted on our website, 9news.com.
We have expanded coverage today of this storm. Our live team coverage will be lasting until 10 a.m. and a programming note to pass along. Because of that, the Today Show will be moving to KTVD. That is starting at 7 a.m. this morning.
And one thing you want to know about the weather today are the stats. Normal high is a lot cooler than that 40-degree reading. 55, so we're 15 degrees cooler today. 27 would be the normal low. 79 the record. That from 2015. And the record low, 8 below from way back in 1880.
And just a quick heads up, there is a closure of Route 6 from Golden both directions right now, so you can expect delays for that Friday morning drive.
Well, Colorado's very own Deion Sanders was a guest on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon last night. Gave some motivational speeches to several celebrities. How about that? Here's a clip of some of those.
Jason, you come to the end of the road, baby. But guess what? You don't have to train no more. You don't have to eat right anymore. You could just let go. You're great at everything you do. But it's time for you to step up to the plate and take it to the next level. I need you to run for office. I need you to be the president of the United States of the world.
I don't care if you are The Rock or Jason Kelsey, a speech from Deion Sanders will make anyone run through a wall.
Exactly, right?
Pump you up.
Man, and all the snow, I missed that happen. I got to go back and watch the full clip.
That's a good one. Anything that Deion Sanders says is awesome.
Yeah, you gotta go check it out. Well, coming up after the break, we are continuing our snow coverage. We're going to be checking in on just how much snow the high country got.
Time is 5:48 a.m. as we take a live look over the 9 News backyard. Still a couple flakes falling. Ed will be back with your forecast in just a couple of minutes. Well, we are talking feet of snow, not inches in some places in the foothills.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Impressive totals are coming in right now. 9 News meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen is joining us live from Aspen Park, and you are just surrounded by several feet of snow, Corey.
2 to 4 feet of snow all across the foothills here. I'm in Aspen Park. You can see this area that is just buried in deep white snow. It's still snowing just a little bit. Sometimes it's heavy enough to even add to the accumulation totals, but this is the place that we've been staying for the last couple of days. It is absolutely buried. All the vehicles back here, the employees' vehicles, are completely buried. And our snow here is roughly about 2 feet of snow. And if I could go drudging through here, it comes up to about my knees. So that's when you know it's about 2 feet there, and it can trudge through here. I'm going to make my way over to this vehicle that's been parked here the whole time, and you can see just how much snow. A lot of people, I mean, this is really a great visual, right? I mean, people, a lot of pictures you've been seeing are either their pets or their cars buried in snow. And out here in the foothills, you can really see there's a good 2 feet of snow on top of this vehicle out here. So today will be about digging these vehicles out and getting them on the road. That's the difference of the days here. Yesterday was kind of a lockdown day where you didn't really have to go anywhere unless there was an emergency. And today we'll have to dig these vehicles out and get them back on the road. So it'll be a little bit more difficult, a little bit more of a work day. And that's what we're going to go through today. But maybe the sun will help us out a little bit.
Yeah, Corey, you're going to have to switch the yardstick to a shovel here pretty soon.
Yeah, switching gears. I've got some work to do for sure.
You're digging out. Well, we appreciate you and photojournalist Chris Hansen for being out there all that time. Let's get a check of the weather with Ed.
And thank you. Still have a little light snow around here. Some people are seeing flurries, some a little light snow, and some not seeing anything right now. But out at the airport, 30 degrees, and yes, it is snowing. We do have heavy showers and thunderstorms. They had their tornadoes. We talked that they might, and they did yesterday. But we're in this cold system. It is really sitting over Arizona right here, but it is kicking up some moisture, but it's moving farther south, so less moisture is getting into the metro area, and that's what we are seeing. On the Futurecast, we will see less in the way of snow, more in the way to the south and to the southeast, where it is a lot of rain. Otherwise, we're going to see a little bit of clearing skies today. Right on into tomorrow, Saturday, we see mostly sunny skies. But here in the southwestern portion of the state, they'll still continue to see rain and snow. And then as this system lifts out, it might kick a snow shower up into Denver on Sunday. And really, that's going to be about it. The major things, winter weather advisory and the winter storm warnings, are going to be allowed to expire, at least at this point, at 6 a.m. this morning. As we take a look then, we do see an avalanche warning. That goes until 5 o'clock this afternoon because of the unstable snowpack. Here are some of those amounts: 13.8 in Aurora, Lakewood 14, 19.5 in Highlands Ranch, Castle Rock 21, Evergreen at 25. And there it is, Estes Park. People say we don't talk about Estes Park. There it is, 28 inches, 35.2 at Genesee, Netherland 35.5, 36 in Conifer. Look at Aspen Springs, 45 inches of snow from this system. And Denver officially out at the airport, all that snow, 5.7 is what it will go in the record books as. Temperatures we'll see for the highs today, mostly 30s and 40s over the eastern plains, 20s, 30s, 40s for the high country. We could reach 50 out there in Grand Junction. And the lows tonight, 20s and 30s east and west, single digits, teens, 20s for the high country. So here's your Denver forecast. Cloudy skies, cold today, 40 degrees with snow gradually ending. Clearing skies tonight with a low of 24. Then for the next several days, we will see mostly sunny skies tomorrow, but only 45. 10 degrees below normal, 46 on Sunday. Again, maybe a rain or snow showers. The system moves out. Sunshine and 55 on your Monday. Then on Tuesday, we will see 59 degrees. Believe it or not, spring arrives on Tuesday night at 9:06, so the first day of spring, 62 and sunny. And we'll stay in the 60s Thursday, close to that on Friday with a few showers.
Ed, thank you so much. Checking out the road conditions right now for you. We're still tracking this rollover crash, I-25 and Erie Parkway, still that right shoulder blocked off. I-70 and Pena Boulevard. We're seeing those slick conditions. Traffic there, though, flowing nicely on the east and westbound lanes. I-225 and Colfax, same story. And then I-25 all the way down south, Plum Creek Parkway. Traffic there moving nicely. Now, speaking of DIA, we have seen some delays. We were seeing delays yesterday. I just checked. There's about 50 delays, 20 cancellations. Not looking so bad. Very different story. Bridge security is going to be a 13-minute drive, 13-minute wait. South security 12 minutes and West security 7 to 11 minutes. Now, overall, that is the only crash that I was tracking. That rollover crash, that camera, that CDOT camera that I just showed you, the right shoulder still blocked off. So keep that in mind if that's part of your morning drive or if you're just an onlooker delay, because that's what we're seeing on the northbound lanes. Now, all the way down south in Castle Rock, we were seeing problems yesterday because of all that snow, those icy conditions. It's going to be a 23-minute drive, but we are seeing heavy delays for those heading southbound. So the Castle Pines, Parker area, all the way down to Castle Rock. Now, if we zoom in just a tad bit, I-225, that's going to be a 12-minute drive. Slow down DTC Boulevard heading into I-25, but no crashes to report in that area.
.557 on your Friday morning, taking a live look out into the backyard. Still seeing a little bit of snow coming down in our area right now. We're going to go ahead and check in with Ed with the latest on our forecast.
Yeah, Nusha, we'll see that light snow just off and on. Let's take a look outside. That's why it looks kind of hazy. Still some light snow, and we have 30 degrees right now at this hour. We'll go to 40 degrees today as the snow ends, and we'll see mostly cloudy skies. Tomorrow, more in the way of sunshine, but still cool with a high of 45. We'll stay at 46 on Sunday, maybe a rain or snow shower as the system finally lifts out. And then on Monday, 55 degrees and sunny, 59 and sunny on Tuesday. And the first day of spring comes on Wednesday with a high of 62.
We are continuing our team coverage this morning of the big March winter storm. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Good morning and thank you for joining us. Time is 6 a.m. as we take a live look outside right now. The snowstorm is moving out, but it dumped some feet of snow in some areas. And guess what? The cleanup begins now.
And right now, Colorado State Patrol is ordering semi-trucks to stay off of I-70 from Vail to Morrison until noon today.
Yeah, they say it's just not safe for them right now. We've seen tons of crashes on I-70 over the past 24 hours and a lot of backups like you see there on your screen. Check out this video of all those trucks that were stranded yesterday. We'll be keeping an eye on those conditions all morning long.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anusha here along with Mark, Ed, and Brianna as well.
Thanks so much for joining us and spending part of your weekend with us. Almost your weekend, I should say. It's Friday still. We're not there yet. Some of us still have a snow day, though. We have live team coverage this morning. Our crews are all around the state.
So we want to start with our man in the mountains, Matt Renew. You've been staying on top of all of the closures happening on I-70. We're still seeing problems this morning, too.
You're right, Anusha and Mark. Good morning. I-70 is reopened. It opened about 12 hours ago to regular cars, and that was great because so many people had been stranded in Summit County without really any place to go because hotels had filled up, so they were in their cars. But then they were able to get going, and that is good news. And traffic is moving along nicely for them. There still are restrictions for big rig semi trucks that aren't allowed to go in or out of the mountains. And we talked about that. The State Patrol had said that's really where they had seen a lot of their problems. Semi trucks that just didn't have the chains that they needed got stuck. And then it was such a process to clear those in all of that heavy snow. And so really that closure could have just lasted several days along I-70. They could have just held everybody back, but they let regular vehicles go through, get people moving, and then kept that restriction just for the semis. Having said that, some semis have tried to come up in the mountains, whether they know about the restrictions or they don't know about the restrictions. They decided they were going to try to get into the mountains, and then they had so much snow on their trailers that when they got to the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, they set off the height sensors that said your trailer's too tall, you got to pull over. And so they pulled over, and then they had to clear the tops of their trailers really a lot by hand. And so these two trucks here, it's been over an hour now, they've got it mostly clear, and then another one triggered the sensor. Now he's in the queue to get cleared off. And so these guys have been sitting here trying to clear these trailers off, and then boom, there goes probably another one. Over height vehicle approaching, so maybe another one getting ready to get up to the tunnel, and they're going to have to clear it too. We've seen several now come into this area, and this is because of all the snow that we've had, about 27 inches in this area over the past couple of days. And so it's a significant snowstorm. It's still icy, it's still snow-packed, it's still slick on the east side of the Continental Divide. And Ed, it's been such an interesting storm. You look at Loveland, and over the past 2 days, they've gotten like 22 inches of snow. On the other side of the divide, Copper Mountain and Vail, 7 or 8 inches of snow. So it really depends on what side of that divide you're on.
You're right, Matt. This was a very front range storm right up and down the I-25 corridor into the foothills and into those front range mountains. That's where the biggest snows were bullseyed. You can see we do have just just a little light snow going on in Denver, basically flurries or light snow, 30 degrees out at the airport right now. Here are some of those amounts in our area. Aurora, 13.8. Lakewood got 14, 19.5 in Highlands Ranch, 21 in Castle Rock, Evergreen, 25, Estes Park, 28, 35.2 in Genesee. Netherland got 35 and a half, 36 in Conifer, and look at Aspen Springs, 45 inches of snow from this storm. But the official recorders are the National Weather Service out at the airport, and you know what they got? 5.7. So that's what this giant storm will go on the books as, 1 under 6 inches of snow. As we take a look, heavy showers and thunderstorms. They had those tornadoes, as we said they might yesterday. That continues to plague them. But for us, we have this system, and that continues. And with that system, we will see that to the south of us. That's why we have these systems still moving up here. You can see the snow coming up from south to north, and that will continue today. We'll see just some light snow, but then we'll go to cloudy skies. Tomorrow, we'll see partly sunny to sunny skies along the Front Range, and that will continue right into the evening hours on Saturday with clearing skies. But you still see the snow to the south, and as the system begins to lift out, it could kick up a little bit of snow just as it goes off to the east of us. So on Sunday, we might see a rain or snow shower and some cloudy skies, but really not a big deal. The winter weather advisory go to 6 a.m. this morning. They've already canceled it out to the north. As you can see, no problems there. So we will see those canceled, but we do have the avalanche warning in effect until 5 p.m. today, and that's for that unstable snowpack. Temperatures mostly in the 30s and 40s, but out here in the northeast and into portions of Nebraska and Kansas, it's going to be warmer in the 50s. We'll see 30s and 40s for the higher elevations, 29 at Buena Vista, and we'll see a 50-degree reading out there in Grand Junction. So today in Denver, cloudy, cold, snow ends, 40 degrees today. Then for tonight, clearing skies with a low of 24. Tomorrow, a little more in the way of sunshine, 45 degrees, so we do stay cool, 46 on Sunday. And again, there's that chance for a possible rain or snow shower as the storm system moves out. Then Monday, it's gone. Sunshine returns, and so does seasonal temperatures at 55, 59 on your Tuesday, and at 9:06 in the evening, that's when spring arrives. So the first day of spring, sunny and 62. How about 63 on Thursday? But a few rain showers, more the same on Friday with a high of 59.
Wow, next week looks beautiful Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So if you're heading out the door right now, 6:05 is your time for this Friday morning. Taking a live look of I-25 and Erie Parkway, where we were tracking a rollover crash. That has since cleared up, so traffic there moving nicely. We did have the right shoulder block off. Now, we also want to show you this camera, C470 and 285. The reason I'm showing you this camera, we can switch things over to our main graphics, it's because there is a road closure right now due to a stalled vehicle. CDOT just updated us. Both directions will be closed on US 285. Again, that's the east and westbound lanes. So keep that in mind because we are seeing heavy delays. We just saw that from that CDOT camera. Now, all the way down south, northbound I-25 in Castle Rock, Castle Pines, Parker area, we are seeing north and southbound delays at the moment. No crashes to report. That is going to be a 23-minute drive. And then if we zoom in, I-225, that's going to be a 12-minute drive. Now, if you're heading down Parker Road, Yosemite, into DTC Boulevard, and then I-25, that's where we're seeing bumper-to-bumper traffic. It's just our usual traffic volume right around this time. So that's going to be a 12-minute drive. Speed time's coming in at 55 miles per hour.
Well, if you've been out shoveling anytime over the last couple of days, you know this snow is wet and heavy, and we are starting to see some damage from the storm as well.
Yeah, Lauren Scavidi is in Denver right now. And Lauren, you were saying that it didn't take you very long at all to start finding the downed tree limbs and issues that people are waking up to today.
Yeah, Nusha, and same thing here near Hilltop. We're right off 6, and we found another one. Take a look. It's that wet, heavy snow that's bringing these trees that are supposed to be up in the air down on the ground. Now, I know you're looking at that and thinking, well, what's the big whoop, right? Well, here's the big whoop. I'll show you. It's not just those small little branches. It's these huge limbs, too. We've got another 30 or 40-foot limb here down on the street. Now, if I had to guess, I'm eyeballing it. It's probably about a foot in diameter. So it's not just those small little branches. It's these really, really big limbs that are coming down here too. Now here's the other issue. Here's the other big whoop. We're right in the street. There could have been a car right here where this limb came down. If you look down the street here, you see those other cars in the roadway. If those cars were just, a couple feet back, this limb would have been on that car. The last thing you want to do is knock on your neighbor's door. Hey, Sally, sorry, I hate to tell you, my tree fell on your car. So wouldn't you rather just go outside, knock some of the snow off the limbs, rather than having to wake the neighbor and let them know that your tree fell on their cars. So get out there, grab a broom, just get out there real quick, knock some of the snow off, because you don't want this happening. Now, this is all over the street here. We saw that little one. Yeah, here's this big one. And if you look a little bit further, you can see another limb in the street there. So this is really just happening all over the area. So just take a couple seconds, knock that snow off of the branches, because it's that really, really wet, heavy snow that we have been warning you about. We're going to keep driving around, see what else we can see. For now, live in Denver, Lauren Scafidi, 9 News.
All right, we really appreciate it, Lauren, especially because some fire departments were already reporting some fires from tree limbs falling on the electrical lines as well. So definitely pay attention to what's happening above you this morning.
And if you're walking your dog out this morning, make sure that you're not going through the trees or anything like that. Don't want any tree limbs to fall on any people.
No, not at all.
Important stuff there. Well, this morning, like Lauren just showed us, we're starting to get a better idea of all that damage that the storm left behind in Greenwood Village. The snow took out a solar panel near a building off Crescent Parkway. One of the panels snapped at its base. You can see there, not great stuff going on there. And that wet, heavy snow also means, of course, a lot of power outages as the tree limbs fall.
Yeah, Xcel is saying that thousands of customers are still in the dark this morning. The map shows almost separate outages right now affecting nearly 8,000 customers. Crews were out working all day and overnight and this morning as well. Xcel Energy says snow and the broken branches have been snapping lines. Some of those outages are only impacting a home or two, so then that ends up being really tedious work to fix them.
Well, woke up this morning, went to flip on the bathroom light and no lights. So right away I knew there's no power. So got up and got the flashlight out. And I checked it about 4 times this morning and there was nothing each time. So I just think we're kind of at the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak. It's going to be a while.
Xcel says that there is a big area in Boulder without power, and the crews are having a really hard time getting there because the roads are not plowed. Xcel's teams will be working throughout the day as well. If you lose power, make sure you are reporting it to Xcel.
And up in Clear Creek County, they got so much snow that leaders there have declared a local emergency. Those are some of the places that we have the foot of snow, not just inches. We have several feet of snow piling up there. That frees up additional resources when they declare an emergency like that. The county says the sheriff's office has been using snowcats to reach stranded drivers and people living up there, but haven't said exactly how many rescues they've done. The disaster declaration allows the county to activate certain response plans and makes them eligible for money and resources from the state. Gilpin County, we're told, has also declared a local emergency.
And as we are cleaning up, more than 200 schools and school districts and businesses are closed so far today. We do have a list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Hope to get that for you. It is also on our website, 9news.com/closing.
And there is a lot of information out there as we clean up from this major storm. We've put everything that you need to know in one place. That includes a link to the radar, the forecast, the closings, everything that you need to get through this storm safely. All you have to do is text the word snow to 303-871-1491, and we'll send you a text with all that information.
And one thing you want to know about the weather is our current radar and satellite picture. And you see the snow to the south, still pretty heavy, also over to the mountains of the west, but it is diminishing as the system continues to sink south in the metro area. So we will see some snow early and then cloudy skies late and temperatures on the cool side, pretty much in the 30s and 40s.
And for those heading out this morning for your Friday morning, just keep in mind that the roads are still slick and slippery this morning downtown to DTC. No crashes or major delays. You can see both directions, south and northbound lane. It's going to be about an 18-minute drive this morning.
What a difference 21 years make. Rob from Castle Pines sent us this picture comparing Colorado's March snow from 2003 to 2024. That is so cute.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh. That's the best way to mark 2 storms, right?
You're measuring not feet or inches of snow. You're measuring babies worth of snow there.
Yeah, you're measuring your life in those 21 years. Thanks so much for sharing that. Send those photos our way.
Those are fantastic. Well, coming up on the other side of the break, like we were talking about, there are parts of the state where we are measuring this snow in feet, not inches. And that is, of course, where our Corey Reppenhagen is. Live in Aspen Park next.
And a programming note to pass along because of our extended coverage. The Today Show will be moving to KTVD starting at 7 a.m. this morning. Our live team coverage continues on 9 News until 10 a.m. Welcome back, everyone. It is 6:14 on your Friday morning. Looking at a little bit of that snow still coming down over Denver. Still waking up to a little bit of light snow and some flurries today. Ed is going to be back with your forecast in just a couple of minutes. Well, some areas are waking up after just getting totally pummeled with snow. We're talking about more than 3 feet.
That's a lot of snow, which of course means that meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen is right in the middle of it, live in Aspen Park right now. Good morning, Corey. Where else would you be?
Exactly. This is the place to be. The foothills just absolutely hammered by snow all the way from the Larimer County foothills all the way down to the El Paso County foothills. Very few places getting less than 2 feet of snow. I mean, take a look at the scene out here in Aspen Park. So I've been getting a lot of questions about that. Let's take a look out here at this snow. Look at this knee-deep snow as far as you can see out here. And I've been getting a lot of, when I've been talking about Aspen Park and all this big snow that they've had out here, I've been getting a lot of questions about where are you? So Aspen Park is not actually a town. It is in between Conifer and Morrison. So, for example, the place that we've been staying here at the Arrowhead Manor Bed and Breakfast has a Morrison address, and just up the road, if you live in the town center part of Aspen Park, you actually have a Conifer address. So this is the area that basically got about 2 to 3 feet of snow. And then if you look at Aspen Springs, which you've also seen on our snow total list, that's a spot that's getting 40 inches of snow. And Aspen Springs is also not a town, but it's in Gilpin County. It's a place in Gilpin County that's basically north of Blackhawk. And in fact, if you live in Aspen Springs, you have a Blackhawk address. So that's the 36 to 40 inch range. In Aspen Springs, down here, Aspen Park, we're in the 24 to 36 inch range.
Wow. Okay, Corey, I have to say though, if the snow is coming up to your knees, it would probably be like up to my waist. Like, that's impressive what you're standing in.
Yeah, it's so cool to be out here in this. I mean, just about everywhere you go. And here's the 24 and here's 36. And if you can imagine, if you're up in Aspen Springs, you're up to the 40. So big snow.
Wow, that is incredible.
It's like 3/4 of a Corey Reppenhagen.
There you go.
That's a lot of snow.
It's our new way of measuring it. Thanks so much, Corey. I mean, Ed, you look at some of those snow totals and then you look out at the airport and you're like, what happened there? Like, nothing.
That's the way it happens sometimes. And again, the closer you got to the foothills and the mountains, big snows, you get away from that out to the airport, lesser amounts. We'll show you that in just a moment. In the meantime, just a little light snow here, not much in the way of breezes at all. 30 degrees, a few flurries and snow showers out at the airport. Here are those amounts. 13.8 at Aurora, 14 in Lakewood. Highlands, let's go back to that. Highlands Ranch, if we can go back to that. All righty. We'll do that, and then we'll do this. Yeah, 19.5 at Highlands Ranch, Castle Rock 21, 25 in Evergreen. Now we'll go to this page. Estes Park 28 inches, 35.2 Genesee, Nederland 35.5, Conifer 36, and there's Aspen Springs 45 inches of snow. But out at the airport, officially 5.7 inches, and that's how this giant storm will go down in the record books. As we take a look, this is what we talked about yesterday. Heavy showers and thunderstorms, they're still going on. Yesterday, they saw tornadoes from these. Now, of course, we're in the cold air, so we have snow instead of those rain showers and thunderstorms to worry about. And you can see that's what we have to the south. We have some snow going on, and that will continue. Clouds will dissipate. We'll see a little more in the way of sunshine tomorrow. But as the storm still over southern Arizona lifts out, it could kick up maybe a few snow showers on Sunday right here in the Front Range. And really, that's going to be about it. Not a big deal. The winter weather advisory, all have been canceled for that. The winter storm warning, 6 a.m. is when they've been allowed to expire. So that is pretty much over. We do have the avalanche warning till 5 p.m. today for some unstable snowpack in some of the mountain areas. You're taking a look at 40s and 30s over the eastern plains today, 30s and 40s higher up with a few 20s thrown in, and we're seeing 40s and 50s out to the west for highs today. So we'll see cloudy and cold with snow ending. 40 degrees will be our high. Then for tonight, clearing skies and a low of 24. Sunshine tomorrow, but cool, 45 degrees, 46 on Sunday with that chance of a rain or snow shower. There you see Monday, 55 degrees. That's the normal high with lots of sunshine. 59 on Tuesday. Spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening, so the first day of spring going to be a nice one. Sunny and 62. 63 on Thursday, but a few rain showers move in, and more of the same for your Friday.
And thank you so much if you're heading out the door, taking I-25 this morning near the Quincy Avenue overpass. You're seeing some flashing lights, crews on scene, and that's because of a crash. It looks like one vehicle is involved, and it's the left shoulder that's blocked off. So you can see traffic there moving nicely, but there's still slippery, icy conditions in that area up and down I-25. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphic, show you where that crash is happening. That's right near I-225. So keep that in mind if you're getting off I-225 heading into I-25 this morning or vice versa. You are going to see some onlooker delay as well and expect delays. Now, we also have a stalled vehicle that closed down. This is west of C470. US 285 is closed both directions. We are seeing delays in that area. Another road closure, Route 6 in Golden, both direction is blocked off right now. And if we zoom out, I-70, it is open for some people because commercial vehicles are restricted from going down up and down I-70. So hopefully no one's passing through there, no semis, but that's until noon today. So once we get an update from CDOT, we'll definitely keep you updated. Now, Denver to Boulder, westbound 36, that's going to be a 19-minute drive, and some roads in our area are slushy this morning. So we do have meteorologist Keely Chalmers right now. She is tracking road conditions in Boulder. Keely, what are you seeing out there this morning?
Hey, good morning, Brianna. Well, this is what residents here in South Boulder are waking up to today. Inches and inches of snow, not just in their yards, but on their streets. So while the main roads are being plowed and treated, great job by crews out there, these residential streets, there's just not enough manpower to get to all these. So a lot of digging out going to be happening today. We're already seeing folks out there at this early hour shoveling their sidewalks. This is wet, heavy snow. It is going to be a massive job for folks here. Cars literally buried in snow alongside the roads. You know, the plows do come through. I think they came through once here in the residential roads, but then they just end up covering the cars parked along the side of the road. So again, a lot of digging out to be done today. We will be out and about across Boulder County this morning, give you an update on the snow conditions and the digging out process throughout the morning. For now, we'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Keely, we've seen all those roads, especially those residential streets. Those are the ones that look rough. Once you get onto the bigger roads, though, right, Keely, they're pretty well cleared.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, we're actually coming up to Table Mesa right now. The plows have been out. They were out yesterday. We've seen them out and about all morning long. Not only are they plowing the streets, but I think they're treating them with a sort of de-icer chemical or some sort of liquid. So, yeah, you can clearly see here, this is Table Mesa. It looks almost just wet. So if you can make it out of your neighborhood onto roads like this, you are golden, but you know, just digging your car out from inches of snow, that's what's tough. I measured the snow out in front. I live in this neighborhood, and the 19 inches in my yard today.
Oh, yeah, that was a perfect example of what a lot of people are waking up to right now. Is once you get out of your neighborhood, you're fine, but getting through those side streets, that's rough. Keely, thank you so much. Coming up on the other side of the break, driving on I-70 might not be the easiest thing to do. Our Matt Renew is live at the tunnel, keeping an eye on everything. Joining us live next.
Aside from the snow, right now we are working to learn more after police in Commerce City say they shot a man who told them that he was going to kill his family. Police say that he had a knife. This happened just before 8 last night in a neighborhood off Highway 2 north of 72nd Avenue. Police say the man ignored their orders to drop the knife and then they shot him. The 22-year-old was taken to the hospital. We don't know how he's doing yet. The officers involved will be placed on administrative leave, which is standard department policy.
And 2 extra severe weather shelters are open right now in Denver. They're at the McNichols Civic Center building off of West Colfax and the Stone Creek shelter at the former Best Western Hotel on Quebec and I-70. Both shelters will stay open through 9 a.m. tomorrow. People needing to get off the streets can walk up to the locations directly, and pets are welcome at the Stone Creek shelter.
And as far as the weather goes, yep, the storm is dying down, kind of moving out, sinking south. We still have cloudy skies, still a little light snow going on, 30 degrees out at the airport right now. And you can see the snow over Denver. It is a little heavier to the south. And that low pressure system, you can see it is over Arizona. And that is what's kicking up the snow from south to north. So 40 degrees is what we will see today. Snow early, cloudy skies late. Then for tomorrow, 45 degrees, but much more in the way of sunshine. And as we look ahead, 46 on Sunday with a chance of rain or snow showers as the system lifts out. Back to sunshine on Monday and 55, 59 on Tuesday with sunny skies and 62 as spring comes in at 9:06 on your Tuesday.
Good morning, everyone. Want to give you a live look outside right now as our snowstorm is moving out of our area, but only after dumping feet of snow in some areas.
Yeah, I want to show you a time lapse from our 9 News backyard. You can see the snow started yesterday. We recorded from Wednesday night through yesterday afternoon, and all of a sudden it started piling up, ended up with just around 9-10 inches here at the 9 News World Headquarters, as we like to call it.
Well, one of the big issues news this morning, unfortunately, is still power outages. Thousands of Xcel customers are still in the dark. Xcel Energy says snow and broken branches have been snapping lines, and the crews are having a hard time getting there because the roads aren't plowed.
Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Mark Salinger, along with Anusha Roy, Ed Green, Brianna Fernandez. We appreciate you waking up with us on this snowy Friday morning. We have live team coverage with crews all around the state that we'll be checking in with all throughout the morning.
But first, we want to get right to you, Ed, for a check of the forecast, because we are seeing still a little bit of snow come down, but nothing like what we saw.
Right. It is winding down for our area, and you can see right here, not much going on in Denver. There have been a few snow showers, and that's what you will see. But if you look to the south, it is still snowing pretty good down there, and that's where they have extended the winter storm warning and the winter weather advisory until 6 p.m. tonight. For us, it has been canceled. So as we take a look, that's where the low pressure sits, right over Arizona, kicking that snow right up into southern sections of the state. Temperatures around the state right now, teens, 20s, 30s, just depending on where you are. Cloudy, cold, snow ending, 40 degrees is what we will see today. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies, lots of sunshine, 45 degrees. We'll see 46 on Sunday as this system moves out. Maybe a rain or snow shower kicks in here. Not a big deal, though. Then Monday, 55 degrees with sunny skies, 59 on Tuesday with sunny skies. And here comes the first day of spring, 62 degrees and sunny.
Ed, thank you so much. We're seeing a lot of snow out on the roads right now. Live look from our CDOT cameras, I-25 and Lincoln Avenue. They're slick. It is icy out there, so take it easy if you're heading out the door right now. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics because we were tracking a crash. It has since cleared up, but this was southbound I-25 at Quincy Avenue overpass, so right near I-225. Still minor delays, though, some onlooker delays this morning. Northbound I-25 from that CDOT camera that I just showed you right along Lincoln Avenue, there's snow plows moving up and down the I-25 corridor. So the north and southbound lanes, you can expect delays this morning. We are seeing heavy delays, especially on the northbound lanes. Now, I-70, no semis are allowed in this area until noon today. So from Vail to Morrison, and we actually have our man in the mountains, Matt Renew. Matt, how's it looking out there? It is a very different from what we saw yesterday, 24 hours ago.
It is, Brianna. What a difference 24 hours makes. You know, about 12, 13 hours ago, I-70 reopened at least to regular vehicles, not to the big rigs, the commercial vehicles, the semis. And really just in the past 15 minutes, we've noticed quite a bit more traffic starting to head into the mountains. So if you're heading up into the mountains, you know, west into the hills, it's going to take a little bit because it's still icy, it's still slushy, it's still snow-packed and slick. So take your time if you're coming into the mountains to enjoy some of the powder that the ski areas have gotten, and they've done pretty well. We mentioned that semi-trucks are not supposed to be. They're restricted. We have seen quite a few coming into the mountains. Some get stopped at the tunnel because they have snow on the top of their trailers and they're setting off the height sensors. They got to clear the tops of those trailers off, and so they get up here and then they spend about an hour clearing the tops of those trailers off because they're not allowed through until they can actively get under that height sensor. So we've seen quite a bit of that and a little bit more traffic now moving into the mountains, and people are probably pretty excited to get into some of this powder because the ski areas, at least some of them, done pretty well. Keystone, well over a foot of snow out of this storm. Loveland in 2 days, 22 inches of snow out of all of this. Anusha, Mark, this has been a pretty good snowstorm for the ski areas, and then we saw yesterday many of them were closed. Eldora, Loveland, Monarch, A Basin, but they'll open today, and those that were closed will be very tasty on this Friday because no one's marked those tracks up yet.
Some tasty powder up there, Matt Renew. Thank you so much. And it's not just drivers that are having problems with all this snow. Public transportation, when there's this much snow, it also makes it a little bit difficult to get around.
Very much so. Marta Sapicki with RTD is on the phone now. And Marta, you actually just got your first report of the day within the last half hour. So what can we expect for the day?
Well, good morning. We are doing much better today than yesterday, but there are still some challenges with the roads. Buses are experiencing delays of 10 to 20 minutes, and a couple of our mountain routes, the EV and the CV, have been suspended due to unsafe conditions. Rail is doing better. At this time, there are no weather-related issues, and they are running and are on time.
Yeah, I was actually impressed to see all those buses that were moving around yesterday. If there are any delays, are there any workarounds for people, or are things running smoothly enough where there aren't necessarily any that are needed?
Well, the best way for customers to keep on top of delays, cancellations, or detours
is to go to the RTD website. There are apps to sign up for service alerts for specific bus routes and rail lines, and also to get real-time locations of light rail trains and buses, but they can also always call customer care.
All right, it's a great, great option for those who are maybe not feeling totally comfortable with driving on the roads right now. So we really appreciate it. Marta, thanks so much for that. We want to get right back outside right now to take a look at some of the damage and the aftermath that we are seeing as this snowstorm is moving out of our area.
Our Lauren Scafidi is keeping an eye on the roads in the metro area this morning. Lauren, good morning. Can you hear us, Lauren?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we are now driving around Glendale. We wanted to kind of give you a look at some of the side streets because we've been, driving down the main roads, right? But we realize that not everybody lives on a main road. Not everybody is going to be dealing with perfectly plowed conditions. So I'll give you a look outside right now. We, like I said, are in Glendale, and there is a pathway for us to drive, and that's fine. But you can see kind of right off of that path that the snow is still piled up. There are quite a few cars around here too that still have plenty of snow on them, like that white one there to the left, this black one here on the right. I mean, there's still a lot of snow out there, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to just get out there and just get that off of there so that no more piles up. I went out there, to be fair, my car was sitting out in a parking lot for 2 days, so plenty of snow had piled up on it, but it took me a little bit longer than normal. Usually that's a 2-3 minute job real quick, and it took me 10-15 minutes this morning just because that snow is so wet and heavy, like we have been telling you. But now if you look down at the street here, this is a perfect example of what I was saying. We have a perfectly clear path to drive, right? But right off of the side of that path, the snow is pretty high, so a lot of these cars could be stuck in by the snow. So you might just want to get a shovel out there and just kind of dig it out just a little bit. If you do it now, it'll save you more time later. And while you're out there with that shovel, take care of your trees as well. We had been driving around before. We stopped at Wash Park. We stopped right off of Hilltop, and we saw a couple of down limbs, not branches, but big limbs. So just get out there, just take care of it now. It's the only thing you got to do. And if you don't want to go out there, then send the kids out there. They're probably off of school anyways, right? They all wore their pajamas inside out and they got a couple snow days. So we will continue to drive around here and we will bring you the latest, show you what we see. But now let's toss it to Corey Reppenhagen. Corey, what are you seeing this morning?
Well, for the first time in about 36 hours, there is no snow falling here in the Aspen Park area. So it's been a long duration event. And if you think about it, there's a lot of 36-inch totals. So in a lot of the foothills areas, there has been a 1 inch for every hour of this storm. So it's been really impressive. And just look around the area here. Just everything is absolutely buried in deep powder. As I walk around in here, you see that it's knee deep just about everywhere you go. You stick a yardstick down here and you can see it really disappear. 24 inches right there, so 2 feet of powder just about everywhere out here. And today is really going to be about digging out. These vehicles are covered. Look at all the snow on this car, just buried in snow. And so this is going to kind of be a historic storm because we're used to getting 1 to 2 feet storms up here in the foothills, but once you get over that 2 foot mark, it's really less and less common. And this, if you think about it, it's about as deep as it was in the first Pi Day storm in 2021, which was about 2 to 3 feet. It doesn't quite compare to really the storm of the century, which was the 2003 storm, where in this area of Conifer, we had 50 inches. So big difference there between the March 2003 storm and this one, but it's going to be a challenge digging out today because a lot of people up here have those very long dirt driveways. Hopefully they were able to plow as they went through the storm. Mark, Anusha.
I am feeling for the driver of that car.
Yeah, Corey, you might need to start helping them right there because they got some digging out to do. There you go.
Oh,
one little sweep at a time, right? Corey, thank you.
A lot of work to do.
Exactly, a lot of work to do. Well, you talked about, Corey, hearing that this is going to be a historic storm in some places. Totally different story up in northern Colorado, though. Let's take a live look at Greeley. Just a light dusting there, really. Not a whole lot of snow up there in northern Colorado, at least parts of northern Colorado.
It's because the last time they got like a foot when no one else got any of it. So as other cities and towns are cleaning up from this storm, more than 200 schools and school districts and businesses are closed so far today. We do have a list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We also have it on our website, 9news.com/closings.
And we have put everything that you need to know in one place. That includes link to radar, the forecast, school closings, all the stories that we have. We'll send them directly to you. Just text us the word snow at 303-871-1491, and we'll send you a link with all that information.
And one thing you want to know about our weather today, it's going to be kind of on the cool side with lingering flurries around here. Temperatures in the 30s and 40s. And then for tomorrow, we will see more in the way of sunshine and just a little bit warmer with 40s, 30s and mid 40s with a few low 50s.
And right now we have a lot of folks heading out very early this morning wanting to enjoy all that snow that we got in our area. This is a live look from two of our CDOT cameras, I-70 right near Idaho Springs. These are the same cameras I showed you yesterday, right around the same time, where we saw a big parking lot. Basically, cars had nowhere to go. Very different story today. Now we're just seeing slowdowns this morning as people head up to the mountains.
Well, the predictions for the storm caused a lot of preemptive cancellations at DIA. They didn't end up getting a whole lot of snow. Things are looking up today. We'll have an update from DIA next. We try to take a live look over Lookout Mountain. You can see as the storm moves out, the fog is still here. Some final flakes falling on the ground right now. Ed will be back with your forecast in just a minute.
New this morning, there's new video from the Midwest that captured a possible tornado. This is in Winchester, Indiana, northwest of Dayton. It's not the only Midwest state that was hit either. This is Ohio, where another grouping of suspected tornadoes left a path of destruction. It's also the state where 3 people were reported killed due to the storms. Police are working to identify those victims. Tornadoes were also suspected to hit Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas. And back here in Colorado, we are actually watching this storm move out of our area, Ed.
Yeah, we are. And I'm going to compare it to all the March snowstorms that have been big ones. Here we go with the March snowstorms. 21st in 1952, 16.9 inches. The 20 and 22nd of 1944, 18 inches. March 5th and 6th of 83, 18.7 inches. 27 inches from March 13th and 14th. That was just 3 years ago. But here is the granddaddy of them all. March 17th through the 19th of 2000. 2003. 31.8 inches of snow fell right here in Denver. So as we take a look, we've got some of those flurries around. That's about it. Snowing out at the airport, 30 degrees at this hour. There are the storms that continue to go on. They gave those tornadoes yesterday, but we're on the cold side. So we've got some rain, snow around here. See the rain over Arizona. That's where it is warmer, and it is just pushing the snow up along the Front Range, but not quite getting into Denver. So that's why they have canceled our winter storm warning and winter storm advisory. To the south, it's still in effect until 6 p.m. There is that storm system. We'll see clear skies tomorrow, but then as Sunday rolls along and this storm system starts to pull out, could push maybe a rain or snow shower into the city. That's going to be about it. And once again, the winter storm warning and the winter weather advisory continue, and that is just over the south. To the north of Colorado Springs, they are no longer in effect, and that includes the metro area. We do have, however, the avalanche warning going until 5 p.m. today for that unstable snowpack. And our amounts, 13.8 at Aurora, Lakewood 14, 19.5 in Highlands Ranch, Castle Rock 21, 25 in Evergreen. We've got 28 in Estes Park, 35.2 in Genesee, 35.5 in Nederland, 36 in Conifer, Aspen Springs, 45 inches of snow. But the airport, yep, 5.7 inches, not even going to make the top 20 list. As we take a look at our forecast then for the highs, mostly 40s and a couple of 30s. We also have a few 50s spreading into the Nebraska area and Kansas. We have 30s and 40s for the high country, 40s and 50s out to the west. So your forecast, cloudy, cold, snow ending, 40 degrees today. Then for tonight, we will see clearing skies with a low of 24. Tomorrow, 45 with sunshine returning. 46 on Sunday. There's that chance of a rain or snow shower as this system moves out. Gone on Monday with sunny skies and 55. Spring arrives at 9:06 on Tuesday evening. Before that, sunshine and 59. So the first day of spring, 62 degrees and sunny. Then a couple of rain showers come in for the end of the week.
And some good news for your Friday morning. We have no crashes to report in our area. Of course, we just have those slick, slippery, icy conditions this morning. So I-225 and Yosemite Street. These are all the southbound lanes where we were seeing some backups in this area. It's just our usual morning rush hour traffic. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and show you we have a very colorful map right now. No crashes, no major backups, but we are going to see snow plows up and down I-25 this morning. We're hearing reports of delays right near Lincoln Avenue, northbound I-25. So you can expect delays in that area. Of course, if we zoom out just a tad bit, you can see it's going to be 21-minute drive. Those speed times are coming in at 55 miles per hour. Now, for those heading to the airport, not seeing a lot of slowdowns this morning, so that is good news. It looks like there's about 20 canceled flights. Other than that, it's just our usual delays that we're seeing out at the airport. So that's going to be a 9-minute drive. Those speed times are coming in at 56 miles per hour, and we are very much in the green. So downtown to the tech center, it's going to be an 18-minute drive southbound, and those speed times coming in at 53 miles per hour. Again, no crashes to report in that area.
Well, there was so much concern at the airport yesterday about this storm that a lot of airlines canceled flights. This morning, though, looks a lot different than it did 24 hours ago there.
Yeah, right now we are tracking 70 delays, 20 cancellations, like you just heard Brianna talking about. Yesterday, there were hundreds. At the height was like 800 or something like that.
That's a lot.
Ashley Forrest with Denver International Airport is on the phone right now. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Ashley, walk us through how that happened, where we went from 800 flight cancellations to what feels like just a handful today.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. So what we're seeing right now is a lot of times you'll see airlines possibly cancel their flights, and that's why we tell passengers that they should check with their airlines for the most accurate flight status information. But all of our airlines are ready and fully scheduled today. We are ready for our passengers, as today is also one of the busiest travel days for spring break and passengers coming back who switched their flights due to the storm yesterday.
Yeah, so we saw all those preemptive cancellations, even though we didn't see a huge amount of snow at DIA. Now, because of all those cancellations, are we going to have ramifications for today, for tomorrow? Are we going to see those ramifications for days to come because of all those cancellations?
So what we're seeing right now is that our operations are normal. We are just monitoring passenger flow. As we know, again, today is going to be one of the busiest travel days for spring breakers as well as those recovering from the storm. But we should be in normal operations here on out.
All right. Well, that is great to hear. We really appreciate the update, Ashley, and our team coverage of the storm that is continuing coming up next.
Perfect. Thank you.
Look at
And I'm Matt Renew, live at the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels where the snow's letting up and traffic's moving along I-70. A much different picture than we saw yesterday. At least traffic for normal regular vehicles. There are still restrictions in place for big semis and commercial vehicles that might be heading in or out of the mountains until conditions improve a little bit more, but they are getting better by the minute with significantly less snow falling and CDOT making a lot of progress out on the interstate. That restriction has caught some truckers off guard that have now had to shovel the tops of their rigs off, but they'll have to do that first and then they can go through the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels. Reporting from the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News.
And I'm meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen in Aspen Park, where the Foothills just got slammed by 2 to 4 feet of snow with this storm. The first light of day is finally revealing the big heaps of snow out here in the Aspen Park conifer area. Today's going to be all about digging out. So these vehicles that are covered in snow, they're going to have to dig those out. Yesterday was kind of a lockdown day where you didn't really have to do too much, but you got to get things going today. And out here in the Foothills, they have those really long driveways. A lot of people have the 500-yard to quarter-mile long driveways. That is going to be the challenge because we're used to 1 to 2 foot storms, but when it gets over that, it gets a little challenging, guys.
And I'm meteorologist Keely Chalmers live in South Boulder, where the snow has stopped falling, but the dig out is about to begin. Crews have done a great job at getting all the main roads and streets cleared of snow, but these residential streets, man, they are still covered in inches, about 6 to 7 inches of snow on the streets here in residential Boulder. So again, a big day of digging out, shoveling, but the good news, the snow has stopped falling. We'll send it back to you guys at the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Keely. And at least we know that we're not adding too much more to the snow this morning.
Right, we're only seeing a few flurries here to the south, a little more, and they've got the winter storm warning and advisory down there until 6 p.m. But for us, it's been canceled. Let's take a look at what we've got going on right now. And there it is, that low pressure system. As it sinks south, it takes the snow along with it. And you can see 40 degrees is what we were looking at for a high today with cloudy skies, sunshine tomorrow and 45. And then we'll be 46 for your Sunday, maybe a rain or snow shower as this system finally moves out, leaving sunshine in its wake at 55 on Monday, 59 on Tuesday, and for the first day of spring, how about 62 and sunny skies?
62 and sunny skies sounds really nice. An important programming note to pass along to you this morning. Because of our extended coverage with this March snowstorm, the Today Show will move to KTVD starting at 7 a.m. this morning. Our live team coverage from all across the state of Colorado on 9 News continues here on Channel 9 until 10 a.m.
And congratulations, especially this week. You made it to Friday. Oh, sorry, Erica just dunked right behind the desk.
My eyebrows.
I know. Dancing.
Go out dancing, maybe taking a show. Head to the mountains, darling. I don't know. I might just kick off my shoes, take a nap till the evening news.
I don't know what's wrong with this chair.
Did you see all? I could not get it together.
You got the traffic now. Get on your traveling shoes. Oh, well, you made it through the week with your pals at 9 News.
Look at that thing right there. I could get used to this.
Go out bopping, maybe taking a show.
Really quick. That is not true.
I might just sit back, take a nap till the evening news.
Taking a live look all across the state this morning after a very snowy 24 hours, we are finally digging out. In some parts of the metro area and the foothills, we're talking about measuring snow in feet, not inches.
The high country is still experiencing some road closures right now, and Colorado State Patrol is telling semi-trucks you need to stay off of I-70 in the mountains until noon today. We're going to give you a look via drone video of semi-trucks that were stranded there as well. We have live team coverage all across the state this morning, from the mountains to the foothills to the metro area.
We'll be checking in with everyone all across the state throughout the morning. But first, we want to get a check of the weather with Ed Green. Ed, good morning.
And good morning. The storm system, yes, is kind of dying down because it's sinking south and taking the snow along with it. Now you'll see an occasional snow shower along the front range, but the real snow is down to the south, where that system continues to pump the moisture into the area. You see the rain and snow here pumps it into the colder air. So we've got the heavier snow down here. As a result, the winter storm warning and watches have all been canceled for the north, but to the south, they've been extended until 6 p.m. is what we'll see. That should be 6 p.m. for tonight. So with that, we will see cloudy and cold right here in Denver with 40 degrees, maybe a little snow shower here and there. We'll see mostly sunny skies with 45 degrees and sunny skies for tomorrow. And then on Sunday, as that system lifts out, we might see a rain or snow shower just scatter into the area. Not a big deal. 46. Sunshine and seasonal on Monday with sunny skies. 59 on Tuesday with sunny skies, and 62 on Wednesday. Well, let's go up to the tunnels right now and talk to Matt Renew. And Matt, you're a tall guy. If you walk through the tunnel, would you set off that alarm?
I might, depending on how much snow is on the top of my head on any given snow morning, Ed. Probably not today because the snow has let up, but yeah, you never know. You know, and that's been a big problem up here, are the trucks setting off the sensors because they have too much snow on their heads, or at least their trailers, and that's one that's back there. So what we're seeing is, because there are restrictions for the big semis, they're not supposed to be on I-70, but some are still coming up. We talked to one trucker who said he looked at his app, it said it was clear to go, and then he was coming on up and saw the sign, and at that point just decided he would kind of keep on going through. And so some truckers are still heading in or out of the mountains despite those restrictions, and if they have a bunch of snow on top of their roof, then they get up here to the tunnel and the sensors, the height sensors, are triggered because it thinks that it's too tall to go into the tunnel. And so they got to pull over, and then they got to clear their truck. And some truckers are just climbing up there and getting it done. And then others are calling tow truck companies to come do it. That guy up there right now works for a tow truck company. He's clearing the top of that. And he said that it costs about $1,000 if they're called out to have to clear off the top of that semi truck. So that's a lot of work going on up there to clear the top of that truck. They got to get all the ice and they got to get all the snow off, because the concern is if it's really hard ice, it could damage the top of the tunnel if it goes through and hits. And so he'll be up there clearing that off at $1,000 a pop. Be safe up there. And so, Brianna, you know, we have those restrictions in place, but we're still seeing semis come up. But the good news is, unlike yesterday, I-70 is open to the rest of us, and over this shoulder you can see there's a steady stream of traffic making its way up here in the morning, more than I usually see this early in the morning.
Matt, it looked like a parking lot yesterday. Very different story this morning. But actually, you just mentioned it. There was a semi-truck, a FedEx semi-truck that was passing down I-70. Again, you can pass through there, I-70 from Vail to Morrison until noon today. But you can see traffic there is moving nicely. And then we have this camera, I-25 in our area, Lincoln Avenue. And it's not facing the crash that I just noticed. But I do want to switch things over to our main graphics. So that I-70 delays that we're seeing westbound this morning, those speed times are coming in at 22 miles per hour. It's just people wanting to go to the mountains and, of course, just enjoying that snow. So let's zoom into that crash that I just mentioned, Lincoln Avenue, northbound I-25. So 2 lanes are blocked off. I just noticed crews on scene. This happened about 10 minutes ago. So you are seeing both north and southbound delays this morning. So take it easy. And then down south at Lincoln Avenue, there is snow plows moving up and down this area, so you can expect delays. Again, this is the Parker area, Castle Pines, Castle Park Parkway, or Castle Pines Parkway. I can't talk today, it's Friday. But yeah, so they just expect delays this morning. Of course, I'm gonna stay on top of this and bring you the latest. Now, it's those side streets also in Boulder that Keely has been showing us this morning. Keely is keeping an eye on the roads. Keely, what are you seeing on your end over there in Boulder?
Well, good morning. Yeah, we are seeing snow-covered residential streets. While the main roads are looking pretty good, the residential streets, they have a ways to go. Still buried in inches of snow. Check out this car to the left there, and you can see it is just buried in snow. So about 6 to 7 inches on the roadways and the residential areas here in South Boulder. Again, the main roads looking pretty good, but yeah, it is going to take some digging out today. I measured the snow in my yard. I actually live in South Boulder this morning. It was 19 inches, the unofficial total in my yard. In the roadway in front of my house, about 6 inches. Now, the plows, they are hard at work out here. Again, we've seen several out here on the main roads. They're just plowing and de-icing, but on the side roads, just every so often, like we saw a plow move through last night, clearing the one lane of the road. But of course, you know that snowed quite a bit last night, so that one lane is now covered in snow. So again, on the residential roads, look at those cars just completely buried in snow. We have someone here shoveling. So getting an early start of a big day of digging out. It is going to be a massive day of digging out from all this heavy, wet snow. The good news, although there's several tree branches down, massive tree branches we've seen, the power seems to have stayed on, at least here in South Boulder. So again, the start of a big digging out day, folks already on it early this morning. That is a quick look at the situation here in Boulder. I know Lauren is down in Denver checking out the snowy scene down there. What are you seeing?
Hey, Keely, thank you. Yeah, we have moved. We're now on Gilpin in Arizona, right off of Wash Park. The road is clear, but it's still pretty slippery, still pretty slushy out here. And there is no snow coming down anymore, but today is all about the cleanup, right? This is one of those things that has to get cleaned up this morning. We're seeing limbs down all over Denver. We've been live for a couple hours now, and we've shown you something different every single time. We've got options this morning. That's because there are so many of these limbs down around the Denver area. Now, this is probably one of the smaller ones that we've seen. Oh, we've got a plow coming through here. Really not much room to get through right here with this branch, this big limb down here, but he made his way, hopefully to clean off something over there. But like I was saying, you know, this is probably one of the smaller branches or limbs down, if you will, but it's still pretty big. I mean, it's still 15, 20 feet long, maybe 8, 9, 10 inches wide. So this will still do some damage. So just a reminder, this is that wet, heavy snow that we've been talking about. Just get out there really quick. Leave 9 News on the TV, all right? Don't change the channel or anything, but just head outside really quickly, grab a shovel, grab a broom, grab something just to scrape some of the snow off of those trees. Otherwise, this is what you're going to be dealing with. I mean, this could have been a car underneath this branch, and then we're talking serious damage. Mark and Anusha, we're hearing about downed power lines and down solar panels. So we're gonna go check out that and see what we can see, and that's where we're gonna be live from next. But for now, live in Denver, Lauren Scafidi, 9 News.
Yeah, we really appreciate it, Lauren, especially because Excel is still working on some of those power outages because of everything that you're showing. So we appreciate the look. Stay safe out there.
From Matt in the mountains to Corey up in Aspen Park to Keely out in Boulder and Lauren down in Denver, we got you covered all throughout the state. So much snow fell in Clear Creek County that they declared a local emergency so that they can free up additional resources. That frees up some extra money that they can put to try and dig out from this snowstorm. The county says the sheriff's office has been using snowcats to reach stranded drivers and residents, but haven't said exactly how many rescues they've had to do. The disaster declaration allows the county to activate certain response plans and makes them eligible for more money and resources from the state. We're told Gilpin County also declared a local emergency.
And as we are cleaning up from this storm, more than 200 schools and school districts and businesses are closed so far today. We've got some rolling closures coming in throughout the morning as well. We've got a list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We also have it on our website, 9news.com/closings.
And one thing you want to know about the weather is that storm system continues to sink further south into the southwest. So our storm system is also going south, and less snow over northern sections of the state. A little bit heavier, though, over southern sections of the state. We'll see a few flurries around here today, and temperatures only in the 30s and 40s.
And we're still following a lot of road closures for that Friday morning drive. There is a road closure that we've been tracking since this morning. Route 6 for both in Golden, both directions is blocked off right now. Keep that in mind because we are seeing delays east and westbound.
Some areas saw a lot of snow. We are talking feet. We're checking in with Corey Reppenhagen right in the middle of it all in Aspen Park next. And a programming note to pass along because of our extended coverage of the March snowstorm here on Channel 9. The Today Show is now airing on KTVD. Our live team coverage continues on 9 News until 10 a.m. Breaking news this morning just into our newsroom in the racketeering case against former President Trump in Georgia. In the last half hour, a Georgia judge ruled Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis should not be disqualified from prosecuting the case. But there is one big condition to that ruling. The special prosecutor she appointed must leave the case if Willis does not. For a little background, one of Trump's co-defendants accused Willis of misconduct for her relationship with the special counsel that she appointed. While the judge found there was no actual conflict brought by the relationship, he said that, quote, the appearance of impropriety should lead to either Willis or the special counsel leaving the case. Time is 7:13 a.m. Ed will be back with your full forecast in just a couple of minutes. But right now, we want to get outside to Corey Reppenhagen. This storm dropped some serious snow up in the foothills, up to 3-4 feet almost in some areas. Corey Reppenhagen live in the middle of it all. Where else would he be? In Aspen Park. Corey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Mark. Yeah, just look at it. Just look at it. Yeah, this is serious snow. You know, it was really exciting to see the big snow happening over the last 36 hours, but it's also kind of exciting and beautiful to just look at the scene that's left over when you've got 2 to 3 feet of snow sitting on the ground. Now, you've been watching Lauren report on all that tree damage down in the Denver metro area, and it looks like it's going to be very significant tree damage. We're not going to see that up here in the foothills, and you might be a little surprised because we have a lot more snow, right? But the thing is, with our snow that we got up here, because of the temperatures, there is not as much water inside this snow, so it's not as heavy as it is down in the Denver metro area. And also, these trees, these conifer trees up here in Conifer, Evergreen, are rightly named. They're a little bit more conditioned to getting big storms. This tree, for example, has probably seen it's probably seen 2 feet of snow on its branches many times over the last 50 years. And another thing you might think is that as the sun comes out, the sun's coming out now, water is heavier than snow, right? So as the sun comes out and churns this snow into water, it's going to get heavier. But that's actually not the case. This patch of snow that's sitting on this branch right here is going to have the same weight. The density will change when it changes state from a solid to a liquid, but it's still the same amount of weight. So even though the sun comes out, it starts to get wet and it almost feels like it gets heavier, but the truth is it's the same weight as it's sitting on the branch right now.
That's interesting stuff, Corey. That snow is really very heavy, and it's nice to know that it's just not going to change a whole lot. Hey, as we take a look at all the snow we have as we see from Lookout Mountain. Lots of snow around here, as you see. And we do have snow downtown here, but the roads are fairly clear. But we do have snow on the grassy areas, and pretty much the snow has ended. Maybe see a few flurries out at the airport, still snowing, and we've got 30 degrees there. 13.8 at Aurora. Lakewood came in with 14 inches from the storm, 19.5 in Highlands Ranch, Castle Rock 21, 25 in Evergreen, Estes Park 28 inches of snow, 35.2 in Genesee, 35.5 in Netherland, and you can see Conifer 36 inches of snow, and Aspen Springs 45 inches of snow. All these big snow amounts, but out at the airport, they only got 5.7 inches of snow, and that's how it'll go in the record books, a 5.7-inch snowfall. Showers and thunderstorms, those are the tornadoes we talked about yesterday. They had them overnight. They could see some more today, but we're in the cold air, and we've got the snow up here. However, as the system sinks south, the snow is kind of going with it, so we're not seeing much to the north. As Corey said, we're even seeing some breaks in the clouds, maybe a little sunshine, but the farther south you go, the more snow that you will see. So we've canceled the warning and an advisory for northern sections of the state, but the southern sections of the state, they've actually extended it till 6 p.m. this evening. So as we take a look, that's where the snow will kind of end up. It'll kind of clear. We'll see cloudy skies today, a little sunshine for tomorrow. Then we'll go to partly cloudy skies by afternoon. And Sunday, as the storm system lifts out to the northeast, it could kick up a snow shower or two right here in the metro area on Sunday. Also have that avalanche warning in effect today until 5 p.m. for that unstable snowpack. 30s, 40s over the eastern plains today. We're looking at 30s and 40s with a few 20s up at the higher elevations, 40s to around 50 degrees as you look to the west. Denver's forecast, cloudy, cold, 40 degrees today, snow ending. Clearing skies tonight with a low of 24. Then for tomorrow, sunshine but cool, 45 degrees. We're 46 on Sunday, and as again that system lifts out, we could see a rain or snow shower. 55 on your Monday with sunny skies returning, and then on Monday or Tuesday we will see 59 degrees with spring arriving at 9:06 in the evening. So the first day of spring is Wednesday, 62 and sunny. More of the same on your Thursday, Friday, except for a few afternoon showers.
Thank you so much. Right now, we're taking a live look from two of our CDOT cameras. One of them has icicles stuck in that CDOT camera, but you can see a lot of delays in that area. This is I-70 for those heading westbound. So if you're heading up to the mountains, this is what you can expect. A lot of people heading out early this morning just so they can enjoy the snow up there in the mountains. And Matt Renew has been talking about it. There's delays as well. And I do want to switch things over to our main graphics because until noon today, I-70, no semis can pass through here. So that's from Vail to Morrison. Keep that in mind if you're heading out the door right now. Now, I do want to zoom into those delays and show you that mountain corridor delay. That's going to be 12 miles per hour. We are very much in the red, especially if you're heading westbound this morning. Closer to Idaho Springs, we're seeing 22 miles per hour. Now, for those here in the Denver metro area, the only crash that I am tracking if you're heading out the door is northbound I-25 right at Lincoln Avenue. I see a lot of crews on scene, 2 lanes blocked off right now. And then we also, on top of that crash, we also have snowplows moving through the area up and down Castle Rock, so expect delays. Of course, if you're heading out the door, you can expect slippery and wet conditions out there, but snowplows have done a pretty good job up and down the major interstates.
Well, today, as everybody digs out, though, those snow plows will be out in full force as crews work to clear all that snow from those roads. Here's a look at CDOT's plow tracker right now. You can see they're spread all across the metro area and as well as the state, up the I-70 corridor and across the I-25 corridor into the mountains and onto the plains. There are a lot of plows out there doing some important work this morning. And don't forget to always be careful around those plows. One driver up in Grand County crashed into a snowplow. Here's a picture of that right there. Grand County Sheriff's Office says that driver blew past a closure point on Highway 40 up Berthoud Pass. A sergeant tried to stop him, and then the driver crashed into the snowplow up the mountain. He was arrested for that and for a felony warrant. Colorado State Patrol says there are a few things that you should keep in mind as you hit the roads today, like the fact that those plows usually drive in formation like the one that you see on your screen there. And if you see two or more plows driving in that formation, you are not allowed to pass them. That is the law. It's not a new law either. That has been on the books for about 5 years now, increasing penalties for anyone who does pass a plow. That includes things like plows with their lights on and plows driving in formation. You could be fined or have points added onto your license. CDOT says it's safest to stay about 3 to 4 lengths back, just to make sure that you are giving them the space to keep those roads clear. Coming up on the other side of the break, the snow came down hard in some places, and then there's places like DIA where we're like, where's the snow? Meteorologist Chris Bianchi joins us live to explain what happened. And we've put everything that you need to know for this storm in one place. That includes link to radar, forecasts, school closings, everything that we have. And we'll send it to you with one key word. Text us the word snow to 303-871-1491. We'll send you a text with all that information. Three on your Friday morning. Ed will be back with you in just a couple of minutes. I want to take you out to DIA right now. Things aren't looking too bad. Right now, there's only 92 delays, 20 cancellations at the airport. That's all into perspective as to what we saw yesterday with the hundreds of cancellations, something like 800 yesterday. Today, down to only 20. And wait times at security will not be too bad either. Bridge security is at 13 minutes right now. South security at about 14 minutes for standard security there, 6 minutes for pre-checked, and West security about 13 to 17 minutes or so. Meteorologist Chris Bianchi joining us right now to explain why DIA didn't see as much of the rest of the snow as other parts of the state. And Chris, the reason, first of all, good morning, and I'm surprised you're awake because you've been working like crazy, and you and Ed and all the rest of the 9 News meteorologists, that's absolutely nailed these predictions and everything like that. But one thing that we saw is that DIA really didn't get as much snow as we thought perhaps they might.
Yeah, and in fact, you could kind of see it, the reason why there yesterday. So during the day yesterday, it snowed basically all day long, and there you can see it. But the sun angle this time of year, right? It's the middle of March. So even though obviously it was a cloudy day yesterday, that sun is still having an impact, and the sun's rays are much higher now this time of year. So that snow was falling yesterday. Temperatures right at freezing, if not slightly above at the airport, meant that snow did not stick during the day yesterday. Then last night, the previous night, this is the night of the 13th, Wednesday night into the 14th, a weak, and hang with me here, a weak barrier jet set up just to the west of the airport. What that meant, think of it as kind of an invisible wall, and it meant that the rest of the city got all their snow. And from the airport on north and east, so places like Greeley, Fort Lupton, if you're waking up there, I know yesterday morning a lot of you were going, wait, we didn't get our snow either. It's because that barrier jet set up just to the east of downtown Denver, and that meant, again, a little bit of an invisible wall set up. We weren't able to pull down enough cold air to flip things over from rain to snow at the airport.
Because a lot of those airlines canceled something like 800 flights preemptively yesterday, and then they didn't take into account the weak barrier jet. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, to be fair, neither did I. I mean, look, one of the most humbling practices is predicting the future for a living. Let me just tell you that. So when you're talking about predicting the future for a living, things like that. This is a very little kind of ribbon of air that's set up at about 20,000 feet above the surface, and that's the reason why a lot of flights were able to get out yesterday. And again, when we're talking about a ribbon of air that's about 2-3 miles wide, exactly where that's going to set up, knowing that ahead of time, that is genuinely a challenge. And I think that's where, you know, again, predicting that sort of thing a couple days out, realistically, is a very difficult thing to do.
You guys predict the future, and that's some very tough work. DIA ended with something like 5.7 inches of snow, which is not nothing, but if you drive a couple miles down Pena Boulevard or wherever you might go, the totals are much higher there with just a couple miles away, right?
And that's the fascinating part. If you woke up yesterday and you drove on Pena Boulevard, at Pena and I-70, there were about 3-4 inches of snow on the ground this time yesterday morning. At the airport, big old goose egg, which is stunning, and that's why, again, that's all thanks to that barrier jet.
And there were a lot of people who were flying out yesterday who were like, yeah, I'll go out, sure.
Yeah.
It spared the airport.
May I also opinionate here a little bit?
Sure.
Talk about a best case scenario.
Yeah.
I mean, America's third busiest airport got basically left alone while the rest of the city got smacked by snow. I mean, to me, that's a win, isn't it?
Kids get a snow day, all the people who are flying out get to fly out. It's a win-win. Chris, thank you for all of your work that you've done predicting this. Throughout these last couple of days, it's been fascinating to watch you guys predict the future, as with Ed Green joining us in the backyard this morning. Ed, thank you for all you've done to keep us prepared and knowing what's going to happen.
Well, we certainly appreciate that, but I feel Chris's pain in predicting that stuff because out at the airport, 5.7 inches, that's how this will go in the record books when we got over 40 inches in some areas. So let's take a look at what we have going on right now. Snow has stopped here in the backyard, and the further south you go, the more snow you see, but not in Denver. 92% humidity with 30 degrees right now. See how that system is sinking to the south. So only over southern sections, southwestern sections of the state, that's where the snow is falling now. 40 degrees is what we'll see today. Maybe a little sunshine by afternoon even. Tomorrow, sunny skies and 45, so it will be cool. 46 on Sunday. As this system lifts out, it might kick in a rain or snow shower over Denver. That's going to be about it, but certainly not everybody sees one. Then the sunshine comes back in full force on Monday with a high of 55, 59 on Tuesday, and look at the first day of spring, 62 degrees and sunny skies.
Coming up on the other side of the break, we are tracking road conditions all across the metro area and up into the high country. Our team coverage continues next, and we'll be tracking this storm and all of its impacts, traffic, everything. You can always stay up to date on the 9 News app or streaming on 9 News Plus. We'll be right back.
taking a live look at the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel this morning. The storm is moving out right now, but it wasn't before it dumped feet of snow in some areas. And we are still hearing from several different agencies today asking people to stay home and off the roads if they can do so today.
I wanted to show you what it looked like in the 9 News backyard as it started snowing a couple of days ago. Check out this time lapse. We started recording Wednesday night through yesterday afternoon. Ended up with a total of about 10 inches or so here at 9 News World Headquarters, as we like to call it.
We have live team coverage all across the state this morning, from the mountains to the foothills to the metro area.
We'll be checking in with everyone all across the state all morning long. But first, we want to get a check of the forecast with Ed Green. Ed, it's finally moving out. It's time to dig out.
You know what I like about the 9 News World Headquarters?
Tell
the
me.
Space Needle restaurant on top of the building.
Right?
Yeah,
What
exactly,
a view
right?
what a view you get out of that thing. Yeah, that is really
just
something.
beautiful.
Favorite.
Well, yeah, let's take a look at where the storm is now. And basically to the south, that's where the heaviest snow is. But yes, you'll see a couple of snow showers come pushing on through. So we're not totally out of the snow yet. But the heaviest is down to the south. And that's because the low pressure system is cranking up over the southwest and pushing it into our area. But as it sinks south, it takes the snow along with it. So we have had canceled the winter weather advisory and winter storm warning for northern sections of the state. For the southern sections of the state, it has been extended to 6 p.m. this evening as that snow continues to generate. So 40 degrees today with a chance of a snow shower or snow flurry, but that's going to be about it. Otherwise, simply cloudy and cold, mostly sunny tomorrow and 45 degrees. And as we take a look ahead, 46 on Sunday. As that storm system lifts out to the northeast, we could see a rain or snow shower kick in. Not everybody's going to see one, but the possibility is there. Then sunshine and 55 degrees on Monday, 59 on Tuesday. And as we take a look at Wednesday, 62 degrees with sunny skies. Then this, by the way, is the first day of spring. Well, Keely's been around, as you know, all during this storm, and she's been checking out those snow totals. Still doing that, standing right in the middle of them. Keely, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Ed. Yeah, we are live in South Boulder. This is what folks are waking up to today. Lots of snow. We're talking inches, if not over a foot of snow here in neighborhoods here in South Boulder. So a lot of digging out to do and a lot of getting your cars uncovered from the snow. We have a gentleman over here trying to brush the snow off his truck right now. So cars are covered along these streets. And as you can see, lanes, they're just down to about one. You got one lane here in these residential streets of traffic. The plows doing a great job of getting the main roads cleared. Table Mesa, Broadway, 28th Street, 36, Highway 36, all looking good, but it's these residential streets that just are buried in snow. I live in this neighborhood and I measured my yard today, 19 inches in my yard. Out on the roadways, I measured about 6 to 7 inches of snow. And this is after the plows went through yesterday. So lots of snow, lots of digging out, lots of shoveling. We've seen people shoveling all morning long. They started before it even got light out here. So the big, as I said earlier, the word of the day here in Boulder, shoveling. We'll send it back to you.
Keely, thank you so much. And you mentioned it right there. It's those side streets, those neighborhood roads that are going to see a lot of snow because snow plows are making their way through there. First, they had to focus on I-25, I-225, I-70 corridor. And of course, right now, I-70, that's another problem that we're seeing. Yesterday, this area was shut down. This morning, what we're seeing is people heading to the mountains bright and early, but we're also seeing some delays. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and kind of show you what we're dealing with right now. A lot of road closures, but we're also seeing a lot of green on our screen, which is what we love to see, especially on a Friday morning. For those taking westbound 76, it's going to be a 12-minute drive, and then all the way down south, I-225 heading into I-25. So the Yosemite Parker Road area, DTC Boulevard, we are seeing a bit of a slowdown. The good news, no crashes to report. That's going to be a 12-minute drive, and the speed time's coming in at 54 miles per hour.
Well, speaking of traffic, right now, Colorado State Patrol says no semi-trucks are allowed on I-70 between Vail and Morrison. That's a big stretch of the mountains there. That is in place until noon this afternoon.
Yeah, our Matt Renew is keeping an eye on all of that for us this morning. Good morning, Matt, and people are still digging out.
Good. Yes, they are. In a different type of way, Anusha and Mark. You know, this storm is clearly cleared out of the state in this area. It's not snowing right now, but there is some digging out, and it's for semi-truck drivers. I-70 is open. Clearly, people are moving in or out of the mountains in their normal vehicles, but there are restrictions for commercial vehicles, those big rigs, those semis, until noon. Some folks are still heading up, and those people that are heading up are finding that if they've got a lot of snow on the top of their trailers, then they get to the tunnel and the height sensors go off, and then they got to shovel off all that snow and ice, because the concern is if there's really hard ice up on the top of that trailer and it hits the tunnel, it will do damage to the bottom parts of those tunnels. And so they have to pull over and shovel those off. One tow truck driver that we talked to said if they have to go up and do it, it's about $1,000 a pop. And so it could be pretty expensive for those drivers. But we talked to one truck driver, and some of them are saying that they were just unclear about those restrictions.
The app that I was looking on, it showed that the roads was clear, but as I come up here, it was showing that trucks, commercial vehicles can't come through. But I figured, hey, I got my snow chains on, I came this far, and I'm gonna keep going.
And he just kept going. As he said, if the wheels aren't turning, he's not earning. So he just kept motoring on through. And we're actually seeing quite a few semis kind of push through in and out of the mountains, even though those restrictions are in place. The good news is traffic is moving along actually very nicely this morning, and a fairly heavy volume likely to come up and take advantage of the powder that the ski area saw, with Loveland seeing about 22 inches of snow over the past 2 days. They were closed yesterday, so they're going to have a great powder day. So that's what's happening. We're live here at the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels. I'm Matt Renew. But Lauren, you've been driving around the Denver area and sort of assessing some of the damage down there. What are you seeing right now?
Hey Matt, good morning. Yes, we just hopped off of 6th. Now we're on Wadsworth. We're making our way towards some down power lines that we heard about in Lakewood. So we're going to check out and see what's going on there. But just taking a look at the roads, it's looking pretty good. Obviously, they're still wet. But one thing that I really want to point out is the cars. Look at all these cars in front of us. None of them have snow on the top of them. And that's going to be really, really important. I know it takes a couple extra minutes to take care of that snow on top of your car. And you probably think it's not a huge deal, right? Because you can still see out of all your windows, but taking that snow off the top of your car is important, because then it's not going to blow off into the person behind you. Once that snow comes off of your car and it blows into the person behind you, that could get in their way. So really think about that as you are heading out the door today, and just getting rid of that snow on top of cars. But taking a look, like I said, otherwise the roads are just still pretty wet. Nothing is accumulating or really getting in the way, besides maybe right here on the right side of your screen. Just a couple bits and pieces there. It looks like that might have just like blown off of a car or something. But we are going to keep making our way here towards these down power lines that we've heard about. We also heard about down solar panels, so we're going to check that out after this. But otherwise, we've seen a lot of down trees, big limbs, not talking branches, big limbs, 30, 40 feet long, wider than I can wrap my arms around. So just really, really big limbs out there. So make sure you clear off the top of your car and clear off the snow off of the limbs and the trees in your yard. I'm Lawrence Cafidi, and I am live. We are, like I said, we are heading to Lakewood, so Mark and Anusha will check in with you in just a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those days where Anusha and I were just talking that if you don't clear off the top of your car, you stop at a stoplight, that snow just all comes
on your windshield.
Yeah, and you can't see anything.
Exactly, yeah. So if it's not blowing behind you on the highway, when you come to a stop, it's blowing in front of you. So, and it's just falling. So, and then it's that wet, heavy snow, like we've been saying, Mark and Anusha. So then when you try to get your windshield wipers going, your windshield wipers can't handle that much snow.
Absolutely, absolutely. Lauren, drive safely. We appreciate it. Let's try to check the weather with Ed.
Well, as you know, we only got 5.7 inches officially at the airport for the storm system. So let's take a look at the biggest March snowstorms. March 20th through the 21st, 52, 16.9 inches. 20 through the 22nd of 44, 18 inches. 5th and 6th of 1983, 18.7 inches. March 13th and 14th, just 3 years ago, 27 inches. But here's the big one. March 17th through the 19th, 2003, 31.8 inches officially in Denver, which, by the way, is also the second biggest snowstorm all time.
And some good news for your Friday morning. People are taking it easy, especially up and down I-25, I-225, the main corridors this morning, downtown to the tech center. Those southbound lanes, it's only going to be a 15-minute drive. Just drive carefully. Speed time's coming in at 61 miles per hour.
Some areas saw a lot of snow. We are talking in the feet. We check in with Corey Reppenhagen live in Aspen Park. That's coming up next. Snow in some areas. We're talking more than 3 feet. Meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen is live in Aspen Park right now. And Corey, you've seen the transformation over the last couple of days, and it's just piling up.
Yeah, it really was an awesome thing to witness. It's going to end up being part of history. Won't be anywhere near as that big 2003 storm where we had we had about 5 feet to 7 feet in the foothills. This part where I'm in Aspen Park, conifer area, had 50 inches. This time we got 24 to 36 inches, but that is still an unusual event. And so it was really awesome to be a part of it. And I've just realized, do you guys know if Steve Stager's awake? Because I need Steve on your side to come out here and help me get my vehicle uncovered, because I just realized I'm at that part of the storm where I put my yardstick away, I get the shovel and the scraper, and I've got to dig my Subaru out before I get out of here. Mark, Anusha, it was really an amazing thing to be up here in Aspen Park for the last 2 days to be part of this. But, you know, I am going to have to hit the road. So look at all this snow that is going to have to come off of this vehicle, and I'm going to have to dig myself out of here. Not to mention, we have a big satellite truck that we have to dig out too. So just like everybody else in the foothills, we're going to have to be spending a little bit of time and a little bit of muscle to uncover our vehicles and get dug out of here. And And Ed, you know, it's not to mention, a lot of people up here in the foothills have those long dirt driveways,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, 500 yards, quarter mile. Hopefully they were able to kind of plow as they went, or else it's going to be a lot of work to do today.
You're right. And when some people say I can't get out of my driveway, they really mean it because they are long and the snow is deep. Well, here's what we've got going on in our area. Some cloudy skies right now. You might see a flurry, a snow shower passing by. That's really going to be about it. 30 degrees at this hour. The showers and thunderstorms that produce tornadoes still going on over the southeast. Could be another problem today. But of course, we're in the cold air. We have our own problem with this low pressure system. But as it continues to sink south, it takes that snow along with it. So we have snow over southern sections of the state, but that winter storm warning and advisory have been canceled over northern sections of Colorado. They've been extended over southern sections till 6 p.m. this evening, the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning. And here's why. That low pressure system continues to pump some moisture into the area. So we will see it over the south, but we will see clearing skies as well. Then as the system begins to lift out, the snow continues for portions of the west and southern sections of the state. And as it lifts out on Sunday, we might see a snow shower or rain shower push on into Denver on Sunday. That's really about it. And then it all moves out. So avalanche warning today until 5 p.m. because we have that unstable snowpack in the shaded areas that you see right over the central mountains. And you see we also have temperatures in the 30s, 40s, but look at the 50s here as you move off to the east. Up in the high country, we're seeing 20s, 30s, and 40s, 40s and 50s out to the west. Lows tonight mostly in the 20s and 30s east and west with single digits, teens, and 20s for the high country. Here's your Denver forecast. Cloudy, cold, snow ending 40 degrees today. Then for tonight, we will see clearing skies with a low of 24. Tomorrow, mostly sunny conditions, but cool, 45 degrees. That's about 10 degrees colder than normal. 46 on your Sunday. There's that chance of a rain or snow shower. Then the sunshine returns and we dry it out. 55 on your Monday. Tuesday, we're at 59 degrees. First day of spring, 62. And then on your Thursday and Friday, a few rain showers come in, but we stay in the upper 50s and lower 60s.
Thank you so much. Right now we are checking out our graphics. If you're heading out the door, we are seeing, oh, there we go. We have a CDOT camera. Actually, we do have a crash. I-225 and Parker Road, our camera is finally working. It was glitching on our end, but you can see heavy delays, a lot of brake lights this morning. The roads are wet. They are slick. They are slippery and icy this morning. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and show you those peak times. If you are heading out the door right now, right along I-225, we are seeing slowdown. So this starts from the Parker Road area, heading into Yosemite DTC Boulevard. So that's if you're heading into I-25, that's where you're going to see that slowdown. You can see those speed times are coming in at 48 miles per hour. And that section where that crash is happening, you can see several lanes are blocked off right now. Those speed times are coming in at 10 miles per hour. So take it easy if that's part of your morning drive. Westbound 76 in Commerce City, it's going to be an 11-minute drive. No crashes there to report. And we have a lot of closures this morning and delays as well. A lot of people are heading into the mountains this morning. So you could see we are seeing a very colorful map along I-70, the mountain corridor. We're seeing delays and those speed times are coming in at 12 miles per hour. Of course, if you're heading up to the mountains this morning, just take it easy because those roads are still trying to clear up. Snowplows are trying to make their way through there as well.
All right, thanks so much for that, Brianna. Well, this morning, the airport, it looks so different than it did this time 24 hours ago. Right now, we are tracking 94 delays and 20 cancellations. Yesterday at the height, it was over 800. Ashley Forrest with Denver International Airport is on the phone right now. Thanks so much for joining us again, Ashley. Walk people through who are going, wait a second, how did we go from 800 to 94? How did that happen?
Yes, good morning and thank you. So what a lot of airlines do is they do preempted cancellation flights, which is why we always tell our passengers they should check with their airline for the most accurate flight status information, especially when we have a storm or winter weather taking place.
And so for folks who are saying, okay, I've got a flight either rescheduled for today or they're flying out today, should they be expecting more delays or what's it looking like?
So right now, all airport operations are normal, and all of our airlines at DEN are fully ready to go. We do tell our passengers, again, check their airline for the most accurate flight status information. However, passengers may have to wait an additional 10 to 15 minutes while on the plane in case the aircraft have to de-ice before takeoff. And we always tell our passengers as well to arrive at the airport at least 2 hours before their scheduled boarding time, and above all else, to get to the airport safely. We want our passengers to drive with safety and caution in mind.
All right. Well, we really appreciate the update and glad to hear that things are getting back to normal there. We appreciate it, Ashley.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, right now we are working to learn more after police in Commerce City say they shot a man who told them that he was going to kill his family. Police say that he had a knife. This happened just before 8 o'clock last night in a neighborhood off Highway 2 north of 72nd Avenue. Police say the man had ignored their orders to drop the knife and then they shot him. The 22-year-old was taken to the hospital. We don't know how he's doing yet. The officers involved will be placed on administrative leave, but that is standard department policy. Well, the snow is officially coming to an end. Ed is going to have the details on when the sun is going to be coming back. That's coming up next. And we have put everything you need to know about this storm in one place for you. That includes a link to the radar, the forecast, the closings, as well as stories to get you through the storm safely. All you have to do is text us the word snow to 303-871-1491, and we will send you a text with all of that information. It is 7:54 on your Friday morning, taking a live look outside. Dare I say that is the sun peeking through after all that snow that we're waking up to. Ed is going to be back with your forecast in just a couple of minutes. Well, right now, thousands of Xcel customers are still without power, unfortunately. Right now, outages are impacting around 8,000 people. Crews have been out working on this issue all night. Xcel Energy says snow and broken branches have been snapping lines, and then some of those outages are only impacting a home or two, so it's ending up being really tedious work to fix them.
Well, woke up this morning, went to flip on the bathroom light and no lights, so right away I knew there's no power, so got up and got the flashlight out. And I checked it about 4 times this morning and there was nothing each time, so I just think we're kind of at the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak. It's going to be a while.
It's a chilly morning to not have power. XL says there's a big area in Boulder without power. They've got crews working on it, but they're actually having a hard time getting there because the roads aren't plowed. XL's teams will be working all day. If you have lost power, make sure you are reporting it to XL. And there are 2 extra severe weather shelters that are open in Denver. They're at the McNichols Civic Center building off of West Colfax Avenue and the Stone Creek shelter at the former Best Western Hotel on Quebec at I-70. Both shelters will stay open through 9 a.m. Saturday. People needing to get off the streets can walk up to those locations directly, and then pets are welcome at the Stone Creek shelter. The city also opened up rec centers as daytime warming centers during regular business hours. They'll be open today, and each center will have a designated warming area where you can get drinking water, restrooms, and a place to sit.
And as far as our weather goes, the snow is really winding down here in Denver. You might see a flurry or a snow shower, but really that is going to be about it. We're 30 degrees right now, just cloudy skies out at the airport. This low pressure system sinking down, so it's taking the snow levels along with it. The heaviest now over southern sections of the state, pretty much where it'll stay today. So might even see a peek at the sunshine and 40 degrees today. More sunshine tomorrow and 45 degrees, so kind of on the cool side, but then 46 on Sunday. As this storm system lifts out, could kick a snow shower, rain shower through the metro area, but not a big deal. 55 on Monday with sunny skies, sunshine, and Tuesday near 60 degrees, and then 62 for the first day of spring with plenty of sunshine. That comes on Wednesday.
And one thing that we know for sure is that a lot of dogs just loved the snow, like this dog just soaking in a little bit of a view in Parker, this pup walled in by snow near Boulder, and this dog just belly deep in snow in Arvada. Mine was just galloping around once she figured out how to get down the steps with all of that snow. The more snow, the bigger the snow person, right? Family in Westminster built this huge, gigantic snow person, 10 feet tall. Looks like the buttons are made out of hockey pucks. And these ponies also having a wonderful day. Rose DeLisa sent us these pictures from Conifer, which we know got tons of snow. We really appreciate everyone who took the time to send in these pictures. We're also tracking road conditions all across the metro area. Our team coverage continuing in the 8 o'clock hour. And a programming note, because of our extended coverage, the Today Show is now on KTVD. Our live team coverage continues on 9 News until 10 a.m. We are going to be tracking the storm and all of the traffic impacts this morning. You can always stay up to date on our 9 News app or stream us on 9 News Plus.
We take a live look around the state of Colorado as we are trying to get you that live look around the state of Colorado. That is not. That would be a black screen.
People people are sleepy. It's been a long couple of days. I understand, okay?
We are trying to find that live look, but it's a lot of snow. That's what it looks like. We can just assure you. This is what that snow looked like a couple of days ago. This is the 9 News backyard, and that's a time lapse. It's not currently snowing anymore. We started recording this Wednesday night, I believe, and then that kind of goes over through Thursday afternoon. In total, we picked up about 10 inches here at the 9 News studios off Spear in downtown Denver.
All of the snow made for some really big travel problems along I-70 in the high country. We're still seeing some of that this morning. Right now, Colorado State Patrol is ordering semi-trucks to stay off I-70 in the mountains until noon today. We want to also give you a look via drone video of the semis that were stranded there. Our man in the mountains will give us a live look at that situation in just a couple of minutes. Even now, there are a lot of XL customers in Colorado still without power this morning. The utility company's outage map shows that there are nearly 9,000 outages across the state, many of them in Jeffco as well.
And we are here to give you all the storm's aftermath all throughout the state. We've got teams of crews from the high country to the metro area looking at everything from road damage to tree damage and all those conditions that are going right now. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Mark Salinger along with Anusha Roy this morning.
Yeah, so we have a lot to cover here, especially as we are starting to clean up after that storm. We are going to kick it off with Ed Green in the 9 News backyard. It looks like the snow has been tapering off. Dare I say it's not snowing right now?
You're right. We had a few flurries here and there, but now you might see one. You might see a snow shower as they linger around. But I don't know if you see the snow stake that is down over the umbrella here, but it is reading 10 inches of snow. That's a little guy, little snowman on top of it right there. It is reading 10 inches of snow. That's where the snow level is, right here in the backyard. In general, and around Denver proper, it was about 8 to 10 inches of snow. So let's take a look at what we've got going on right now. Again, you can see just a few scattered snow showers. You see one just to the south of Denver, so you might see a snow shower before it's all out. But this system sinking to the south and taking the snow along with it. That's why it's heaviest along southern I-25 and also over on the western slope, because that's where the low pressure system sits, and it continues to pump the snow into the area. But as it sinks south, it takes the snow level south with it. So we've canceled the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning for the north, but over the south, it's actually been extended till 6 p.m. this evening for the snow that you just saw. 40 degrees today. Cloudy skies, maybe a snow shower or flurry here and there. That's it. Then sunshine tomorrow, 45 degrees, so 10 degrees cooler than normal. 46 on Sunday as the system lives out. Could kick off a snow shower or a rain shower throughout the area, but they'll be few and far between. Then on Monday, 55 and sunny. We stay sunny on Tuesday, near 60 degrees. And then Wednesday, which happens to be the first day of spring, sunshine and 62.
Ed, thank you so much. Right now, we're taking a live look from I-225 and Parker Road, where traffic there is flowing nicely, but as soon as you approach Parker Road and then Yosemite heading southbound into I-25, that's where you're going to notice a crash, and there is bumper-to-bumper traffic. CDOT actually just moved this camera, so I can't show you those delays, but if we switch things over to our main graphics, I do have a traffic alert for you. There is a stalled vehicle eastbound I-70 on Woodward Avenue. The right lane is blocked off, and there's a lot of people heading up to the mountains this morning. We are seeing heavy delays in that area, and those speed times are coming in right around 26 miles per hour, so keep that in mind. We also had a stalled vehicle all morning. This is west of C-470, so US 285 is closed, so just keep that in mind if that's part of your morning drive or if you're heading that way. And this is the crash that I was telling you about right along Parker Road, I-225 south of Parker Road. That left lane is blocked off, and we are seeing a lot of heavy delays. So we are in the red this morning, especially if you're heading into I-25. So take it easy and drive safe, or you can always take an alternate route this morning.
All right, we appreciate it. We have put everything you need to know about this storm in one place for you. That includes a link to the radar, the forecast, the closings, as well as stories to get you through the storm safely. If you text us the word snow to 303-871-1491, we will send you a text back with all of that information.
Right now, the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office, as well as the local emergency management group, has declared an emergency declaration because all of the snow that fell there. That frees up additional resources there for the county. The county says Sheriff's Office has been using snowcats to reach stranded drivers. Haven't said exactly how many rescues they've done, though. The disaster declaration allows the county to activate certain response plans and makes them eligible for more money and resources from the state. Gilpin County, right next door, has also declared a local emergency.
And right now, 2 extra severe weather shelters are open in Denver. They're at the McNichols Civic Center building off of West Colfax Avenue and the Stone Creek shelter at the former Best Western Hotel on Quebec at I-70. Both shelters will be staying open through 9 a.m. tomorrow. People can walk up to the locations directly, and then pets are also welcome at the Stone Creek shelter. The city is also opening up rec centers as daytime warming centers during regular business hours. That's going to be open today. Each center will have a designated warming area with access to drinking water, restrooms, and a place to sit.
The heavy, wet snow isn't just a problem for us, our cars, and our pets. Everyone is digging out this morning. It's a big problem for our trees as well. Tons of downed trees and heavy snow sitting on power lines because of this storm. Sidewalks are completely clear because they got blocked by all those fallen limbs. You can see that the snow kind of gets sheltered there by all those limbs. Here's a prime example from early this morning. This is off Downing near Washington Park. You can see that's kind of even one of the smaller branches that we've been seeing over these last couple of hours. You can see the tree limbs that came down under the weight of that snow. Of course, that's not even all the damage that we're seeing from this storm. Our Lauren Scafidi is in Lakewood right now. And Lauren, you've been driving around throughout this morning, looking at all the snow and some power lines I can see right behind you also sagging quite a bit.
Yeah, that's the issue that we're talking about now, Mark. We were talking about downed limbs earlier on the ground that were causing problems. So we've got some limbs up in the air still that are still causing problems. Kind of like same but different. Take a look over my shoulder. You can see the weight of that heavy, wet snow really pulling on those power lines, and that's where we have issues. Excel is reporting more than 500 outages right now, affecting more than 8,000 customers. That's a lot of people. Now, compare those power lines, right? The ones that are sagging down because of the weight of that snow on them and those branches. Compare those power lines to the ones even directly above it. Do you see how taut those are? How straight those are? It's very obvious, especially when you compare the two, how that's affecting these power lines. And that's not all. It's kind of happening all down the street. Even if we swing the camera around, it's even happening right here in front of us. The weight of that snow is just really, really heavy. And it's only going to take a little bit more, right, for it to possibly pull that down. So that's why it's so important that you get outside, knock the snow off of those branches before it becomes an issue for not just you, but everyone else in the community, all the neighbors. So get out there while you can. But we'll continue to drive around and see what we can see. And, there are plenty of other downed trees and down limbs. And as I was saying earlier, we have a lot of options. We're trying to decide what to show you because there really just is so much to show you around the Denver area. For now, I am live in Wheat Ridge. Lauren Scafidi, 9 News.
All right, we appreciate it. Lauren, you've been all over the place. You started Denver, Wheat Ridge, Englewood. You're giving us a good look around the metro area.
You've got a big tree that's down. Let Lauren know. Lauren, thank you so much.
We still got a couple more hours. We'll see what we can find.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Lauren, thank you.
So appreciate it. Well, the storm blocked out the sun in more ways than one. Not even solar panels were safe. This is in Greenwood Village near a building off of Crescent Parkway. One of the panels snapped at its base from the weight of the snow.
And I'm Matt Renew, live at the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, where conditions are improving. Traffic is flowing in and out of the high country, but not everyone is done digging out. We'll update conditions when we get that story moving, coming up on 9 News.
giving you a live look out over Lookout Mountain right now, just snow covered and looking absolutely gorgeous, but the roads are still slick and slippery in a lot of areas, especially the side streets, so good luck getting out of your driveway today. We're going to be getting a check of the forecast in just a couple of minutes. New this morning, new video from the Midwest that captured a possible tornado. This is Winchester, Indiana, that is northwest of Dayton. It's not the only Midwest state that was hit either. This is in Ohio, where another grouping of suspected tornadoes left a path of destruction. It's also the state where 3 people were reported killed due to the storms. Police are trying to identify those victims. Tornadoes were also suspected to hit Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas. Well, back here in Colorado, Ed, at least things are starting to calm down for us, and actually, if we wait a couple of days, some nice weather is coming our way too.
Now we can say it looks beautiful outside.
Timing's going to be perfect for spring because that arrives the first day of spring on Wednesday, and it's going to be very spring-like. So things are going to work out. Here it is winter and snowing up there in beautiful Buena Vista. As you can see, they've had some snow. We have some snow. Look at the Garden of the Gods snowing down there because to the south of it, we still got some snow going on, and that's what you're seeing right now. And as we take a look over Denver, we have mostly cloudy skies. Maybe a flurry or two goes by. That's about it. And 30 degrees out at the airport right now. Here are the amounts we had. 13.8 in Aurora. Now, your city may have been more or less, but these are the general amounts that have been reported. 14 in Lakewood, 19.5 in Highlands Ranch, Castle Rock, 21 inches, Evergreen, 25 inches. In Estes Park, 28 inches, 35.2 in Genesee, 35.5 in Nederland, Conifer, 36, 45 inches in Aspen Springs. So, yeah, quite a snowstorm out of this, but it'll all go down the record books as 5.7 inches because that's what the National Weather Service recorded out at the airport, and that makes it official. Those are the showers and thunderstorms and tornadoes that we saw. We talked about those, and they indeed did occur. Could again today. We're watching that, but here's our system, and you can see that low-pressure system over the south still pumping some moisture in, but as it sinks south, it takes that snow level along with it to the south as well. So to the north, we have some cloudy skies, and they have canceled the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning, but down to the south, because we still have snow generated there, it has been actually extended till 6 p.m. this evening. So with that, we will see the snow down to the south. We will see clearing skies as we get into the evening hours. And then tomorrow, we'll see sunny to partly sunny skies, but still snow over southwestern sections of the state. As the system moves out, you can see the snow still going on in that area. And then we have the cloudy skies once again on Sunday. And as the system lifts out, maybe a snow shower or rain shower wanders through the state. That's going to be about it. Avalanche warning today goes until 5 o'clock because of the unstable snowpack. Temperatures mostly in the 30s, 40s, 50s over the eastern plains. We'll find that also in the west. Up at the higher elevations, 20s, 30s, and 40s. So here's your Denver forecast. Cloudy, cold, snow ending, 40 degrees. Then for tonight, clearing skies and 24. Tomorrow, 45 degrees. The sunshine returns, but we have a chance for a rain or snow shower Sunday as the system moves out. 55 on your Monday with sunny skies, sunny near 60 on Tuesday. Wednesday, first day of spring, 62 degrees and sunny, 60s and upper 50s as you get to Thursday and Friday with a few afternoon rain showers.
Ed, thank you so much. 8:14 is your time for this Friday morning. And like you guys mentioned, it is beautiful out there. It basically looks like a winter wonderland. But what we're dealing with is slick road conditions this morning. And the reason I'm showing you the CDOT cameras along I-225 and Yosemite, if we can switch things over to our main graphics, that area is very messy. That's because we have not one, but 2 crashes back to back along I-225. And then we have a stalled vehicle, which is slowing down. So if we zoom out just a tad bit, you can see that those speed times are coming in at 50 miles per hour. And that is going to be a 13-minute drive. Now, other than those 2 crashes and that stalled vehicle that I mentioned, we are not dealing with anything else. It's just our usual morning rush hour traffic. So westbound 76, we are in the green, which is what we love to see usually right around this time. This is very colorful. It's in the red, but right now that it's going to be an 11-minute drive. And then all the way down south for those in Castle Rock, northbound I-25 right near Lincoln Avenue, we have seen snow plows moving up and down that area, I-25 north and southbound. So you can expect some delays this morning.
All right, thanks so much for that. With the storm now behind us, kids across the state are getting to really enjoy a snow day. More than 200 schools, school districts, and businesses are closed so far today. Some college kids getting the day off as well. CU Boulder canceled classes this morning. We do have a list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We also have a list on our website, and that's at 9news.com/closings. And right now, avalanche warnings are in effect along the Front Range. This is the current map from the Colorado Avalanche Information Center. All all of that new powder along with the winds are making avalanche conditions very dangerous. So that means you need to stay out of those areas. Those warnings for right now are set to drop off by 4:30 this afternoon. And our Matt Renew has been watching the conditions on I-70 for several days now. But Matt, last we heard from you, you actually started seeing traffic move through, which is very welcome news.
You're right, Anusha. Quite a bit of traffic, actually, as we've started to see in just the past hour. There's been a volume of traffic really start to pick up, especially here at the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels, where traffic's moving east and west. That's the good news. I-70's reopened, which it did yesterday, to regular traffic. Semis, big rigs, commercial vehicles are still restricted heading in or out of the mountains. Having said that, we're seeing a lot of semis and big rigs move in and out of the mountains, even though they're restricted. One of the until now, we've seen a line of semis here that come up and then they get pulled over because they have snow on their trailers, and they got to knock that snow off because they set off the height sensors and they can't go through the tunnels if they're a certain height, and so they got to knock all that off. This is the first time all morning that we have not seen any semis here that have triggered those sensors, so that's good news too. And traffic is moving along very nicely behind me in and out of the mountains. It's still really snow-packed and icy, especially in the foothills, Idaho Springs and Georgetown, but then you start to get right up here towards the tunnel and then drop in over on the west side of the Eisenhower-Johnson Tunnel, and roads are very clear, and it's very nice driving if you're coming in or out of the mountains to enjoy some of the powder. You know, Loveland got about 20, grab my light right there that almost blew away at that gust of wind. Loveland got about 22 inches of snow in the past 2 days out of this storm. On the other side of the divide, Copper Mountain and Vail, not quite as much. We're talking about 7-8 inches of snow at those ski areas, although Keystone fared very well. So it shows you sort of the pockets that really just hit isolated areas in the high country with some of that snow. And then we've been talking about avalanche danger in the backcountry. That's going to be a big problem. It's also something CDOT is worried about along some of these mountain roads. Just in the past hour, we've heard a lot of activity as CDOT launches explosives up against the hills here along Loveland Pass as they try to do some mitigation, maybe bring some of that snow down in their terms, because Loveland Pass is closed right now and then they can clear it out. So already Loveland seeing some of that work as CDOT gets to work trying to do some avalanche mitigation. So Mark and Anusha, busy now in the mountains, and in a good way, because it's not people stuck and trying to figure out how they're going to get out of the mountains. It's people coming in and out of. Happy 4th of July. I just heard, there we go. What are the explosives right there? So there you go. It's busy in the mountains.
20 some inches at Loveland, Matt. I think that's what we call tasty powder, right?
It's tasty powder, and then it's also a celebration worthy enough of firing off explosives here in the high country.
People are celebrating all that powder. Matt, thank you so much. Well, you got to stay warm somehow, right, when all this snow comes in. Carter Reese sent us this picture to us. He rode out the storm in Castle Rock, spending the day in his hot tub with 2 feet of snow piled up around him. All right. Dude, why didn't you invite the rest of us over? That looks nice.
That actually seems really pleasant and probably very beautiful.
That looks fantastic.
Well, coming up next, we are taking a look at one of the spots that got the most snow and what those totals are looking like.
Time is 8:22 a.m. on this Friday morning as we take a live look at the Eisenhower Tunnel and Loveland ski area. You can see the snowcat on your left making its way up there. There is a lot of fresh powder if you can make it up to the high country today. Something like 20 inches of fresh snow there at Loveland ski area. Someone's going to have some fun up there.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And the further west you go, actually, the more snow you get.
Our Corey Reppenhagen has been in Aspen Park. It's west of Denver, not as far west as Loveland ski area. He's been there for the last couple days where they've seen some of the highest totals in the entire state.
Yeah, and we do now have those 50-inch reports coming from the foothills this morning. So it is officially a 2 to 4 foot storm here in the foothills. Just a tremendous event. 36 hours of snowfall. Many areas clocking in at that 36-inch mark. So 1 inch for every hour of this storm. And we're looking at these trees out here just flocked with snow. We have a lot more snow than in Denver, so the tree damage in Denver looks like it's going to be very significant. We're probably not going to see that up here, and here's why. The snow that we got up here because of the colder temperatures is much more fluffy and dry. There's not as much water content in this snow as it is down in the Denver metro area, and these trees up here in the conifer evergreen area, these conifer trees, they're pretty used to seeing 1 foot or to 2 feet of snow sitting on these branches. So they're already kind of accustomed to this. And now as we go through the day, the sun is now starting to have an impact. And you might think that as the snow changes to water, it's going to become heavier and these branches will get weighted down heavier. But it's actually not the case. The snow will change in density as it changes from a solid crystal to a water, but the weight on these trees will be the same no matter how much water is transferred into that. In Aspen Park, meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen, 9 News.
Corey and his fantastic snow mustache have been camped out there for like 36, 48 hours.
Yeah, something like that. I think he said since Wednesday he's been there, so.
If there is 3 feet of snow anywhere,
that's where you find
Corey Reppenhagen.
I love it. We're going to head over to Ed right now. And Ed, I feel like today people are really going to need to still look up for those drooping tree branches and things as they get out of their house, because this is heavy, wet snow.
Well, they put out that alert that said don't park under any trees. How do you do that in the city of Denver? Yeah. But that could really be the problem. And also, getting back to Corey, he's one of the smartest weather guys I have ever known in my life. The guy is just a genius and really has some fascinating knowledge about stuff in Colorado and all our weather. Well, here's what we've got going on right now. You see the snow-covered city, 30 degrees, cloudy skies out at the airport, but you might see an isolated snow shower or flurry move on through. The low-pressure system continues to sink south, taking the snow level along with it. So 40 degrees today, might see a peek at the sunshine, as Corey says we are seeing out there. 40 degrees our high, 45 tomorrow with plenty of sunshine. Then as the system continues to lift out, could kick off a rain or snow shower in Denver on Sunday with a high of 46. Then it is gone, and we're seeing sunshine return on Monday with a high of 55, near 60 on Tuesday with sunny skies. And here's your first day of spring. 62 and sunny skies.
The more snow, the bigger the snow person. A family in Westminster built this huge one, 10 feet tall. And from that angle, it actually looks like it's taller than the house towering over it.
Like, my favorite part of this, you got like full-on tree branches as its arms.
So like they must have been climbing up like on ladders, like building this. It was great snow for it, that's for sure. So
we're told that the buttons, they aren't just little rocks, they're hockey pucks.
Yeah. You got to have something that stands out for that kind of size snow person.
Let's take bets on when that one's going to melt.
It's going to be a minute. Okay.
That's fantastic.
We are continuing to take a look at the aftermath of this massive snowstorm. Now that is coming to a close here in Colorado. We'll give you a look at the roads and the conditions up on I-70 as well.
Time is 8:29 a.m. as we give you a live look all around the state of Colorado. That's Denver, Greeley, and the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel up by Loveland ski area, all covered in snow. Of course, there are different stages of how much snow fell in different areas, of course. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Mark Salinger, along with Anusha Roy and Ed Green. Ed, the snow finally now moving out. We can look outside and say, hey, that actually looks pretty nice out there. It's beautiful.
But you know we're not done with the storm yet, because this is sinking to the south, but then it will lift northeast to move out by Sunday, and that could kick off a rain or snow shower right here in Denver.
Why not?
Still the same system, but then next week, springtime's coming our way. I got some springtime weather for you.
Just in time for spring.
Right, let's take a look at what we've got going on right now. And you see we have maybe a flurry. You see a little snow shower moving through just to the east of Denver at this hour. That's all we're seeing. To the south, as this system sinks south, that's where the heavier snow is. Southern sections of the I-25 corridor and also over southwestern and western sections of the state. That's where the low pressure system sits, still pumping the moisture into the state, just not as far north. So we've canceled the advisory and the warning for the north, but to the south, it's actually been extended till 6 p.m. this evening. So today, cloudy, cold, snow ending or over 40 degrees. We could see a peek at the sunshine this afternoon. Sunshine tomorrow and 45 degrees on the cool side. 46 on Sunday. There's that chance of a rain or snow shower, but not a big deal here. And then on Monday, it's gone. 55 degrees and sunny skies, 59 on Tuesday with sunny skies. And here comes your first day of spring, 62 degrees and sunny.
Ed, thank you so much. 8:31 is your time for this Friday morning. I am showing you several cameras from I-70 for those heading to the mountains. This is what you can expect. A lot of traffic this morning. Very different story than what we showed you yesterday. Some of those cameras that I showed you yesterday, it basically looked like a parking lot out there. Now we're seeing traffic move, but we're just seeing a lot of cars out on the road. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics. And just a quick reminder, I-70, no semis are allowed until noon today from Vail to Morrison. And then we also have a stalled vehicle blocking. So this is a C470, west of C470, right along US 285. That vehicle has been blocking it all afternoon, which is why, all morning, I should say, which is why we're seeing that shade of purple blocking that area. Now we're also having a crash along 225. There's two crashes and then a stalled vehicle. And it sounds like we have another crash right along Alameda Avenue. I'm going to stay on top of this and bring you the latest.
Appreciate that so much. Well, the snow from the storm has been so deep in some areas, it's actually been really hard for first responders to get through.
Yeah, like in the Highlands Ranch area, they saw something like 19 inches there. When South Metro Fire responds to a call, they're bringing their own plows with them. This ain't their first rodeo. They need those to dig through the neighborhoods that are still buried, make sure that they can get to an emergency when someone calls 911. They say it's a good reminder that shoveling isn't just a courtesy, it could be the difference between life or death if you have an emergency.
Every second counts in this situation, and if we get to a certain situation, we will have some of the crew help digging while the others are taking care of the situation. But we want to keep the crews responding to the emergencies that there are needed for.
So this part's pretty cool. Crews had some extra help from Arapahoe Rescue Patrol. They're a fully trained search and rescue team that is staffed by teenagers throughout the metro area. They help dig out sidewalks, neighborhood streets, anything that they're needed. They were following around those ambulances and fire trucks yesterday in the middle of the snowstorm. Good for them, keeping people safe.
Yeah, that's a fantastic program.
Well, it has been a rough couple days for anyone trying to get anywhere on I-70, from crashes to closures to stuck semi-trucks up in the high country.
Yeah, it was not pretty for a very, very long time. Joining us over the phone right now is Corporal Josh Lewis with Colorado State Patrol. And you are talking about some of the restrictions that are in place right now. Can you walk folks through what to keep in mind if they're heading out the door?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not like it was yesterday, but it's still not back to normal. The biggest thing we want to remind people is when you see the speed limit signs, that's for a clear, dry road. And no road right now is clear and dry. So take it slow. Give yourself a little bit of extra time. And especially if you're going to be going in some of those areas that may still have some, definitely impacted by snow, high country, be aware. Check cotrip.org for any type of restrictions, be it a chain law or passenger vehicle traction law. Make sure you have those adequate tire treads for all-wheel drive, whatever those restrictions are. They're going to differ from place to place. So wherever you're going or planning on going, check ahead of time.
Now, some of the biggest problems that we saw yesterday were semi-trucks that didn't have the proper chains or tires getting stuck up in the high country on I-70. What can you tell us about that? Were any citations issued? Today, they aren't even allowed up there until noon.
You know, we talk about that. We don't want to issue citations. I was fortunate. I was in the Highlands Ranch area, which was in and of itself a little bit of a disaster. Despite CDOT's best efforts, they really cleaned things up well. So I got to avoid the I-70 corridor myself. But generally speaking, there has been more of a crackdown as this has gone along, and we have seen how disastrous it can be in terms of just shutting down this major area, which is always a last-ditch effort. Nobody ever wants that roadway to get shut down, and the fact that it had to be and for so long and restricted in what it is a true testament to just how bad the storm was and the absolute need for everybody to be aware of what's going on, but certainly anybody commercial motor vehicles, having those chains, having those alternate traction devices, being prepared, knowing how to use them, and then using them properly makes all the difference in the world. It only takes one, and unfortunately, there was more than one yesterday.
So Corporal Lewis, before we let you go, I think you and I were not very far from each other because I was driving through the South Metro area yesterday morning as well. Like you were saying, the I-25 stretch, especially Castle Rock and the Monument, was pretty scary at times. What's your advice for folks going out today who are saying, okay, the storm's over? Do they still need to be worried about the road conditions there?
Yes. So remember, we're still in winter. Give it another week, but we're still in winter, and conditions can change quickly. Roads are still wet, so that means there could be standing water. There could be patches of ice someplace. So take your time. Don't think that just because you don't see snow on the road now, that there isn't some more snow that hasn't been completely eliminated around the bend, or ice, or even that hydroplaning as the melt happens and the runoff. So take time, be prepared, give yourself plenty of stopping distance for vehicles around you as well.
All right. Well, we really appreciate the insight. Thanks so much for stopping by. We appreciate it.
And today you'll see a lot of plows out on the road as crews continue to clear out all that snow, like you heard Corporal Lewis talking about just then. This is a look at CDOT's plow tracker live right now. You can see where they're all at. Most of them up in the high country, a lot of them on the I-70, 285 corridors. You can see them spread across the metro area, I-25 corridors, and yes, up into the mountains where they got several feet of snow.
And don't forget to be very careful around those plows as well. One driver in Grand County crashed into a plow. The Grand County Sheriff's Office says the driver blew past the closure point on Highway 40 at Berthoud Pass. A sergeant tried to stop him, and then the driver crashed. He was arrested for that and also for a felony warrant.
So Colorado State Patrol, as we just heard them talking about there, says you should really keep these things in mind, like the fact that plows usually drive in formations like the one that you see on this screen, and when they are in those formations, do not pass them. It's the law. Bad idea to pass a plow anytime, but especially when they're in these formations. It's not a new law either. It's been in the books for about 5 years now, increasing penalties for anyone who does pass a plow. That includes plows with their lights on and in formation. You could be fined or have points taken off your license. CDOT says it's the safest to just stay 3 or 4 lengths back. That way, if they're pushing out any dirt or any of the rocks that keep you safe on the roads, stop us from skidding, it won't hit your windshield and cause some damage there. Give them space.
And one of the most fascinating parts of this storm is that we have such a wide range of snow totals across the state. Some places got several feet of snow, while DIA didn't get much at all. Regardless, the weather was still enough for a lot of canceled and delayed flights. Today, looking so much better. Right now, there are 86 delays and 26 cancellations. Giving you a look at the misery map right now, just for a little context, at the height of yesterday, we had over 800 cancellations and delays out of DIA. And we just talked with some officials out at the airport as well, who said their operations are normal as of about a half an hour ago. Well, a whole lot happened over the course of the storm, and we want to break down some of it as well.
Yeah, joining us this morning, meteorologist Chris Bianchi, who's kind of just been slacking off these last couple days, hasn't really been doing a whole lot.
Just hanging out, catch up on Netflix.
Building snowmen.
Yeah, it's been a fun couple days. No, it certainly has been fun. So I kind of want to, now that the storm's basically over and done with for most of the state, I kind of want to get into my top 2 takeaways from this one. And I think for the first thing that we're going to kind of come away from this storm is how big this was for the foothills. So the foothills, these are some of the preliminary totals that are coming in. I'll tell you what here, folks, I suspect we're going to get more and more reports as we get later on through the morning. I'm guessing we're going to get a couple more 50-plus inch reports for us. Now, granted, that's localized. That's going to be 1, 2, maybe 3 towns that come in with some of these 50-inch reports. But we've got the first one in, which is from Nederland, 53 inches for us in Nederland. But it's not just the foothills where this was a whopper of a snowstorm. For Castle Rock, this is your biggest snowstorm in Castle Rock since March of 2003. So this was a big, big storm for us in the South Metro, in the West Side of the Metro area. And I was just actually talking with Ed about this a couple minutes ago, this is probably going to end up being the biggest foothills snowstorm since the March 2003 storm as well. So this is our biggest foothills South Metro storm probably in 20 plus years. And then the other big takeaway, you're looking at it, the amount of water within the storm. You're probably driving around this morning. You might note that the roads are actually just kind of fairly wet in a lot of cases. That's partially thanks to the amount of water within this storm. At the Centennial Airport, look at that, 2.87 inches worth of precipitation. It might sound like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Let me kind of break that down for you in a bit more detail. That's the wettest March storm on record at the Centennial Airport. For context, that is about what they average in the months of May and June combined for those full months. Those are the 2 wettest months of the year, by the way. So the Centennial Airport, that would be like having 3 really intense summer thunderstorms, that much water within this one single storm, which is incredible.
So that's why when we're on the road, everybody's driving today, and it's so wet and slushy, and the slush is flying up and hitting your windshield. That's because there's so much moisture in there.
There was a ton. I mean, even at the airport, we had a DIA, which got probably a little less than downtown. We picked about 1.5 inches worth of precipitation at the airport. Again, that is a ton of water. In March, we averaged less than 1 inch of precipitation for the entire month of March. So again, it kind of contextualized the fact that there was an enormous amount of water within this storm, which frankly is kind of good news as well, because we're not going to be talking about flood issues because of the storm. So we kind of get all that precipitation without the kind of headaches that can come sometimes from those summertime thunderstorms.
Yeah, that's a really good way and good perspective on it. Yeah, because it'll have an impact for a long time to come, this amount of moisture. So,
in all seriousness, thank you to you, Ed, all the other 9 News meteorologists for predicting this storm, quite literally predicting the future, and you guys were spot on. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
Now go build a snowman.
So always nervous saying that, but yes, thank you. Yeah.
Go build a snowman.
It's been a stressful couple of days,
right?
Okay?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. Well, coming up on the other side of the break, all that wet, heavy snow made a mess for public transportation in Denver. We're hearing from RTD on what we can expect today as 9 News Mornings continues in 2 minutes.
It is 8:44 on your Friday morning, giving you a live look outside right now to Lookout Mountain. There's a little bit of sunshine there. That's a welcome change for us. We're going to head right over to Ed because, Ed, it's actually stopped snowing in some areas. I feel like we haven't seen that in, what, 24, 36 hours?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And the farther north you go, the less snow you will see. However, as you go to the south, still snowing pretty good. But here's the picture you just showed. Pretty interesting picture. You can see all the snow on the ground, but the clouds still kind of boiling up around here. And you might see a snow shower or a flurry, but really that's going to be about it. Now you go south, Garden of the Gods, it's snowing like crazy down there because that's where all the snow is. This system is sinking south, taking the snow with it. So they are south of us, and that's what they're getting. At the airport, cloudy skies right now. We're at 30 degrees. Here are the showers and thunderstorms we saw yesterday that produced those killer tornadoes. They could see some of that tough weather again today. But for us, it is snow, and the low pressure system is down to the south. As it continues to sink to the south, it takes those snow levels out of Denver and then down to the south. So you see it snowing heavier to the south and also to the west in our state. So we have canceled the winter storm warning and the winter weather advisory for the north, but to the south, it has actually been extended until about 6 p.m. tonight, and it goes right down into New Mexico because that's where that storm system is kind of pushing at this time. So now as you see it, there's a counterclockwise flow, and you see taking all that snow along with it. We will see a little bit of sunshine, but now it's on the move. It's going to start to move out of the state. That's going to push snow back into our state. And Sunday, as it begins to lift out, we might even see a snow shower wander into Denver. Not going to be a big deal, but there's that possibility. And we do have an avalanche warning until 5 p.m. today for some of the unstable snowpack because of all the snow we got. As far as the temperatures go, 30s, 40s, and look at the 50s out here in Nebraska and portions of Kansas. We're seeing 30s and 40s for the high country, 40s and 50s out to the west. So our forecast, cloudy skies today with snow ending 40 degrees. And then for tonight, we will see clearing skies with 24 degrees. And then on your Saturday, 45 degrees with mostly sunny skies, but clouds move back in with maybe that rain or snow shower on your Sunday, St. Patrick's Day. And then it's gone for good. Sunshine, 55 degrees on Monday, more of the same on Tuesday, near 60. And that spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening. So the first day of spring is going to be a nice one, and it's going to feel like it. Sunny skies and 62, 63 on Thursday, 59 on Friday, but we added a few afternoon rain showers.
And as you might expect, RTD got backed up because of all of the snow. Yesterday, RTD says buses were running anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes behind, trains about 5 to 15 minutes. Today, the service has already warned of more potential bus delays as the metro area is just starting to dig out of that storm. So we've got Marta Sipicki with RTD who's joining us live over the phone right now. And Marta, you have been getting updates throughout the morning. What kind of delays are we anticipating for today?
Yes, our latest is that service is going much smoother today than it was yesterday. However, there have been some cancellations due to operators not being able to get into work. So buses are experiencing delays of 5 to 30 minutes, depending on the area. And a couple of our mountain routes, the EV and the CV, have been suspended due to unsafe road conditions. With rail, there are no weather-related issues. There are no canceled trips on the A, B, and G lines. Light rail has had some canceled trips due to operator availability.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, I can say anecdotally, I saw the buses going yesterday and I was like, whoa, they're going through this snowstorm. What kind of challenges did you see through that yesterday as well as continuing into today? Do you have to put chains on those buses? Are there certain areas that the light rails can't get through because there's simply too much snow?
Well, the buses on the mountain routes definitely have to have chains. Throughout the city, they do not. As long as the roads are clear, we can get the buses through. With light rail, we were able to not have any issues on the tracks, or with commuter rail, no issues on the tracks with snow. It's basically with light rail, the operator availability. But customers should always check our website for delays, cancellations, and detours, because that way they'll have the latest information on their trip.
All right, so just so for anyone who's joining us, Marta, it sounds like things are looking better, but still a couple of delays to watch out for today.
Correct.
All
correct.
Right.
And, hoping as soon as the weather completely clears up, we'll be back on track.
All right, we will be keeping tabs on that. We really appreciate you spending some time with us this morning. Thanks so much.
You bet. Thank you.
Well, remember, we have put everything that you need to know about this storm in one place for you. That includes a link to the radar, the forecast, and the closings, as well as stories to get you through this storm safely. You can text the word snow to 303-871-1491. We will send you a text back with all of that information. New this morning in the racketeering case against former President Trump, in the last half hour, a Georgia judge has ruled Fulton County DA Fani Willis should not be disqualified from prosecuting the case. But there is one big condition to that ruling. The special prosecutor she appointed must leave the case if Willis does not. For a little background, one of Trump's co-defendants accused Willis of misconduct for her relationship with the special counsel that she appointed. While the judge found that there was no actual conflict brought by that relationship, he did say that the, quote, appearance of impropriety should lead to either Willis or the special counsel leaving the case.
And I'm meteorologist Keely Chalmers live in South Boulder, where residents, like many residents across the area, are digging out from more than a foot of snow. We'll take a look at the snowy road conditions and how residents up here are dealing with all this coming up in the next hour.
Happy Friday. Thanks for waking up with us. Hope you have your snow shovel out there. This is a live look at Denver. Lots of snow as we are digging out. Ed's keeping an eye on your forecast. We'll hear from him in just a couple of minutes. But right now, I want to take you out to Boulder, Colorado. Keely Chalmers is out there roaming the roads in the foothills. And Keely, there's a lot of snow in Boulder.
Oh yeah, more than a foot fell as of last night, and then more fell overnight. So residents here waking up to a lot of snow on the residential streets. I have to say the main roads are plowed. They're just wet right now, but these residential roads, actually this one looking not too bad. This was covered in snow this morning, but the cars have kind of dug out one travel lane here on this road, and you can clearly see the residents. They are digging out. They have been digging out since before the sun came up this morning. And of course, cars out here along the side of the road completely buried in snow. We've seen folks digging their cars out as well. I want to show you some video we shot just about an hour ago of one of the neighbors, Patrick. The big gamble was, would he be able to get his car out? We've seen a lot of cars stuck in the snow. In fact, we almost got stuck in the snow out here earlier. But Patrick was able to get his truck out. Luckily, he had four-wheel drive. Took him a little bit, but he was able to get his truck out. So he was one of the lucky ones. Other folks are just waiting for the snow to start to melt so they could get their cars out. Now, I have to say, we have seen some plows out here. I saw one plow in front. I live up here, not too far away. One plow go by my street. And it looks like there is evidence that a plow has been by this street as well. You can see this section has been plowed. This is the result. Now, in addition to having to deal with all the snow and shoveling, residents here are also having to deal with this situation, downed branches. There are downed branches all across this neighborhood. They've been on cars, they're in yards, out across streets. So folks also having to clean up. So not only are they shoveling out or waiting for the thaw, these residents now having to clean up these downed branches. Not an easy job. This is going to take a lot of work from neighbors, and also a lot of work from Mother Nature with those temperatures getting into the 60s this week.
Wow, we will take any help that we can get.
Some help from Mother Nature. There you go.
Thanks so much, Keely. And Ed, we might actually be in a little bit of luck if we wait a couple of days, though.
Yeah, spring is coming our way, and everything's going to be spring-like when it gets here. And that doesn't happen very often. Let's go outside and take a look. And there's the snow in Greeley. Now, yesterday they had grass on the ground because they had some rain that melted the snow, but they did get a little snow overnight, and you see it right there. And downtown here, we do have those cloudy skies, but the temperature stands at 31 degrees right now. We will see some peaks at the sunshine. That low-pressure system sinking south, taking the snow along with it, so that's where it's going to end up today. We'll see cloudy skies, maybe a flurry or two, but 40 degrees the high, 45 tomorrow with more sunshine. And then here we go with Sunday, maybe the rain or snow shower as the system lifts out, but then sunshine returns on Monday, near 60 on Tuesday, and here comes springtime. And look at the springtime weather, sunny and 62.
All right, definitely looking forward to that. The best part about this snow day has been seeing all of your pictures, including all of the pictures of the dogs. So we wanted to share just a few that we've gotten. Tori from Lone Tree sent us this video of her dogs playing, or this picture of her dogs playing, and basically just buried belly deep, but with a big old smile.
Yeah, we love unofficial snow totals here. Like, how many corgis tall did the snow fall? We love that here. And it's safe to say in Netherlands, the snow was exactly 1 dog deep, thanks to Scott for sending in pictures as well. We hope to show you those. Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah. Okay, we have a bunch of them, so we'll keep showing them throughout the show as well. And then we also were getting some photos of Belle with all her snowballs. Oh my gosh, it's up to her eyeballs.
She's got some snow boots on, literally.
Gosh, she must be so cold. This was from Heidi from Parker, and clearly Belle had a great time outside.
Oh, love all those doggos.
Love to see it, love to see it. That is how every dog was coming home yesterday, Ed.
Seriously.
Yeah, but don't you just love the dogs that love the snow?
Yes.
Oh, I love when they get out and they can't get enough of it, running around everything. Doesn't bother them.
Pro tip with those, if you take a whisk,
yes,
like from your kitchen,
yeah,
just run it through the snowballs on your dog's fur.
Oh.
Works like a charm instead of having to deal with
trying to wipe
just put them
your
in
paws
front of the
off.
fireplace. And just
Exactly.
let it
Or
melt.
that. But a whisk is actually pretty easy. Works pretty well.
That works.
I think my Fiona would go for the fireplace.
There you go. Yeah.
It's perfect napping weather,
Nice
right?
little hot tub.
Well, the storm is officially over, so says the National Weather Service, but our live team coverage to get you ready for the aftermath is going to be on for 1 more hour here on 9 News. want to start off this at 9 a.m. hour of our extended storm coverage this morning with a live look over Denver right now, waking up snowy and cloudy on your Friday morning.
Yeah, so if you don't like the weather here, can we recommend just driving maybe 50 miles north, taking a live look at Greeley this morning? Things are much different than the metro area. They got a little rain, a little dusting of snow, nothing like what we got here. Good morning and thanks for joining us. Time is 9:01 a.m. and it has been a busy 24 hours around the state with some major snowfall impacting areas from the metro area up to the high country where we're measuring snow in feet, not inches.
Yeah, it's some impressive snow totals.
Oh,
We
yeah.
want to get started by heading over to Ed right away because Ed, the storm is actually done now. The snow has stopped, but now we're all just trying to dig out of it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the situation as we see it. It is all moving down to the south as that low pressure sinks to the south and taking the snow along with it. Now, yeah, you might see a snow shower or flurry push through maybe into the foothills. That's about it. But to the south, that's where the heavier snow continues. Also over the west, the snow continues. The low pressure system over the southwestern Arizona area, and that is pushing the snow up along the Front Range. But as it sinks south, it's taking the snow along with it. So it's only going as far as maybe Colorado Springs, at least at this hour. So across the north, they have canceled the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning. But to the south, it's actually been extended until 6 p.m. this evening. That's another 12 hours they've got going on, and that goes right down into New Mexico as a result. So today, 40 degrees, cloudy skies, and then tomorrow, mostly sunny skies. The sunshine does return, but Sunday, as this storm system lifts out, we could see a rain or snow shower from that storm system. Not going to be a big deal. We'll get to 46 degrees, but then it is gone on Monday. We'll see sunshine in 55, near 60 on Tuesday with sunny skies. And take a look at the first day of spring, 62 degrees on your Wednesday with plenty of sunshine to go around.
And thank you so much. 9:02 is your time for this Friday morning. Right now, taking a live look from I-25. If for those heading northbound right near 84th Avenue, you're seeing a lot of slowdowns this morning, and that's because of a crash that just happened. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics because we're also tracking two other crashes. Now, this is a live look from I-25 northbound in Castle Pines Parkway. You can see crews are on scene right now. So that is blocking 3 right lanes. You're going to see heavy delays in that area. Now, that crash that I showed you from our original CDOT cameras, 144th Avenue right near 84th Avenue. 2 lanes right now are blocked off. I'm going to stay on top of these 2 crashes for you and bring you the latest throughout the morning.
Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, is joining us live in the high country. And Matt, yesterday I-70 was pretty much a parking lot. And then this morning everyone's like, oh, there's fresh powder up in the high country? Yeah, I'm going.
Right? A reversal of fortunes. A parking lot of people stuck in Summit County yesterday couldn't get out of the mountains. Today, now that I-70 is reopened, people can't wait to get back into the high country, and it's because the ski areas did very well out of this storm. You can see traffic moving west along I-70 here towards the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels doing just fine. You're moving west out of Denver. You're going to be slick, snow-packed, and slushy, especially in those foothills. But then you start to get here to the Continental Divide, and then west of the Continental Divide, and the roads really clear up. Things are pretty dry and wide open, but you're still going to want to go slow because you can see we've still got snow flurries, the wind's blowing at times, and as it blows all those high snow banks, it can really start to reduce your visibility at times. But the good news is traffic's moving along very nicely in the mountains, and except for big rigs and commercial vehicles, there are still restrictions for those big semis that can't move in or out of the mountains yet. That will lift at noon. Now, having said that, we've seen a lot of the big rigs coming in and out of the high country, but that restriction will be lifted at noon, and then they can all make their way through the mountains as well. The great news for ski areas has been the snow totals. You look at like the Loveland ski area over the past 2 days, they've gotten 22 inches of snow, and Keystone's done very well. And then you move west, Copper Mountain and Vale, about 8 and 7 inches of snow, so not as much, but Mark, still very nice. And so some really good powder days going into the weekend at a time when there's a lot of spring breakers here on vacation as well. So this is great for Colorado.
Matt, though, with that wind, it looks a little bit chilly out there.
It's just a little bit. Right there on the back of the neck, Mark, is right where that wind's blowing right now. So it's extra cold.
Right? We appreciate you, Matt. Thank you so much, and hopefully you can get inside and get a warm cup of coffee. Appreciate it, Matt.
Well, Laura Scavini was at the airport yesterday morning. This morning, she's traveling all over the metro area. When we say all over, we mean really like from Denver to Wheat Ridge to Glenwood to Inglewood as well, to show you the damage that the storm has left behind. Right now, she is in the tech center, and you're tracking even more storm damage.
Yeah, when you put it like that, Anusha, I guess I didn't even realize how far we've been. We really have been everywhere this morning, talking about down limbs and streets and, on the snow and what else. But now we're talking about downed solar panels. I mean, take a look at this. These solar panels are huge, but you can really see that that wet, heavy snow was just no match for this solar panel. I mean, these things are giant, but there was just so much wet, heavy snow on there that it just completely broke it in half. I mean, look at where it's split. You would expect that to be really strong, right? Really sturdy, but that just goes to show you just how heavy this snow is. And there are 7 of these solar panels here, and this is the only one that has snapped in half like that. But if we take a look at this one here, you can see it looks like it's supposed to be flat, right? But if you take a look at the edges, the corners, it looks like they're bending just ever so slightly. So it makes you wonder, what's happening next? Is something else going to happen here? You just don't know, but that really just goes to show you how heavy this snow is here. Again, this is just what we're seeing here at the tech center, but we've seen down branches all over Denver area, and we saw some of those branches really leaning heavily on some of the power lines as well. So if you have a minute, just head outside, knock some of the snow off of anything that might cause issues for you, because it could be, your car or your neighbor's car underneath some of these branches or things that could fall down from the sky. So we'll check in here and see what else we can see around here, but for now, live at the Tech Center, Lauren Scafidi, 9 News.
Lauren in the Tech Center, Matt in the mountains, we appreciate you. Now I want to check in with Keely in Boulder this morning. Keely, what's it looking like out there?
Well, I'll tell you what, it is snow covered in the residential areas. We talked about this all morning long. While the main streets and thoroughfares have been plowed and are just wet, still more than a foot of snow along the sides of streets in the residential areas, and several inches actually on the streets. This street, because it's near a school, actually was plowed, so it's one of the lucky ones, the folks who live on this street. But along the sides of the street, the cars that are parked here just buried in the snow. You can see these cars here just buried in more than a foot of snow. The big issue is trying to get those cars out. We actually parked our live van along the side of one of these roads earlier and barely made it out as well. I want to show you some video. We met up with Patrick, a neighbor here earlier today. It was a gamble on whether he could get his truck out after clearing the snow off of it, but he said he had to get to work. So we took some video of him trying to get his car out, and luckily, after a few tries, he was one of the lucky ones, was able to get his car out. So some folks with four-wheel drive able to make their way out of the thick snow alongside. The issue is not only the snow that fell, but the plows that have come by and just scooped that snow onto the side of the street. All morning long back here live, we have seen residents out here. I mean, before the sun even came up, they were out here shoveling their driveways, their sidewalks. We met a gentleman by the name of Dave just about a couple minutes ago who's helping his neighbor shovel her sidewalk. So, the snow, sometimes it's a challenge, but it also brings out the best in people, especially in neighborhoods like this one, covered in more than a foot of snow. So no doubt people will be working hard throughout the morning, throughout the day, throughout the next several days to clear out this snow, and also hoping for a little help from Mother Nature with those 60-degree temperatures coming to help thaw and melt some of this. Certainly going to be a lot of melting to do. Reporting live in South Boulder, I'm meteorologist Keely Chalmers. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Keely, if it wasn't such wet, heavy, back-breaking snow that you have to shovel, you'd almost say, wow, it actually looks quite beautiful behind you there with all those trees coated in that beautiful white snow.
I tell you what, it is gorgeous. Certainly heavy snow, though. You can see the trees, as we've been talking about throughout the morning, just weighted down by the snow. The branches, lots of down branches, folks having to do a lot of cleaning up. But I'll tell you what, it's kind of fun out here to talk to these folks out here working hard, knowing that it's going to be a challenge to clean up, but also kind of excited to be out here working hard and playing in the snow as well.
Also looks like it's trash day in Boulder, so thank you to all of those folks, all the sanitation workers who are going out in the middle of all this, cleaning up that trash. We appreciate that. Keely, thank you.
Oh, I love the attitude. It's the best. We have put everything you need to know about this storm in one place for you. That includes a link to the radar, the forecast, the closings, as well as stories to get you through the storm and the aftermath. All you have to do is text the word snow to 303-871-1491, and we will send you a text back with that information. We'll be right back.
Well, up in Clear Creek County, they got so much snow that people there are declaring a local emergency. Town leaders, or I should say county leaders, are saying that it helps free up additional resources. The county says the sheriff's office has been using snowcats to reach stranded drivers up there. The disaster declaration allows the county to activate certain response plans and makes them eligible to more money and resources from the state. Gilpin County, right next door to Clear Creek County, also declared a local emergency.
Yeah, and Ed, we were just talking about how today we're finally waking up to the actual snow totals because it's finally stopped snowing.
Yeah, the snow totals, and they're even being updated. We've seen Netherlands now as much as 53 inches of snow in some parts of Netherlands. So yeah, they're being updated, and they'll continue to do that probably for most of the day. Still got a little light snow going on up in Buena Vista right now. They are to the south of us. Have you ever wondered what it looks like looking through ice? Well, that's what's on the lens here at Horsetooth, and that's exactly what it looks like. And as we take a look at Denver, you can see the cloudy skies that we still have around here. Might see a flurry or two, a snow shower. That's going to be about it. 31 degrees at the airport now with a few snow showers. Showers and thunderstorms down here over the southeast produced those killer tornadoes yesterday. Could do so again today, but we're in this system, and this is the low pressure system over Arizona. It continues to sink to the south, and as it does, it is taking that snow all the way down to the south to about Colorado Springs and out of Denver right now. So we're not seeing much more than clouds and maybe a few snow showers, but to the west and to the south, we continue to see that snow. So they have canceled the winter weather advisory and the winter storm warning for the north. north, but for the south, they've actually extended it another 12 hours till 6 p.m. tonight. So as we take a look, here is that snow. We will see it kind of clear out for tomorrow or tonight, and then into tomorrow we will see sunny to partly sunny skies. Snow continues over the south and the west, and then we will see this storm system begin to lift out as we get on into Sunday. Might see a scattered snow shower here as a result. Not going to be a big deal. But let's take a look at the March snowstorms. In March of 2021, 1952, 16.9 inches of snow. These are the top 5. 2024 of 1944, we have 18 inches of snow. 5 and 6 of 1983, 18.7 inches of snow. March 13th and 14th, just 3 years ago, we had 27 inches of snow. And take a look at this one. The 17th through the 19th of 2003, we had 31.8 inches of snow. That is in Denver. Rollinsville, with this storm, got 87.5 inches of snow. And if you take a look at the Winter Park ski area for this same storm, they got 77 inches of snow. Really, one chance they had too much snow. As far as the temperatures go, we'll look at 30s, 40s, and 50s. And those 50s go into Nebraska and Kansas. They're a little bit warmer. We're seeing 30s and 40s higher up. We've got 50s, but out to the west. So cloudy skies, cold, snow ending 40 degrees today. Tonight, clearing skies in 24. Then for tomorrow, 45 degrees. We see sunshine, but the clouds return on Sunday as the system lifts out, and we might see a late day snow shower or rain shower. But again, not going to be a big deal. Not everybody sees one. 55 on Monday as the system's finally out of here, so we return to sunshine. More of the same on Tuesday, 59 degrees at 9:06 in the evening. Spring arrives, so the first day of spring is Wednesday. Sunny and 62, very spring-like. 63 on Thursday, but we add rain showers to the forecast for Thursday and again on Friday.
Thank you so much. Right now, we are taking a live look from I-25 and 84th Avenue, where we've been talking about this crash. It's blocking 2 lanes right now, and it is slow moving. There is miles and miles of delays right now along I-25. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics, because at Denver International Airport, they actually just tweeted out that this weekend is going to be their busiest weekend. So March 15th, which is today, the 17th, and the 22nd. Right now, you could see Bridge Security, South Security, and West Security. They're all moving up to speed. It's about going to be a 10 to 15 minute wait. Now, for those taking any of our mountain corridors this morning, what you can expect is snowy and slushy roads. We are seeing a lot of delays along I-70, people just wanting to go up to the mountains, getting that fresh snow. And then we also are seeing some metro delays. So if we switch things over to our main graphics, you can see two crashes that I am tracking right now. First, northbound I-25 at Castle Pines Parkway, 3 right lanes blocked off. And then those speed times are coming in at 19 miles per hour. And just a quick heads up, there's a stalled vehicle. This is west of C-470 on US 285. This morning it's closed still.
Brianna, thank you. Well, at this point, you either know it's a snow day or you went to school and realized it was a snow day. But more than 200 schools, school districts, and businesses are closed so far today. We've got a list scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now. We also have our full list on 9news.com/snow day. A perfect day to go out there and get some sledding done.
Ooh,
Build
yes.
a snowman. It's good snow for that.
I saw that. A lot of the neighbors had like their little sleds just sticking in the snow. So the kids were out.
I know what's in your
having a good
future.
time. You love snow. My little one loves sledding. I will make that happen today.
Yes.
Well, some areas got so pummeled with snow. We were talking about more than 3 feet.
Which is, of course, if there's 3 feet of snow, where we're going to find meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen in Aspen Park this morning.
Yeah, with 2 to 4 feet. Now we have those 50-inch totals up here in the foothills. This storm is going to make its way into history. It won't beat that March 2003 storm, but it's really an unusual event to get more than 2 feet of snow. And that's what we have out here, 36 inches of snow. And really what that means, the difference, we're used to getting those 2-foot storms, but what that extra foot or 2 means, it just means it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get out of here. Maybe a little bit more snow to get off of your vehicles. Like this is my Subaru right here that's been sitting here since Wednesday night. Look at that, 29 inches of snow sitting up on top of there. But once you get your vehicle cleaned off, it's going to be a lot of time to get to the road, because in the foothills, a lot of people have these very long driveways. It's kind of like the driveway in front of this bed and breakfast here, where you have 500 yards or a quarter mile that you have to dig out. And it's relatively okay on a 1 or 2 foot storm, but when you get 3 and 4, it's tough to get your personal snowplow to get that out. So I'm hoping that a lot of people were able to get the kind of plow as you go through the storm. So maybe today they only have a foot of snow to get through before they get out to the main road. But that's what we're going to be doing today, mainly just digging out of this giant 2 to 4 foot storm out here in the foothills.
Ooh, and that is going to take so much work, especially if it's piled up at this point. Well, today you are going to see a lot of plows out on the roads as the crews are clearing the snow out. This is a look at CDOT's plow tracker. You can see they're spread out all across the metro area, the I-25 corridor, and of course into the mountains as well. Don't forget, you really need to be careful around these plows. One driver in Grand County actually crashed into a plow. The Grand County Sheriff's Office says the driver blew past the closure point on Highway 40 at Berthoud Pass. A sergeant had tried to stop him, and then the driver crashed. He was arrested for that, as well as for a felony warrant. Colorado State Patrol says that there are a few things you should keep in mind, like the fact that plows usually drive in this kind of formation, one after the other. If you see 2 or more plows like this, do not pass. That is the law.
It's not a new law either. That law has actually been in the books for 5 years now, increasing penalties for anyone who does pass a plow. That includes plows with lights on and plows that are driving in formation, just like you saw in that video just a couple seconds ago. You could be fined or even have points added to your license. CDOT says it's safest to stay about 3 to 4 car lengths back just to make sure that you are a safe distance away as they keep the roads clear. Well, of course, it has been a wet 24 hours in the metro area as well as a lot of parts of the state, as well as in the high country, several feet of snow in parts. And Chris, anybody who's already shoveled their snow knows it is heavy and there is a lot of moisture in there.
Yeah, this is cement snow. This is cement, kind of that concrete snow. So we've been kind of talking all morning about some of those takeaways from this snowstorm now that the final flakes have fallen for most of us here across northeastern Colorado. Corey was just speaking a few minutes ago about what we saw in the foothills. Likely going to end up as our biggest foothills snow event since the March 2003 snowstorm that we were just talking about a second ago. The other big takeaway is just the amount of water that's within the snow as well. Let's take a look first and foremost at the amount of snow that we actually picked up for us in the Denver area, and then we'll kind of get into some of the kind of water content that's within some of that snowfall. But I think one of those takeaways here will be just the amount of snowfall. Look, here in downtown Denver, about 9 to 15 inches worth of snowfall. South and west, boy, very sharp gradient. Airport officially less than 6 inches. Then you get into Roxborough Park. I just saw a 34-inch report just south of Roxborough Park. Castle Rock, I'm seeing a lot of 24 to 36-inch reports out that way. I mean, just a whopper of a snowstorm. But it's with the water within all that snowfall. Look at that. At the Centennial Airport, if that snow was kind of melted down to liquid form, almost 3 inches worth of water. That is just a ton of it for us at the Centennial Airport. Wettest March storm on record. And for us here in Denver, this is now our second wettest start to a calendar year on record for us. So you might remember in early February, we had that really kind of waterlogged storm as well.
Yes.
So this is now our second just true kind of almost, my term for it is gloppy. It's unofficial.
No.
That's official, right?
Yeah, it's official. It's straight out of the Weather Service. But you know what I'm talking about. It's just that, again,
Yes.
Cement, concrete snow, really heavy to shovel. And that's the second time this year that we've had one of those really cementy kind of snows for us here in the metro area.
Okay, so that reminds me of what you said last time too, is that especially for people with maybe health conditions or if you want to help out a neighbor, like this is the time to do it because it could turn into something serious.
Exactly. This is, if there was ever a snowstorm to pay the kid next door 20, 30 bucks, whatever, to shovel the snowstorm, this is the one. And also, hopefully, I was kind of trying to emphasize this during the storm yesterday. Corey was just speaking about that there in the foothills. This is one of those storms that kind of shoveled during the snow event to kind of whittle it down a little bit for you. Obviously, it's too late for that. But again, this is something where younger folks really, frankly, should be the ones doing the shoveling.
All those kids are watching this newscast right now and going, oh, crispy donkey. I'm raising my prices a little bit. If Chris is saying it.
There's a demand for your services. Young folk of Denver, get out there. There's a business opportunity. Let's just leave it at that.
Tell them Chris Bianchi sent you.
And they're going to start charging $50 and people are going to be like, what happened?
Then the inflation, then we start just kind of pushing it on up.
We spiral.
So what you're saying is that we had a Loppy Pie Day storm.
We had a gloppy Pi Day storm. The Pi Day storm about 3 years ago, which is, I think, that
Pi Day 3.14, March 14th.
March 14th, which was yesterday, of course. And then we had the Pi Day snowstorm back in 2021. That one was a lot colder of a snow event. That one, I believe temperatures were about 27 to 30 degrees across most of the metro area. So that snow wasn't quite as heavy as this past one. But this one, air temperatures were right at freezing, if not just above freezing throughout the majority of the snowstorm. And that meant, Mark and Anusha, that we were talking for that really kind of cement-like snow.
Gloppier.
Yeah, the gloppier, exactly.
Makes sense.
Glop.
The glop, the slush.
You just kind of go through the snow, it's just burp, burp, burp.
And then you
your
hit the
socks go
slush.
wet.
Oh,
no.
that's gross. Okay.
There's a kid out there at home who's going neighbor to neighbor and saying, Chris Bianchi said that it's pretty gloppy snow. I'm going to have to charge $50 to shovel your driveway.
You know, I guess my final point from this is Jeremy Hohola yesterday did a whole feature on people who are actually still exercising in the snow, kind of going out for runs or whatever. This is literally the worst snowstorm to go out for a run. I'm a huge runner as well, and I'll sometimes go out in some of those snow events. This is the worst one because if you happen to get in one of those puddles, your socks, your shoes are going to be just completely soaked.
I don't know how you avoid that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's everywhere. The puddles are everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Fascinating insight. Thank you so much for stopping by. We love it.
Chris, thank you. Taking a live look at the Eisenhower Tunnel in Loveland Ski Area. You can see traffic is moving there. That's a good thing. There is some fresh snow. Things are looking up. Want to show you what it's like if you don't clean your glasses for a while. Now, this is a live look at Horsetooth Reservoir, or what should be Horsetooth Reservoir right now. You can't really see a whole lot. Kind of iced over, which is kind of name of kind of what's going on a lot here. All that wet snow, it's starting to melt a little bit. It's still cold outside.
Yeah, very much. It makes you think of all the people who are still dealing with power outages this morning, and what a cold morning to not have your power. So really feeling for you, XL. So they are working on restoring power for thousands of people. Also people dealing with road closures this morning. Colorado State Patrol telling semi-trucks to stay off I-70 until noon. Also want to give you a look at some drone video. Hopefully we can pull that up of the semi-trucks that were stranded during the storm.
Yeah, we saw those semi-trucks yesterday just absolutely backed up, and then those that didn't have the right chains or the right tires created an absolute mess on I-70. Ed Green joining us right now. Ed, it feels like the storm is finally starting to move out, and hopefully in the next couple of days, maybe it'll warm up a little bit.
Yeah, it is. It's going to slowly warm up as we get into next week because here comes springtime, so why not? But also this storm is going to move out, but it's really going to take its time. Right now we've got cloudy skies around here. You might see a flurry or a snow shower, not a big deal. Most of the snow is down to the south because the system continues to sink in that direction. So the temperature right now, DIA, maybe a flurry, and we've got mostly cloudy skies. Here are the temperatures we're seeing at this hour, mostly 30s over the eastern plains, teens and 20s for the high country. We're looking at 20s, 30s, and 40-degree readings as you look to the west. Cloudy skies, cold, snow ending today. 40 degrees will be our high. Then for tomorrow, we will see mostly sunny skies. Yeah, the sunshine returns, but the storm system really hasn't moved out yet because on Sunday, as the thing begins to lift out, it could kick a few snow showers or rain showers into our area, but not everybody's going to see one, and it's just an iffy probability, only a 20% chance, but we'll see a high of 46 degrees. And then on Monday, we'll be at 55 degrees, and look at all the sunshine that comes back. Here comes Tuesday, near 60 with lots of sunshine. Spring arrives at 9:06 in the evening, so the first day of spring. That's on Wednesday, 62 degrees and spring-like sunshine.
Ed, I'm so ready for next week. Thank you so much for that. So right now we're taking a live look from our CDOT cameras, I-25 and 84th Avenue. I've been showing you this camera because of a crash that happened earlier. You can see all those delays if you're heading northbound this morning. So I do want to switch things over to our main graphics and kind of show you what we're dealing with. Northbound I-25 at 84th Avenue, 2 lanes blocked off. Crews are on scene right now, but it is slow moving in that area. Now right near 144th Avenue, that's going to be a 9-minute drive. That Fort Collins commute still in the clear, not seeing any problems there. Denver to Boulder, it is nice. It is green. We're not seeing delays. We're not seeing crashes. It's going to be a 17-minute drive. And then all the way down south, I-225 heading into I-25, we were seeing a traffic mess earlier. We had 2 crashes, then we had a stalled vehicle. Right now we are in the green. It's going to be an 11-minute drive. No crashes to report in that area.
All right, we really appreciate it, Brianna. And I-70 has been this ongoing mess as well. And unfortunately, we were still seeing issues this morning, too.
Yeah, our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, has been up there all morning long as I-70 starts to get back to at least a little bit more semblance of normal.
We're here at the Eisenhower-Johnson Tunnel. Another last round of snow and wind pushing through the Continental Divide right now. Nothing all that significant. It's still pretty light, shouldn't impact travel all that much. And that's the good news, is travel has once again resumed along I-70 in the mountains. The interstate opening yesterday, cars moving east and west here at the Eisenhower-Johnson Tunnel and doing it nicely. You head west out of Denver, you're still going to run into snow, slush, icy conditions, especially in the foothills. But then you start to get up toward the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels and then just west, and the roads are actually starting to get pretty clear, especially as the sun breaks out and we start to see some of this stuff melt off. Roads are really improving a great deal. Add on top of that just round-the-clock coverage from the Colorado Department of Transportation, those plow truck drivers that have been out in force during this storm. That's all the good news. There has also been a restriction put in place for big rigs, semis, commercial vehicles. They are not allowed to go on I-70, but are still kind of moving in or out of the high country despite those restrictions. We've seen that a lot this morning. Some of those trucks have a lot of snow on the top of their trailers, and then they get hung up here at the Eisenhower-Johnson tunnels because they set off the height sensors and have to pull over and clear all that snow off. But the good news, traffic moving in or out of the mountains. and it's moving along very nicely. Likely a lot of people, because it's a high volume of traffic heading into the high country to go skiing. Conditions are really nice, especially at Loveland, which was closed yesterday, reopened today with 22 inches of snow in the past 2 days. Keystone, well over a foot of snow from this storm. You start to move west, and the skiers like Copper and Vail not doing quite as well, but still doing pretty good with about 7-8 inches of snow. So those are the conditions right now in the mountains. And reporting from the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, I'm Matt Renew, 9 News.
And I'm meteorologist Keely Chalmers live in South Boulder, where residents woke up to more than a foot of snow out there. I know you guys were talking to Chris Bianchi about the dangers of running through this stuff right now, but I'll tell you what, it's dangerous to be a snow boot wearing reporter trudging through this because it is so deep. I got a bunch of snow in my boots, and my socks are drenched right now. But yes, lots of snow still out on the roadways. The main roads have been plowed and treated. They are good to go. But these residential streets, man, they are covered. Not only are folks having to dig out from the thick snow, also having to deal with downed branches. You'll see downed branches because of this thick, heavy snow pretty much every block that you go by. So again, folks having to both dig out from the snow but also clean up from the branches. I do want to say that something that residents haven't seen for a while just made an appearance. I would say maybe about 5 minutes ago. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think people are pretty excited about it. It's that round glowing thing up there. I tell you what, the sun just came out about 5 minutes ago. It has been gray, it has been gloomy. It was snowing up until this morning here, but the sun is out, the thaw is on, and I know folks are probably excited about that because they've been working hard out here, digging their cars out, cleaning up their sidewalks, their driveways from, again, more than a foot of snow. I live a few blocks from here. I measured 19 inches of snow in my yard this morning. So again, the sun, a welcome sight to folks here, and certainly the warmth will help melt all this snow. Reporting live in South Boulder, I'm meteorologist Keely Chalmers. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Keely, you see the sun come out and you're like, oh, maybe I can just like let the sun take care of that. Maybe I don't have to shovel. And then you think, well, 19 inches, that's a fair amount.
Yeah, wait, I wanted to add one thing. You were talking about, you know, Denver folk helping folks out with the shoveling. I'm wondering if there's any Boulder folk, Boulder young folk that could help me out with the shoveling.
How much are you paying?
And what's the going rate for that now?
Yeah, how much are you paying, Keely? We'll do a little business right here.
I don't know, that's what I'm asking you. You guys are the experts.
Exactly.
Right.
Chris Bianchi says something like $30, I think. $30 per driveway.
Oh, man, yes.
Keely, thank you.
That's a great rate.
Oh, it's gonna get competitive out there. Okay, taking a live look at CDOT right now off of I-70. Brianna will be back. She's keeping an eye on your post-snowstorm commute when 9 News Mornings continues.
A lot of areas, but we need to go back in. So we're going to team up with cadaver dogs, fire and EMS, and law enforcement, and again go door to door.
Oh, I didn't. Well, it wasn't just Colorado that saw some crazy weather yesterday. Severe weather moved through the parts of the Midwest, including Indiana yesterday, causing damage and killing several people. Debris was scattered throughout the area as multiple gas leaks were also reported because of the storm. Thousands are without power across the state. And in Ohio, the search is underway for anyone who may have been hurt or killed in those storms.
We've already searched a lot of areas, but we need to go back in. So we're going to team up with cadaver dogs, fire and EMS, and law enforcement, and again go door to door.
Those tornadoes left a path of destruction. 3 people were reported killed in those storms. Police are still trying to identify those victims.
And back here in Colorado, we are just digging out from that huge snowstorm that we've been having over the last day or so. And of course, as you can imagine, there's a lot of damage that people are waking up to today. Lauren Scavidi is live in the tech center this morning, and you got another look at some of the damage that people are having to deal with.
All morning long, we've been talking about downed trees, but here at the Denver Tech Center, now we're talking about downed solar panels. Take a look at this. I mean, this thing is huge. You can see that the weight of that heavy, wet snow just cracked this solar panel in half. Take a look at where it snapped. You can see it right there. It looks really strong, right? Really sturdy. Well, the weight of that snow absolutely just took it down. And if you look towards the left, you can see that gap there. That's where some of those individual panels were hanging, but it looks like they just completely snapped off, and now those are laying on the ground covered in snow. We've even seen some of the snow on those individual panels kind of slide off since we've been here, so that's why we're keeping our distance, playing it safe here. But that's one of 7 solar panels here. This one right here looks like it's supposed to be pretty level, right? Pretty flat, but if you look at that corner, you can see that the weight of the snow is kind of just dragging it down a little bit. Since we've been here the last hour or so, maybe, we've seen some of these solar panels turning a little bit. And as they've been turning, they have been dropping some of that snow on the floor here. Take a look at one of these piles. This is what has happened as that snow has fallen off of here. And it's important to note too that this is a parking lot. All of these spaces here, this is a parking lot. These are spaces for a car. So we actually have video of some of that snow falling off of these solar panels. Check this out. Pretty loud, right? Pretty shocking. I mean, we have been standing here, like I said, kept our distance because we didn't know what could happen. After you see damage like this, some more just fell over here. And I don't know if you can see it on camera, but some of that even slid down over there. But even on that solar panel in the back, you can see that there is no snow on it anymore because it has all fallen on the ground. I hear another one turning behind us. We can't see it here in our shot, but I can hear them. They're turning and the snow is coming off of them as we are standing here. So Mark, Anusha, we're going to see what else happens here and grab some more video while we're here.
Yeah, Lauren, I think you bring up a really good point, right? Because people are thinking, oh, the snow's done, we're in the clear, but you got to watch what's above you, whether it's the tree limbs that you've been seeing or, like you said, snow sliding off of solar panels.
Yeah, please be safe. Do you need a helmet?
Maybe. No, we are far. We didn't know what could happen. Like I said, you see damage like that and you get a little bit worried, right? So Joe, my photographer, and I are definitely at a safe distance. But yeah, it's been interesting. You can imagine how
caught off guard we were when we heard that first one. We're like, what's happening? Where is it? What's going on? So then we were able to get a couple shots as we saw it happening a little bit more.
Yeah, I can only imagine. All right, thanks so much for all your work this morning. We appreciate it.
Revenge of the solar panels. New this morning, some new pictures of all that snowfall, this time from Douglas County. Michael sent us these that he took this morning from his place about 15 miles southwest of Sedalia. That part of the state got hammered as well, down near Sedalia, Castle Rock area. Just look at the size of those piles of snow. A couple of the pictures he sent were of his deck and what would have been a grill, but that's buried. There's so much snow there, you just can't exactly tell what's going on.
Wow. You know, the totals, Ed, are particularly fascinating because there's areas that have like several feet of snow, and then there's other parts of the metro area that got like a couple inches.
Right, and we're starting to see some of those start to come in and be updated. Now, we've had 5.7 officially out at the airport, but now in Nederland, we've got a report of over 50 inches of snow in some locations up there. So, yeah, you can see we've had some snow, and this is down in the Garden of the Gods. They still got a little snow going on down there because they are further south, and that's where the snow is right now. But we also have a pretty shot from Lookout Mountain. I'm showing you this because look at this, a little bit of blue sky here. So yes, this snow is kind of winding up, at least for now. And we do have a pretty shot from Boulder Creek right now. You can see the creek going by. Lots of snow up there as well. We're 31 degrees out of DIA with mostly cloudy skies. Now, these are the showers and thunderstorms that produced those killer tornadoes yesterday. They could see some problems over the southeast again today. We, of course, have our own storm to deal with. This low pressure system continues to sink south. And as it does, that snow is coming out of Denver and mostly down here now in Colorado Springs and also over western sections of the state. So we have canceled the winter storm warning and the winter weather advisory for the north, but to the south, that's actually been extended for another 12 hours till 6 p.m. this evening because that's where the snow is generating right now. So that's the situation as we see it. You see this system kind of wrapping up, lots of rain down there because it's warmer in Arizona and snow at the higher elevations. And then on Saturday, we do see some snow pushing in, cloudy skies also over the Denver area. And then Sunday, the system begins to lift out. And as it does, it could kick a snow shower or two up in the metro area. Not going to be a big deal, but we've got them in the forecast. And we have an avalanche warning today until 5 p.m. because of all that unstable snowpack. Temperatures to go along with that, we'll see 30s, 40s, and even some 50s, especially off to the east. We're seeing 30s and 40s for the high country and out west, temperatures in the 40s and 50s. So the forecast for Denver goes this way. Cloudy, cold, snow ending 40 degrees. Then for tomorrow, or tonight rather, we'll see clearing skies with a low of 24. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny skies and 45. 28 will be the low. We'll see the sunny skies and then look at your Sunday. There's that chance for an isolated rain or snow shower and 46. 55 on Monday with lots of sunshine. 59 on Tuesday, sunny skies. And then here comes the first day of spring, 62 degrees and sunny skies. So yes, very spring-like. Then we're 63, but we had a few rain showers again on Thursday and Friday, but right around that 60-degree mark. And Brianna, I know you've been in here doing yeoman's work with this, and now I-70, as we might expect, kind of slow going.
It is slow going. A lot of people want to enjoy that fresh snow. This is a live look from one of our CDOT cameras. You can see all these westbound delays that we're seeing. Not only that, but we're seeing snow-packed roads, icy conditions, wet conditions this morning, and also semi-trucks are passing by I-70. So I do want to switch things over to our main maps because CDOT, as well as Colorado State Patrol, they're asking semis not to pass through I-70. So let's switch things over to our main graphics. From Vail to Morrison, right now it is blocked for semis. Semis are not allowed, but we're still seeing that up along I-70. Now, other than that, we're tracking one crash right now in the Denver metro area, northbound I-25 at 84th Avenue. 2 lanes blocked off right now. That's going to be a 9-minute drive right near 144th Avenue if you're heading south along I-25. Now, from Denver to Boulder, it's going to be an 18-minute drive. We are in the green, not seeing any delays there. And same story for those in Commerce City. It's going to be an 11-minute drive. Usually, this is a very colorful map. If you're heading into I-25 right now, it's going to be 67 miles per hour. Same story for those taking I-225. So from I-70 all the way into I-25, it was very messy this morning. We had 2 crashes. We had a stalled vehicle. Right now, we're not seeing any of that, just slick conditions. So it's going to be an 11-minute drive, 62 miles per hour. And then all the way up in Fort Collins, that is still in the clear. So that Meade area, Erie, Longmont, nothing that you should be worried about. No delays, no crashes to report for the Friday morning commute.
All right, just because the snow has stopped, though, take it easy still out there.
Snow day.
Still slippery. All right, thanks, Brianna. Want to give you a live look at Boulder right now, where the snow is just making it look picture perfect, if you don't have to drive, that is.
Seriously.
Looks absolutely stunning out there with the flat irons in the back, but you can see some of the snow still falling, the weight of it kind of pulling down those tree branches. So just be careful as you're out shoveling. Look at what's above you and just know that some of that snow is going to be coming down today.
A perfect little snow day to enjoy, maybe do some sledding, build a snowman, stay home. Don't go to work. Come on.
Mark says don't go to work on a Friday, okay?
Yeah, it's a snow day.
We'll be right back.
Well, right now there are 2 extra severe weather shelters that are open in Denver. They're at the McNichols building in Civic Center Park off Colfax and the Stone Creek shelter at the former Best Western Hotel. That's on Quebec off I-70. Both shelters will stay open through 9 a.m. tomorrow if you need to use them. People needing to get off the streets or if they lose power, don't have enough heat, they can walk up to the shelter locations directly, and pets are also welcome at the Stone Creek shelter. Well, the snow from this storm has been so deep in some areas it's been hard for first responders to even get through to get to emergencies.
Yeah, and one of those spots that we saw that was in Highlands Ranch yesterday.
Yeah, South Metro Fire responded to a call, and in these situations, when they do respond to calls with so much snow, they bring snow plows along with them. Yeah. This isn't the first time that they've dealt with a big snowstorm. They say it's a good reminder that shoveling isn't just a courtesy, it could be the difference between getting to your house in an emergency.
Every second counts in this situation. And if we get to a certain situation, we will have some of the crew help digging while the others are taking care of the situation. But we want to keep the crews responding to the emergencies that there are needed for.
So those ambulances and fire trucks were responded with snowplows, and they also had some extra help from the Arapahoe Rescue Patrol. That's a fully trained search and rescue team that is staffed by teenagers throughout the metro area. They help dig out sidewalks and streets wherever they're needed. Pretty cool stuff there. We'll be right back. Let's get one last check with the weather with Ed.
As far as the weather goes, it's going to be cool today, but we're starting to see some blue skies. So let's take a look at. We've got 40 degrees for our high today, 45 tomorrow, and we'll see plenty of sunshine, and then we'll see 46 with a few rain or snow showers Sunday. But then as we head towards springtime, it gets a whole lot like springtime.
You're just teasing us with that
62
on Wednesday.
Wow.
That looks really nice. Whereas, what do we got, 40 today? That looks like snow shoveling weather to me.
Yeah, really. But really, that's one of the few times that the season is actually going to be like the season. Spring arrives, and it's going to be spring-like.
Oh my gosh, right? But
Can't go wrong with that.
But we had to have this giant snowstorm
Of
first
course.
to truly appreciate
That's
the first day
also
of spring.
springtime in Colorado.
Exactly.
We can appreciate it more. That's a good way to put it. And now looking out outside, the sun is really starting to peek out.
Starting to
in
see
Denver.
some blue skies, you bet. So
you go.
not all that bad after all as the system's finally moving out.
Yeah, storm is finally done, and now we're waking up to our totals and
Right.
digging out. Okay, I hope people warm up before they shovel because that is some heavy, heavy snow.
We were talking about it earlier that there are some big storms that stand out in the history of Colorado. This necessarily isn't the biggest in the history, but still a pretty good sized one.
Yes, because of the snow we saw out of the official area, which was the airport, which said we got 5.7 inches of snow. Now, as you know, we got up to 50 inches or more in some of those areas, but it will go down in the record books as 5.7 inches.
Wow.
5.7 inches.
That's the deal.
Everything we've just been through.
Right.
All right, that does it for us. We hope that you have a safe and warm day ahead.
Thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon.